Chapter 1 starts off as the villain in the book. Mr. Lu, something terrible has happened. The young master was beaten and sent to the hospital. Lu Lian was sleeping. I heard someone calling my name in a panic. Open your eyes and take a look. I found myself lying in the lobby of a villa with low-key yet luxurious decoration. A man in a suit stood next to him. He was standing beside him with an anxious look on his face. Where am I? Don't I live in a rented house? Where is this? Lu Lian was puzzled. Suddenly, a voice sounded in my mind. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have traveled to the world in the book and bound to the villain script system. Host's name, Lu Lian. Age, 35. Identity, the eldest son of Jiangqing's richest man, Lu Chengfeng. The Lu family is worth 100 billion yuan, and its businesses include finance, film and television, real estate, medical beauty, energy and other fields. After binding this system, the host can modify the original plot. When the plot changes, the host will receive corresponding rewards. Turn out to be? Did I travel through time? And he traveled to an urban novel that he was reading? And he became the eldest son of Lu Chengfeng, the richest man in Jiangcheng in the novel? In reality, I am just a young man with nothing, but after traveling through time, I have such a great status? Moreover, he also has an 18-year-old adopted son, Lu Song. Lu Lian has read this novel in which the villain has the same name as himself. Lu Song was a son he had when he was young and romantic, but he did not get married. He is arrogant, but a complete fool, and has given experience to the protagonist many times. Warm reminder, host, you have the villain script. Your mission is to prevent the Lu family in the original plot from being wiped out and replaced by the protagonist. Please check the current information. Special reminder, host, you are a villain, but you should keep a low profile and accumulate good character, so that you can improve your aura value as soon as possible. After reading the news, Lu Lian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Now, the current plot is that my son was beaten. So the current timeline should be that the protagonist is just starting out and has not yet fully grown. This is the first conflict between the protagonist and his son. According to the original plot, the protagonist will become increasingly powerful from now on, and finally wipe out the entire Lu family. Now, my task is to prevent it from happening. Then he asked the man in a suit next to him, "What's going on?" While speaking, Lu Lian could see the attribute panel popping up on him. Name, Lu Digang. Gender, male. Age, 40. Occupation, bodyguard and driver for the eldest son of the Lu family. Loyalty value, 97. Full score 100. There is also an explanation of loyalty value below. Loyalty value above 95, completely loyal to the host, follow him for life, forever. Possibility of being subverted, no. Loyalty value 80-94, if the host treats them normally, they will be loyal to the host. Possibility of being subverted, low probability. Loyalty value 60-79, willing to serve the host, but may betray the host if faced with threats or greater temptations. Possibility of being subverted, low probability. Loyalty value 20-59, fence sitter. Willing to serve the host, but mentally unstable and prone to betrayal. Likelihood of being turned against the host, high probability. Loyalty value 0-19, he is extremely hostile to the host and cannot be accepted as a subordinate. Phew. I guess this property panel is a system-provided feature. With the attribute panel, Lu Lian can intuitively see the loyalty of the people around him. Moreover, the loyalty value cannot be modified manually. Whatever is shown is what it is. No matter what it looks like on the surface, you can tell whether the opponent is available by looking at the data. And the loyalty level of Lu Digang in front of him is as high as 97? According to the original script, Lu Digang once committed a serious mistake that was enough to land him in jail for life. It's because I value talent. After lobbying for leniency from many parties and finding the best lawyer to help defend him, his sentence was reduced. While he was serving his sentence, he supported his family. So, when Lu Digang was released from prison, he followed me wholeheartedly. I also liked his tall and strong figure, so I kept him as a bodyguard and driver. Such a person was loyal to his master even when the Lu family was destroyed in the original script, and was killed by the protagonist. Therefore, his loyalty is absolutely reliable. Mr. Lu, the young master, was attending a classmate's birthday party and was beaten by a man at the table. Now the young master has been sent to the hospital. Lu Digang said. What should we do now? Should we bring the person who beat us here? No, let's go to the hospital first. Lu Lian stood up and stretched. Okay. I'll arrange a vehicle right away. Lu Digang said respectfully. After a while, a black Lincoln Navigator stopped outside the gate of Zhengcheng First People's Hospital. Lu Lian walked out from the back seat of the car. This car is not expensive, but it is practical. Although Lu Lian in the book is a villain, he does not have high demands for cars. Unlike the protagonists, once they have money, they can buy a Lamborghini Veneno worth tens of millions or something like that. Although the car is low-key, it cannot conceal his bossy temperament. Oh my god, whose boss is this? She has such a good temperament, and looks like she is no more than 30 years old. Young people don't know the benefits of uncles, and mistakenly treat young men as treasures. This is my ideal type. Everyone who passed by was surprised by Lu Lian's temperament. Really? Being born into a wealthy family, living a life of luxury, with fine clothes and delicious food, that kind of temperament is not something that ordinary people can cultivate. Moreover, whether in the original plot or now, Lu Lian himself is a standard handsome guy. Lu Lian looked straight ahead and walked towards the hospital's VIP ward accompanied by Lu Digang. In the VIP ward at this time, a young man's voice echoed throughout the ward. Ouch, can you be gentler? It hurts so much. I am the son of Lu Lian, the richest man in Zhengcheng and the executive leader of the Lu Group. Do you still want your jobs? Lu Lian frowned. This is his adopted son Lu Tsong in this life. That is, in the original plot, the son who was repeatedly slapped in the face by the protagonist and pretended to be cool in order to gain experience. Now, a room full of nurses and doctors were treating Lu Tsong. Lu Tsong's loud shout made Lu Lian frown. It's no wonder that such a useless son cannot defeat the protagonist. Logically speaking, children from wealthy families have higher qualities in all aspects and more outstanding comprehensive abilities. But this Lu Tsong does not show any excellent qualities at all. Perhaps this is also the reason why the Lu family neglected to discipline him in the original plot. Dad, you're finally here. Dad, I was beaten so badly, you must help me vent my anger. As soon as Lu Tsong saw Lu Lian appear, he started crying. The doctors and nurses in the ward turned around and saw Lu Lian. Their faces turned cold and they looked frightened. The middle-aged man in his 30s in front of him is the current head of the Lu Group? Chapter 2. It's a disgrace to my Lu family. Everyone in Zhengcheng knows that the Lu Group has strong capital. The old man of the Lu family retreated to the second line and pushed Lu Lian to the position of head. In Zhengcheng, he is a man who can call the wind and rain. At this time, he appeared in the ward, and everyone was inevitably very nervous. He was afraid that he would do something wrong and make Lu Lian angry. What a jerk! Lu Lian walked forward and slapped his son. You are already an adult, why are you still crying over such a small matter? You are simply bringing shame to our Lu family. A crisp slap made the whole ward quiet. Dad, why did you hit me? You've never hit me before. Lu Tsong said, covering his face. Everyone around was surprised. The slap was so ruthless that half of his face was swollen. Hearing that Lu Tsong was still questioning him, Lu Lian's face turned even worse. I beat you to teach you a lesson. You're old enough now, it's time to do something serious. She's just a woman, is it necessary to be like this? As a member of the Lu family, do you have such a low self-esteem? If you continue to be unrepentant, all your credit cards will be blocked. This series of words left Lu Tsong and Lu Digang dumbfounded. Is this still the Lu Lian I remember? Hasn't he always doted on his son and given him whatever he wants? Not to mention beating his son. Now it's like they are two different people. Dear doctors, thank you for your hard work in treating my son's injuries. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Lu Lian turned and said to the doctors in the ward. Mr. Lu, you are so polite. This is what we should do. Don't worry, we will do our best to treat you. The doctors and nurses in white coats were stunned. What did they hear? The head of the Lu family actually spoke such polite words to them? Is this still the brutal and cruel eldest son of the Lu family in their impression? For a moment, my heart was filled with joy. Although as a doctor, saving lives and healing the wounded is part of your job. But who would like to be pointed at and scolded, and yelled at every day? Now that Lu Lian is of such a high status, he is still polite to them, which makes them feel extremely happy. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lu Lian's mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has changed the original plot, and the experience value is plus 300. Since the host has changed the plot for the first time, the host is rewarded with the necessary skills of the villain, top-level Southwest Gushu. In the original plot, Lu Lian was furious about his son being beaten, and he yelled at all the doctors around him. Now, none of this is happening. At the same time, the villain script system marketplace is officially opened. Lu Lian was immediately overjoyed. Skills and shopping malls are finally open. Gu magic corresponds to the god-level medical skills of the protagonist of the original plot. One positive and one negative. Then, Lu Lian opened his attribute panel. Host, Lu Lian. Physique, 90. Health, 70. Charm, 500. Aura, 100. Public average, 100. Experience, 300. Currently possessed skills, top-level Southwestern Gu technique. The numbers are easier to understand. Since Lu Lian in the book is the helmsman of the Lu family, he spends a lot of energy on his career. Therefore, in terms of physique and health, it is still slightly insufficient compared to the normal values. But my charm is several times that of the general public. This is normal, he is only 35 years old. Although he has a son, he is not married. He is a typical bachelor. Moreover, he himself has a prominent status and is very wealthy. You are the focus of the crowd wherever you go, so how can your charm be low? But what does this aura value mean? Host, the aura value is the luck value. If you have the protagonist's aura, the value will continue to rise. Your current data is at the level of an ordinary person. Please work hard to improve the aura value. At the same time, if the host completes certain tasks, he can also plunder the protagonist's aura value and use it for himself. When your aura value exceeds that of the protagonist, you will become the real protagonist. An explanation came from the system. I see. My current value is only 100, which means I don't have the aura of a protagonist yet. System, what is this experience value used for? Lu Lian asked in his mind. Host can redeem skills and other items in the system mall based on the experience value. Or you can participate in a lottery once every 1,000 experience points. Lu Lian suddenly became curious. Then I clicked on the supermarket page. Currency, 1 experience point can be exchanged for 50,000 Chinese currency. Real estate, 1 experience point can be exchanged for 1 square meter. Shares, 10,000 experience points can be exchanged for 1% of Alibaba Group shares. You can also draw. There were also other commodities that made Lu Lian's eyes unable to see enough. Although Lu Lian's current identity is the eldest son of the Lu family, the richest family in Jiangcheng. But the total market value of the Lu family is only about 100 billion. It is still incomparable to the top consortiums in China. In China, there are dozens of companies with a market value of over 1 trillion. After having this system, maybe he could lead the Lu family to become a truly top consortium in China. Lu Lian can make the Lu family the richest family in Jiangcheng. Then what's impossible for me to become the richest man in China or even in the world? Lu Tsong, how did you get injured today? After Lu Lian browsed around in the system supermarket, asking the young man in front of him. Since he was a time traveler, he naturally had no feelings for this young man. But due to my identity, and he is related to the protagonist, so we still have to understand how things happened. Dad, it's like this. Lu Tsong quickly began to tell his story. Lu Lian's brows gradually furrowed. Just like a standard urban novel. Lu Tsong went to attend the birthday party of one of the previous heroines. I met the protagonist who was also at the table. Lu Tsong looked down on the protagonist's shabby appearance and spoke rudely. Plus, he was eager to confess his feelings to the heroine. This creates a conflict with the protagonist. The result is naturally predictable. The original protagonist with a halo easily broke Lu Tsong's bones. By the way, he also taught Lu Tsong's younger brothers a lesson. Dad, you have to help me vent my anger. That kid is so arrogant. He doesn't take my Lu family seriously at all. By the way, Dad's kid is pretty good at fighting. It seems he is trained before. You'd better find a few people with better skills. Just shut up. Lu Lian couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted him directly. This is exactly how the original plot unfolded. Lu Lian arranged for thugs to take revenge. As a result, nothing happened to the protagonist. Instead, he ended up getting killed, and made the heroine even more devoted to the protagonist. This is not conducive to controlling the subsequent plot. Everything is linked together. I have my own arrangements for this matter. Just take good care of your injuries and don't go anywhere. Well, Dad, it's too boring to stay in the hospital. Can I go live in a rehabilitation center in our own home? Lu Tsung asked. Chapter 3, such a prominent figure actually has such a lovely side? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Just stay here. As an industry under the Lu family, Lu Lian certainly knew why Lu Tsung wanted to go there. It is said to be a rehabilitation center, but in fact the environment is more livable than a park. The trees are lush and the environment is pleasant. It has both rehabilitation and elderly care attributes, and many wealthy and prestigious people choose to retire here. Moreover, the nursing staff there are selected according to the standards for selecting flight attendants. The quality is beyond reproach. But the external charges are not cheap either. Basically, it costs more than 30,000 yuan a month, and only rich people can afford it. As he spoke, Lu Lian instructed the attending doctor next to him. Doctor, I'm leaving my son in your care. You are not allowed to go anywhere until he is completely cured. Boss Lu, don't worry, I will definitely do it. The doctor patted his chest and assured. Lu Lian and Lu Digang walked out of the hospital and prepared to go to the company. After arriving at the company, Lu Lian instructed Lu Digang to find the girl that Lu Tsung was pursuing. Prepare to talk to her yourself. At this time, a tall woman with long legs came over in high heels. Boss Lu, you're here. When that woman smiled, her pearly teeth and red lips were extremely charming. Lu Lian couldn't help but feel excited when he saw it. Host, information about one of the heroines has been detected. Name, Xiao Yinong. Age, 23. Height, 170 centimeters. Occupation, Secretary of Lu Group. Hobbies, watching movies, traveling, skiing, and listening to concerts. Loyalty, 30. Lu Lian knew that in the original plot of the novel, Lu Lian tried to do something bad to Qiu Yinong after drinking. In the end, he was instigated by the protagonist. Because Qiu Yinong knew many of Lu Lian's secrets, he gave them all to the protagonist. As a result, the Lu family went from being strong to declining. This laid the groundwork for the final destruction. Now that Lu Lian has traveled through time, he will certainly not let the same story happen again. At the current time point, Qiu Yinong has just joined the company for less than half a year. Lu Lian would definitely not use force like he did in his previous life. Qiu Yinong's loyalty is only 30 now. They are employees who only work for themselves and have no special feelings for themselves. If you act inappropriately and follow the attitude in the book, you will most likely be turned against by the protagonist later. Mr. Lu, there is an important meeting in the company at 3 o'clock this afternoon that needs you to host, and then there is a business event in the evening that needs you to attend. Qiu Yinong reported the next schedule to himself. Well, you've worked hard. Lu Lian said to Qiu Yinong. Qiu Yinong was shocked. What's going on? Mr. Lu said to himself, thank you for your hard work. I have been working here for a few months now and I know that Mr. Lu is a high-ranking person. When has he ever spoken to me so politely? Because I didn't do my job well, I scolded myself several times. If it weren't for the fact that this job pays well. She has wanted to quit her job for a long time. I feel really flattered today. It's not hard. This is what I should do. Qiu Yinong also bowed quickly. He covered the ravine in front of his chest with one hand. Lu Lian nodded and returned to the office and sat down. Bite. Detected that the host changed the plot direction once, experience value plus 200. The system's voice came over. Very good. Lu Lian was a little excited. It seems that even if I do nothing, just being nicer to your subordinates will have an impact on the original plot. I was busy in the company for a while. Lu Lian received a call from Lu Digang. Mr. Lu, I found the woman that the young master is pursuing. Where? Her family opened a milk tea shop near our group, and she helped out there. Okay, take me there. After a while, under the guidance of Lu Digang, Lu Lian came to the heroine's milk tea shop. As soon as he got off the car, he saw a girl in the store, following a middle-aged woman, who were busy working. The two look very similar and can be seen as mother and daughter at first glance. The girl had two ponytails and was wearing a beige apron. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. This milk tea shop is not big, only about 10 square meters in total. But the decoration style is very warm. This must be the first female protagonist in the original plot. Her information appeared in front of Lu Lian's eyes. Name, Shin Monk. Age, 18. Height, 168. Occupation, student. Hobbies, live broadcast, photo shoot, comic exhibitions, and dramas. Loyalty, 0. Judging from the information, this is a typical 2D girl. Although Lu Lian is now the dignified President Lu. However, before he traveled through time, he was relatively familiar with these things. As for the loyalty being 0, this is also normal. At this moment, she didn't even recognize herself. Naturally, there is no question of loyalty. Lu Lian put away the panel and Lu Digang walked over first. You are Shin Monk, right? That's me. What can I do for you? Shin Monk opened his eyes wide, not knowing what was going on. The middle-aged woman in her 30s next to her was very nervous. She looked at Lu Digang's muscles and was a little scared. Our CEO Lu is looking for you. Lu Digang said this and moved aside. Mr. Lu? Shin Monk thought about it carefully in his mind, and then his face suddenly changed. Mr. Lu, are you here for Lu Tsung's matter? But in this matter, Lu Tsung was indeed wrong first. Little girl, how do you talk? Lu Digang raised his fist. Hey, be more polite to the little girl. Lu Lian waved his hand to stop him, then smiled and said, Don't be afraid, I'm not looking for trouble. I just want to understand the situation at that time. Do you have time now? Shin Monk was a little hesitant. The more Lu Lian smiled, the more uneasy she felt. The rumored President Lu of the Lu Group is a black-faced devil. He has a very bad temper. How come it looks completely different? And his smile is so warm. His manners are really elegant. How could a person who stirs up trouble have such a lovely side? Could it be that I am actually obsessed with older men? System prompt, the heroine's inner fluctuations are detected, and the loyalty value has skyrocketed by 50. A system prompt came into Lu Lian's mind. Oh my god. Lu Lian was shocked. Loyalty skyrocketed from 0 to 50? Lu Lian was greatly shocked. Could it be that the heroine of the original plot had such a good impression of me because of my polite words? If this pace continues, it won't be long before the heroine completely sides with him? Lu Lian suppressed his emotions. Then he asked Shin Monk, I want to know about the situation of my son being beaten. What is the situation? Mr. Lu. Shin Monk looked at Lu Lian and hesitated for a while before speaking. Here's what happened. After listening to her story, Lu Liansai then realized that his son's account was not an exaggeration. What the two people said basically matched each other. Only. Shin Monk's attitude clearly shows his intention to protect the protagonist. This made Lu Lian feel uncomfortable. But it is also normal. In the current situation, the protagonist still has more favorability. Chapter 4. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your generosity. Little girl, I have understood this matter clearly. Thank you. Mr. Lu, how would you handle this matter? They are just young and hot-tempered, and there is no deep hatred between them. Shin Monk was a little anxious. Well, I will handle it properly. This matter has nothing to do with you, so you can rest assured. Lu Lian said this. Shin Monk's mother was relieved. No one dares to offend such a big family. Moreover, Lu Lian injured their precious son. Maybe you will be implicated. It seems that there is no need to worry for the time being. Mr. Lu, thank you for your magnanimity. I will teach that kid a lesson when I get back, said the beautiful middle-aged woman. How could her appearance be low if she could give birth to such a beautiful girl like Shin Monk? And because of my current age, I have a unique mature charm. Educate? Lu Lian frowned. Mr. Lu. At this time, Lu Digang came over. Said in the ear. I have already found out about their information. That boy was staying at the girl's house. It seemed like he was invited by her grandfather. Her mother didn't treat him very well, but the old man liked him very much. The girl's father died in an accident 12 years ago. Her mother has been a widow for many years.
In order to make a living, she used her husband's compensation to open this milk tea shop.
Her grandfather opened a Chinese medicine clinic. It has a good reputation. After listening to Lu Digang's report, Lu Lian understood. Like many pretentious urban novels, the protagonist stayed at the house of the heroine in the early stage and was looked down upon in every way.
Then the old man should have been saved by the protagonist's parents, and they have a life and death friendship or something.
Okay. I've understood this matter clearly. Let's go, Lu Lian said to Lu Digang. He bowed respectfully and walked to the car. Start the car. Lu Lian followed closely behind. Sat in the back seat. Bite. Detected that the host has significantly changed the original plot, experience points plus 500. Current accumulated experience value, 1000. At the same time, the host obtains 50 aura points from the heroine. Current accumulated aura value, 150. However, there is no obvious improvement in health, physical fitness, and other indicators. Seeing his attribute panel, Lu Lian had a question in his mind: system, how can I improve other attributes? In the original plot, the protagonist has fighting power in the later period that can shake mountains with one punch. In all urban novels, the biggest factor that causes the villain to be unable to defeat the protagonist, apart from other reasons, is his fighting strength. Therefore, Lu Lian's most urgent idea is to improve his combat effectiveness. Hearing Lu Lian's question, the system voice sounded again. The total amount of aura value is constant and can only be obtained through plundering. When the host's aura value is more than twice that of the protagonist, it can be directly eliminated. Can only plunder? Lu Lian frowned. In other words, the 50 aura points I just obtained belong to that protagonist? That's right. The protagonist, your current aura value is relatively low, please keep working hard. I see. Lu Lian thought for a moment. What about the other attributes? Charm value is calculated based on the host's money, physique, appearance, and other conditions, so improving charm value is related to the above elements. Physical fitness and health values can be enhanced through the system's high-level supplements and physical fitness. If the host needs it, he can use his experience points to purchase the corresponding items in the system mall. System mall? Lu Lian narrowed his eyes. I quickly checked the system mall. There were really too many things inside, and Lu Lian hadn't paid much attention to it before. Then he clicked on the system's medicine column. Suddenly, a lot of rich goods appeared in front of me. Unlimited beauty cream, 500 experience points. Poison-proof pill, 1000 experience points. Longevity pill, 1500 experience points. Since it is a system product, there are no fakes. It has the functions it says it has. But the price doesn't look very cheap. And the current marked price is only the preferential price for the first discount. Starting from the second time, if you purchase the same product, the price will be more than twice the original price. But these things, no matter which one you buy, will be of endless benefit. Lu Lian thought about it and decided that he didn't have much experience points at the moment, so he decided not to use them for now. The system mall has been closed. Then he fell into deep thought. Having read countless urban novels, Lu Lian naturally knew how terrifying those protagonists were. You will always meet all kinds of noble people. You can always get the most powerful magic weapons and props. And he can always win the hearts of the most beautiful women, such as big stars, rich and beautiful women, popular anchors, university beauties, stunning landlords, and so on. Lu Lian didn't even want to complain about these protagonists. What he has to do now is to try his best to change the original plot of the novel. And the more plot changes, the better. Otherwise, he would not be able to avoid the fate of being wiped out by the protagonist in the end. The way to plunder the protagonist's halo value is to change the plot. Moreover, the more contact they have with the heroine, the less they interact with the protagonist, or even make them hate the protagonist. This will definitely change the plot. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this idea. Which man doesn't like the top beauties described in novels? Although I came to this world in the book. He is 35 years old, in the prime of life, and is not married. It is only natural to do so. So, we need to speed up the process of changing the heroine's impressions of themselves and the protagonist. Only in this way can you plunder the protagonist's aura value as quickly as possible. Take the initiative. The other side. Shortly after Lu Lian returned,
Shin Monk and his mother closed the milk tea shop and prepared to ride their electric bikes home. Along the way, the mother kept complaining that the protagonist shouldn't have hurt the young master of the Lu family. What a disaster this has caused. Although Lu Lian did not express any intention to pursue the matter, who knows what might happen next?
Shen Monk said nothing.
I still feel a little protective of the protagonist in my heart.
Back home.
The mother saw the boy in the corner of the living room and questioned him directly.
Yi Tian. What's wrong with you today? How can you hit someone casually?
Aunt May, that boy was the first to start.
Besides, he has been pestering Shen Monk. The boy named Yi Tian defended himself.
This is Yi Tian, the protagonist of the novel.
Anyway, who are you? What is his identity? If they investigate, we will be implicated as well. Since you came, my family has had no good luck. Mom, just say less. He didn't mean it.
Shin Monk, who was standing by, felt that what his mother said was a bit too much.
Don't interrupt. The mother glared at Shin Monk. Mayor, what did you just say? Did Yi Tian beat someone up outside today?
In the room, Shin Monk's grandfather Li Chongxiao looked surprised.
As soon as Yi Tian arrived, he beat the son of the richest man in Jiangqing City into the hospital? Chapter 5: The financial sponsor who arrived from the sky. Li Chongxiao couldn't help but glance at Yi Tian, who was sitting on the sofa. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Tian, the Lu family is so powerful. If they really want to deal with you, the consequences will be very serious. How about this, you leave Jiangqing first and stay out of the spotlight? Li Chongxiao asked tentatively.
Li Chongxiao certainly wouldn't dare to offend the Lu family, but he would not hand Yi Tian over easily.
Because Yi Tian is the son of his benefactor.
I can't do such an ungrateful thing.
Grandpa, I don't think the Lu family is unreasonable. Maybe they won't pursue the matter further. Shin Monk said.
Don't be fooled by them, Yi Tian said with a smile. The Lu family is not good, and I don't feel any regret for beating him. And don't worry, if the Lu family really comes to you, I promise that nothing will happen to you.
The meaning of Yi Tian's words is very simple. The Lu family? I'm not afraid at all.
And this time I came to Jiangqing for an important matter.
How can I leave if the work is not done yet?
Hearing Yi Tian's understatement, Shin Monk suddenly felt inexplicably uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, she didn't know Yi Tian's background, so she didn't know what Yi Tian was thinking. She only knew that what happened at the banquet today was caused by her. Originally, she was still very grateful to Yi Tian,
always standing by his side.
However, Yi Tian's nonchalant look just now made her feel a little uncomfortable.
If the Lu family hadn't cared, would he still be able to sit here and talk as if nothing had happened? In comparison,
she even suddenly felt that Mr. Lu was more humble and polite than Yi Tian. Shin Monk, don't worry, their family will never do anything to us,
Yi Tian said confidently. I'm a little tired, so I'm going back to my room to rest. Shin Monk felt a little tired. Mainly because I'm mentally exhausted. What happened to her? Yi Tian was a little puzzled. Wasn't Shin Monk very enthusiastic towards him before?
I also helped her teach a lesson to some hooligans a few times. And it is very likely that she will be taken in by herself in the near future.
At this moment, he couldn't understand it. After returning to the room, Shin Monk opened a live broadcast app. Getting ready to start today's live broadcast. This is also one of her usual interests. And you can also earn some pocket money. So I come up and play for a while every night. She was in a bad mood today, and she wanted to do a live broadcast to talk about it.
However, as an individual anchor, without the packaging of a company, his popularity has never been very high.
Up to now, there are only a few 100,000 fans. On this big platform, it's nothing.
Although she is very beautiful, there are too many beauties on this live streaming platform, and it is difficult for her to become a big internet celebrity without packaging. Even with packaging, the various unspoken rules behind it are not something she can handle. However, today's live broadcast room seems a little different. As soon as I came online, I found that someone had given me a big rocket.
Thank you for the rocket from Land God.
Shin Monk was a little surprised.
The value of a rocket is 500 yuan.
Although this was not the first time I received this gift, it was the first time I saw someone sending me rockets as soon as I went on air.
Could it be that someone has swiped the wrong card?
Out of curiosity, Shin Mun clicked on the information of Land Immortal.
This is a newly registered account. There is no useful information on it, and the avatar is the default one. This further confirms Shin Mun's thoughts.
Usually, during a PK battle, there will be a lot of water armies appearing. However, her ID, Manka's sister, is somewhat similar to that of a big anchor with millions of fans, so it is very likely that she was swiped by the wrong ID. But what happened next completely stunned her. I saw more than a dozen rocket special effects pop up on the screen. There were also more than a dozen yachts worth 1,314 yuan, which were also bought. The special effects that filled the entire screen made Shin Mun's breathing quicken. The images in the live broadcast room began to lag.
Fuck, which big money sponsor is this, launching a fierce attack on Sister Mengku? This is really too crazy. Sister Mengku has only been online for 10 minutes.
In these 10 minutes, he alone has given away so many gifts. 666, I've long believed that Sister Mengku will become famous, and now she finally has a sponsor who favors her.
Look, Sister Mengku is standing there stupidly, she can't speak.
Note, this is not a still picture. The screen was filled with comments of admiration and surprise.
Shin Mun himself was completely confused.
Right from the start, someone gave me a gift worth tens of thousands of dollars.
Who can resist this?
She broadcasts for several hours every day, and the total amount of gifts is only 400 or 500. After deducting the commission and tax from the live broadcast platform, you can only get the remaining 40%.
It's only a few $1,000s a month.
I was only online for a few minutes today, but I received gifts worth several months' worth.
This is really a huge impact on people. Shin Mun felt even more uneasy. I clicked on the ID of this, Land Immortal, again. Sent a message.
Thank you very much for the gift, but I'm a little worried.
Did you swipe the wrong person?
That's right, I brushed it for you. The other party responded quickly.
Just for me?
Shin Mun was even more confused.
Then he sent a message, excuse me, have we known each other before?
A stranger, coming to the live broadcast room for the first time, probably wouldn't he be so generous. I know him, but I don't know him either.
Reply from the opposite side. If you really want to do something, then you can perform some shows, even if it's the dance I ordered.
The other side added another sentence.
Yeah, okay. Shin Mun took a deep breath.
Then, he said it in the live broadcast room. Thank you for the gift, Brother Divine Immortal.
Sister Mengku has nothing to thank you for. I will perform a folk dance for you. I hope you like it. Shin Mun has studied dance for many years.
Although she is not a professional dancer, she has passed professional level exams. She can perform many types of dance. But facing the camera, she was still a little shy. So I chose the most conservative folk dance.
Yeah, not bad.
The Immortal on land quickly typed a line of words on the public screen. This made Shin Mun both surprised and happy. Emotions also fluctuate.
At this time,
there was a sudden knock on the door of her room. Shin Mun said sorry and paused the live broadcast. Then he walked to the door, opened it, and found it was Yi Tian.
Yi Tian, what's wrong? Shin Mun asked. Nothing. There's a new movie tonight. Let's go watch it together. Yi Tian held up his mobile phone. There is a ticket booking information above. I'm live streaming, so I can't go. Shin Mun said. Aren't you always free? Why can't you go now? Yi Tian also didn't quite understand.
Logically speaking, she shouldn't refuse my invitation.
Although the relationship has not reached the level of boyfriend and girlfriend. Yi Tian, I'm a little tired today and don't want to go out. Can I go next time? Shin Mun didn't know what to say.
But in her heart, she didn't want to go at all. Instead, I was thinking about finishing the dance. She is not a materialistic person, but she will naturally finish what she said.
Chapter 6 Unfavorable rumors spread.
If it weren't for that large reward, Shin Mun might have already changed his clothes and prepared to go.
Okay then, next time. Yi Tian left with a depressed look on his face. Shin Mun looked at his back and sighed.
Then go back to the live broadcast screen and start the live broadcast again.
Where did you go just now?
The Land Immortal asked in the barrage. Shin Mun was a little flustered by this question. Something happened at home just now, and I have already dealt with it.
Then dance again. said the other side. At this time, Lu family. Lu Lian put his phone aside. I have to admit that Shinmeng dances really beautifully. And in the process, her flexible and boneless body was fully revealed, especially when her whole body was bent backwards into a circle. It's really good to be young. Lu Lian couldn't help but sigh. Young and beautiful things always make people's hearts excited. Speaking of which, he didn't find out about the reward he gave to Shinmeng himself. It is not mentioned in the novel's plot, it is just mentioned briefly. It is issued by the system. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Without revealing your identity, make the heroine reject the protagonist's invitation once. Reward experience points 100, aura points 30. Although the rewards are not much. But as a system Easter egg task, it is still quite interesting. However, Shinmeng currently does not know that those gifts came from him. So, her loyalty did not improve. However, Lu Lian completed the task and gained experience. I am very satisfied with this. At this time, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Through the real-time surveillance in the hall, Lu Lian saw a beautiful woman with a great figure standing at the door. While waiting for the door to open, she took out a small mirror from her bag and touched up her makeup. Lu Lian's heart skipped a beat. The memory of the novel's plot quickly merged into my mind. Then, her information panel appeared before her eyes. Name, Luo Tingting. Age, 28. Height, 170 centimeters. Occupation, Marketing Director of the Real Estate Division of Lu Group. Hobbies, cycling, fitness, disco. Loyalty value, 80. After integrating the memories, Lu Lian knew that this marketing director was truly half angel and half devil. As the name suggests, the 36mm Big D stands out from the crowd. And she is very capable at work. A woman can actually take charge of the marketing department on her own. And he bought a big villa in full at such a young age. But after get off work, I just let myself go. If you want to find her, don't ask anywhere else, just go to the dance floor of Jiangcheng Bar and you will definitely find her. And people love money very much. However, with such a high loyalty value of 80, Lu Lian can use her with confidence. Because this is data that is almost impossible to betray. Unless someone stronger than you appears behind you. But there shouldn't be any in Jiangcheng. And through the plot he had learned before, Lu Lian also learned another thing. That is, this woman agreed to be Lu Lian's underground lover in the previous plot, and it was she who took the initiative to bring it up. Today is the first time she comes to her own home. It's seamless once you cross over. But, should I just take her in? This seems to be something that costs absolutely nothing. The doorbell was still ringing, and Lu Lian opened the door using the remote control. Luo Tingting walked in with her 1.1 meter long legs. The high heels hit the marble floor, making a crisp clicking sound. Boss Lu, why did you take so long to open the door? I can't wait outside. Luo Tingting smiled, and suddenly she was full of charm. What a charming enchantress. What kind of can't wait do you mean? Lu Lian also laughed. Hate. Luo Tingting said coquettishly, and then said, Boss Lu, let me report my work to you first. The financial report of our company's real estate business came out last month. A total of 800 properties of various types were sold that month, with a total sales of 3 billion yuan and a net profit of 650 million yuan. In that month, the land auction market won a total of 3 high-quality commercial and residential land plots, with a total construction area of 280,000 square meters. Yeah, not bad. Lu Lian nodded. Any more information? Mr. Lu, our city will hold a centralized land auction next month, in addition to the few plots we have already focused on tracking. After evaluation, I think the Xinjia village area in the urban village reconstruction must be taken over. Xinjia village plot? Lu Lian frowned. After all, I had just traveled to the book and was not familiar with the specific business. Mr. Lu, you are such a forgetful person. Luo Tingting smiled charmingly again. The fiery red lips set against the big wavy hair make one's throat feel hot. Xinjia village is the last urban village in Xiqing district. It covers an area of 180,000 square meters. This is the land you personally deployed and tracked a long time ago, and you decided to take it at all costs. Listen to what she said. Lu Lian remembered. Shenmun's family lives on a street in Xinjia village. Lu Lian in the book beat up Shen's grandfather because he wanted to demolish their house.
Then the protagonist Yi Tian exploded and dealt a severe blow to the Lu family. He also cured Grandpa Shen Meng's injury.
The heroine completely fell for the protagonist. This is the content of the original novel plot. Only,
since Lu Lian already knew the direction of the plot in advance, he naturally would not let it continue along the original trend.
To change the direction of the plot, we must start now. Well, you continue to follow up on this matter. Lu Lian said. Anything else? He asked this. Luo Tingting was stunned. Mr. Lu, have you forgotten?
She felt that Mr. Lu in front of her seemed like a different person. Logically speaking, at the age of 35, he shouldn't have Alzheimer's disease, right?
But why can't I remember anything? Is this intentional pretending to have amnesia? Mr. Lu, didn't you say you would take me to eat the best seafood in Jiangqing tonight? Look, I'm ready.
Luo Tingting pointed to the deep V-neck dress underneath her coat.
When Lu Lian took a look, the white chasm made him feel a little dizzy. Tingting, come here.
Lu Lian's breathing was a little disordered.
Luo Tingting looked at Lu Lian and immediately understood. He smiled at Lu Lian. Walked over. Lu Lian's heart couldn't help but be moved.
A beauty like Luo Tingting, who has strong working ability, many bosses in Jiangcheng want to extend an olive branch to her.
The intention behind this is self-evident. But
now only Lu Lian is qualified to give her orders.
Because I am her only boss. Come here first and give me a leg massage. Lu Lian ordered.
This is also a test of her obedience.
After hearing this, Luo Tingting walked over obediently. Squatted in front of Lu Lian.
While massaging his legs, he looked up at Lu Lian. The eyes are as charming as silk. Although Lu Lian in the book indulges in sensual pleasures, Lu Lian, who has just traveled through time, has no such experience.
Pressed Luo Tingting's head. She understood immediately. After a while.
Immediately afterwards, Lu Lian felt a warmth enveloping him.
Who can withstand this?
Lu Lian grabbed the sofa tightly.
At this time, Lu Lian's cell phone suddenly rang.
He shuddered. I picked up the phone and saw that it was Lu Digang calling.
Lu Lian answered the call with the speaker on. What's up? Mr. Lu, there are some unfavorable rumors circulating outside.
I am afraid that if we don't deal with it, it will affect the reputation of the Lu Group.
What's that?
Young Master was beaten up before, and the perpetrator has not been dealt with yet.
So some people say that our group doesn't dare to go to them. They must have some leverage on us.
They also said that the young master is not favored by the Lu family, so he is definitely not the Lu family's biological son.
They also said. Lu Digang hesitated when he said this.
Chapter 7 The Most Advanced Beauty Effect.
What else did you say? Lu Lian asked.
They also asked if there was something wrong with you not getting married in all these years.
As soon as this was said, Luo Tingting, who was busy with her legs, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Mr. Lu, is there a problem? My whole face is sore, is this a problem? What's that sound? Lu Digang on the opposite side was stunned. Nothing, hiss.
Lu Lian said while grabbing the sofa, I actually forgot about this matter.
In this case, let's deal with it. Boss Lu, what should I do? Should I find someone to teach that kid a lesson? No.
Lu Lian quickly stopped him. In the novel, it was for revenge that I sent people to teach him a lesson and give him experience.
How can we follow the plot in the book now? Just call the police. It's best to let the police handle this matter.
Every urban novel seems to be about a world without rule of law. Everything is resolved by the protagonist and villain using their personal power.
Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll go right away. What? Call the police? Lu Digang was obviously a little slow to react. What is this operation? As the president of the Lu family, does he need to alert the police to solve such a small matter? That's right. Call right away. Lu Digang could only sigh. Then he hung up the phone. I couldn't help but feel that Mr. Lu was like a completely different person now. At this time, Jiangcheng Police Station. Female police captain Zhang Runan was in her office when she received the news from her subordinates. Captain Zhang, we just received a call and don't know how to handle it, so we're asking for your advice. What do you mean by calling the police? Just follow the normal procedures. I know, but this is a report from the Lu Group. I'm afraid we can't handle it well. What, Lu Group? Zhang Runan was surprised. Lu Group, the richest man in Jiangchang. The market value is hundreds of billions, and it pays billions of taxes every year. It is a key protected unit in Jiangchang. They actually called the police? What's going on? Zhang Runan was also a little nervous. I really did this myself. If things are not handled properly, the impact will be huge. They called the police and said that Lu Tsong, the son of the Lu Group, was beaten outside and was seriously injured. He is now in the hospital. They called the police for help, hoping to catch the perpetrator and deal with him. The Lu family's young master was beaten? A figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Runan. I met Lu Tsong once. Have some impressions. It's just that Lu Tsonggui is the son of the richest man, so everyone should respect him. Even if you see it yourself, you still have to be polite. Who is so bold as to hit Lu Tsong? Okay, I understand. We'll send the police to handle it right away. Based on the information, it is easy to identify the relevant circumstances of the attacker. Then, Zhang Runan took a few people and drove directly to the scene. The Lu family villa at this time. By the way, Ting Ting. If you have nothing else to do, go back first. Lu Lian said, I'll take care of some things and I'll find you later. Okay, Mr. Lu. I'll listen to you. Luo Tingting smiled. Deal with it. Lu Lian handed her some tissues. Luo Tingting took it and wiped off some of the crystal liquid on her face. And you know how to do this, right? Lu Lian asked again. She is his subordinate. Although I am unmarried. But this kind of thing is naturally not suitable for public disclosure. This is also the agreement reached with her in the novel. Mr. Lu, are you still not confident in me? I'm a very tight-lipped person. Luo Tingting smiled even more charmingly. Okay, then go get busy. Lu Lian ordered. The higher her loyalty goes, the more reliable she becomes. Because she knows a lot of company secrets. If you are taken advantage of by the protagonist, your company will suffer great losses. Therefore, the loyalty is still not enough. We need to quickly raise it to above 90 to completely conquer them. Luo Tingting packed up and left the gate with her graceful back. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Lu Lian's ears. Bite. Host handles this incident by calling the police, changes the plot of the novel, and rewards 700 experience points. This matter was within Lu Lian's expectations. However, he was still surprised that his experience points increased so much. Now, my experience points are almost 2,000 points. He immediately thought of the system's mall. Prepare to exchange something. So he opened the system mall interface. I directly chose the Infinite Beauty Cream. Requires 500 experience points. Lu Lian directly clicked on the redemption button. Host, the unlimited beauty cream has been exchanged successfully. Do you want to use it immediately? Use. Lu Lian said. Suddenly, he began to feel waves of heat on his body and face. The feeling was very subtle. There is also a warm current flowing throughout the body. Host, the infinite beauty cream has been used up. System prompts. Lu Lian walked in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror. Look at the person in the mirror. I couldn't help but be surprised. Although it's still the same face, the skin and temperament are obviously much better. Lu Lian, 35 years old, is already middle-aged and still has some crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. The skin also appears a little dry and dark yellow. Although still handsome, his skin condition is not very good. Now after using the infinite beauty cream, Lu Lian's face was as smooth as satin, some dark spots disappeared, and it was as smooth as a mirror. Wrinkles disappear without a trace. The skin condition is just like that of a 17 or 18-year-old boy. It's amazing. Lu Lian exclaimed in admiration. No skin care product can compare. It's like turning on the highest level of beauty filter, flawless. Mr. Lu, how do you prepare dinner for today? The servant in charge of cooking in the villa came over and asked Lu Lian. When he saw Lu Lian's face, he was filled with surprise. Is this teenage Lu Lian in front of me really the Mr. Lu I know? The face is still the same as before, but the skin condition is so good. Mr. Liu, what are you doing?
The servant couldn't believe his eyes.
I'm not eating at home tonight, Lu Lian said.
There are several full-time staff members in the villa area, responsible for internal cleaning, security, catering, gardening and other tasks in the villa.
Okay, Mr. Liu. I understand. The servant went down. I felt my face getting hot.
She is already in her 30s and has 2 children. Unexpectedly, when she saw Mr. Liu's condition, she felt shy like a young girl meeting her first love.
That's crazy. At the same time, Xinjia village. A police car was parked in the dilapidated alleyway. Yi Tian was practicing martial arts in the alley.
Unexpectedly, a police car appeared in front of him. When Yi Tian saw Zhang Runin getting out of the police car, his eyes lit up.
This woman is very beautiful. Chapter 8. Is this really the end?
Even the uniform can't hide her amazing figure.
Zhang Runin frowned. This person is too frivolous. Where is he looking? So she walked directly towards him with the police officer. Are you Yi Tian? Yi Tian couldn't help but tease, beautiful police officer, you already know it's me, why are you still asking me? Yi Tian's somewhat frivolous tone made Zhang Runin raise her eyebrows.
However, the plot of the novel and the character style of the protagonist are like this, which makes many female protagonists unhappy. The protagonist then shows his strength, pretends to be cool and gets slapped in the face, thus creating a strong contrast and making the heroines change their impression of the protagonist.
Someone called the police and said you were intentionally hurting someone. Please come with us. What? Yi Tian was stunned when he heard Zhang Runin's words.
Hey, beautiful police officer, are you guys mistaken? Yi Tian realized that something was wrong and his expression became serious. But he still couldn't believe it.
With Lu Lian's identity, he actually handled the matter by calling the police? He originally thought that Lu Lian would send someone to deal with him secretly.
This would undoubtedly allow him to further oppose the Liu family and thus provide relevant support. But now that the police have been called, this is a bit surprising.
Although with his current strength, no one can catch him as long as he doesn't cooperate.
But Yi Tian knew very well that he did not have the ability to challenge the police yet.
If you resist rashly, you will get into bigger trouble.
Thinking of this, he shrugged indifferently.
Okay, I'll go with you. What? Yi Tian was taken away by the police?
At Shin Meng's house, Li Chongxia was a little surprised to hear the news. After he beat someone up, the Liu family never responded.
Now, they have called the police to arrest someone?
Yes. I was just about to go out to buy groceries when I saw it.
Shen Monk's mother spoke.
I told you, he's been up to no good since he came to our house.
If he offends the Liu family, we're doomed.
Li Chongxia was a little anxious. No, we have to go to the police station right away.
To the police station? Mother Shen didn't want to go. She never liked Yi Tian. Meng Ke, come with me.
Li Chongxiao stood up with the help of a cane.
But Grandpa, what's the point of us going to the police station?
Shen Monk was puzzled. Although she was also a little worried about Yi Tian's safety.
But they are all ordinary people, so what is the point of going there? Just come with me, the old man said. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, you are here.
The perpetrator has been brought to the station, and Chief Inspector Zhang is now personally questioning him.
At this time, Lu Lian also came to the police station accompanied by Lu Digang.
This matter is related to me, so of course I have to come and take a look.
But when he saw Zhang Runin's personal introduction information hanging in the hall, I suddenly felt annoyed. Zhang Runin in the photo has fair skin, beautiful looks, and a compelling temperament. If you can take ID photos like this, wouldn't you be even more stunning in person? Not just beautiful.
And she is one of the heroines in the book, how could she forget about this? It seems that in the novel's plot, the protagonist's success is inevitable.
His luck is really against the sky, he can meet the heroine anywhere. It is also natural that Lu Lian in the novel cannot defeat Yi Tian. Moreover, Lu Lian remembered. Zhang Runin will assist the protagonist in the later stage and pursue him relentlessly. Whatever.
Since there is no way to avoid the protagonist from bumping into the heroine, then my strategy is to get ahead of the protagonist. Just pull the heroine to your camp and plunder the protagonist's aura value. The result is beneficial to oneself.
You are Mr. Liu, right? At this time,
The door of the interrogation room opened and a uniformed policewoman walked out. It was Zhang Runan.
Lu Lian looked over and found that the real person was indeed dozens of times more beautiful than in the photo. With long legs and a protruding front and back, he looks heroic.
It is truly top-notch. Lu Lian exclaimed in his heart.
The protagonist of the original novel is so lucky.
They are all top-notch beauties.
Yes, I am. Lu Lian asked Zhang Runan, I guess you are the famous Chief Inspector Zhang?
While speaking, her attribute panel appeared in front of his eyes.
Name, Zhang Runan. Age, 27. Height, 168.
Occupation, Deputy Chief of Police of Jiangcheng Police Department. Hobbies, extreme sports, bungee jumping, skydiving, wingsuit flying, surfing.
Loyalty, 5.
Lu Lian did not expect that he would have 5 points of loyalty at the beginning.
It means that she has an impression of me, and that impression is not too bad. Otherwise, you will start from 0. Yes, I am Zhang Runan. Superintendent Zhang, nice to meet you.
Lu Lian stretched out his hand.
Zhang Runan was stunned for a moment.
This was the famous richest man in Jiangcheng, the eldest son of the Lu family.
How could he be so gentlemanly and polite?
She quickly extended her hand back to shake it. Lu Lian felt her hands were a little cold. But it was a bit chilly.
I think Superintendent Zhang should know why I'm here, so I'll get straight to the point. Do you want to ask about the results of the investigation into Yitian? Lu Lian nodded.
Mr. Lu, we have conducted extensive research on this case and have reached a preliminary conclusion. Zhang Runan opened her mouth and roughly recounted what had happened.
Justifiable defense? Lu Lian listened on the side.
I couldn't help but feel surprised when I saw Zhang Runan define the incident as self-defense. Yi Tian even beat his own adopted son so hard that he had to be hospitalized with broken bones.
Doesn't this count as excessive self-defense? Captain Zhang, was this matter handled a little hastily?
Lu Lian suppressed the discomfort in his heart.
This result is somewhat different from what I expected. It would be best if the protagonist was locked up for a while. But now that I have chosen to call the police, I have to accept any outcome.
Mr. Lu, actually, in this matter, Yi Tian had someone pleading with him behind his back.
And both parties are actually responsible for this matter. If we must clarify the truth, both parties must be held accountable. That's what I said. However, Zhang Runan was still a little nervous. After all, this is Lu Lian, the eldest son of the Lu family, the richest man in Jiangcheng. The old man of the Lu family has retreated behind the scenes and is no longer in charge of things. Now Lu Lian is the actual head of the group. If he persists and makes the situation worse, I won't be able to withstand the pressure.
Well, since Chief Inspector Zhang has reached a conclusion, I won't embarrass you.
Let's handle it according to your conclusion. Lu Lian said. He didn't even continue to pursue the matter? Zhang Runan was shocked. What is going on? He is the eldest son of the Lu family.
But when he said that, she breathed a sigh of relief.
This way the case can be easily handled. Boss Lu, are you really just going to let it go? Lu Digang said on the side. Does this make our Lu family seem a little too easy to talk to? Chapter 9 today is still a harvest. Lu Lian turned around and glanced at Lu Digang.
Inspector Zhang has investigated this case thoroughly.
As a large group, we should know the law and abide by it.
As for Lu Tsong's matter, he was also at fault first. We must not let him do such evil things in the future.
Lu Lian said. I also feel regretful.
In fact, it would undoubtedly be best if Yi Tian could be sent to jail for a few days this time. Because it directly changed the original plot.
You will also be rewarded. However, he was able to escape safely in this level. It seems that his aura as the protagonist is still very strong. With my current aura value, I'm afraid I can't go head on into it.
Otherwise, according to the original plot of the novel, the experience would be given directly to him.
And Lu Lian also came to this conclusion.
Li Chongxiao from the Shin family played a key role in this matter. This is also one of the noble people the protagonist met in the early stage. Well, even though we can't eliminate the protagonist this time, there will still be many opportunities later. Besides, this trip was not in vain.
Lu Lian discovered that Zhang Runan's loyalty had actually increased by 15, reaching 20.
Although Zhang Runan has seen the world, she is not like Shin Monk, who directly saw a 50-point surge.
But it's pretty good.
20 points of loyalty has reached the level where you can start to trust. It seems that my decision not to pursue the matter has left a good impression on her.
That's true. Until Lu Lian's car left the police station, she was still thinking about what Lu Lian had just said. Sheriff Zhang? Sheriff Zhang? What's wrong?
A subordinate next to him waved his hand in front of him.
Only then did I react. It's all right, Zhang Runan said, and suddenly discovered it today. Lu Lian is so handsome. He is so handsome from every angle. But he is already in his 40s, why is he still so charming? Zhang Runan is not a flower maniac.
She is a police chief and her family has been in the police force for 3 generations. I was also in the police academy when I was in school.
What kind of handsome guys were there in the police academy? But today, I actually lost my composure. This has never happened before. Then, Zhang Runan walked back to the interrogation room and said to Yi Tian, "The investigation of you is over, you can leave." Just leaving like that? As the protagonist, Yi Tian took another look at Zhang Runan's uniform that was about to burst. "I wanted to talk to you more."
The protagonist is naturally not afraid of staying in the police station for a while longer.
"Because I am sure that nothing will go wrong in this matter." "What are you talking about?" Zhang Runan suppressed the anger in her heart.
"The beautiful sheriff is so pretty, add me on WeChat, I think you look like my next girlfriend."
"Shameless." Zhang Runan uttered a few words. "And this way of chatting up is too rustic."
Then he said to the police officer next to him, "Please help him with the formalities." After saying that, he walked out of the interrogation room.
At this time, Lu Lian in the car suddenly received a prompt from the system. Byte. Changes in the original plot have been detected. The host has gained 400 experience points. Aura value 50. He was resting in the back seat with his eyes closed. Suddenly opened his eyes. Check the relevant details to find out.
Even though Yi Tian was not dealt with seriously, the plot still changed.
That is, Zhang Runan's attitude towards the two people.
In the novel, compared to Yi Tian's tacky teasing, Lu Lian's domineering and aggressive behavior seems even more unbearable.
Because in the novel, Lu Lian is not that polite, nor that charming.
But now everything has changed, one side is gaining while the other side is losing. The balance in Zhang Runan's heart has naturally tilted in a different direction.
It seems that today we have gained something. Lu Lian was satisfied.
The balance in Zhang Runan's heart now leans towards herself, which will produce obviously different results for the direction of the entire plot. In the novel, Zhang Runan is an important assistant who helps the protagonist and brings down the Lu family.
It was because of the initial impression that Zhang Runan chose to stand on that side. Now, the plot has taken a turn. But loyalty 20 is not too high.
What Lu Lian needs to do next is to go a step further and get Zhang Runan to stand on his side.
You know. Although the plot has changed a bit, Yi Tian's aura is still strong. Some of his adventures are still going on. My speed must be faster than Yi Tian's. Lu Lian took a look at the following plot. I have an idea in mind. At this time, Lu Lian uploaded a document via WeChat. It was sent by Secretary Cho Inong. Mr. Lu, this is the work schedule for tomorrow. Please review it. Cho Inong added.
Her profile picture is a photo of her back while playing at the beach. She was wearing a blue long skirt, revealing her snow-white and slender calves, which was very literary and artistic.
There's basically no problem. But you cancelled the 5 p.m. cocktail party.
But Mr. Lu, this cocktail party is very important and was scheduled in advance.
Then, you can arrange for the vice president to attend, and I won't go. Mr. Lu, do you have other plans? I'll arrange it for you. Xiao Inong said. No, I have some things of my own to do. Lu Lian replied. Okay, Mr. Lu. Xiao Inong could only follow orders. Early the next morning, Lu Digang came to the door of the villa and took me to the headquarters. Arrived at the Lu Group headquarters.
Many employees were busy in the headquarters, holding various documents in their hands, but when they saw Lu Lian, they all bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, Good morning, President Lu. Many beautiful female employees would like to bend their waists to 90 degrees.
The meaning is of course very obvious.
Mr. Lu now controls the entire group. If Mr. Lu were to take a liking to me, even just one visit from him would be enough to help me rise to great heights.
Lu Lian also enjoyed this feeling of being respected. If I hadn't been transported into a book, how could I have been treated like this? This entire building is the property of the Lu Group. Each layer is a different business unit. Boss Lu, you're here. At this time, Secretary Cho Inong ran towards him. Inside the white shirt, the waves kept rising and falling. He walked in front of Lu Lian and bowed. Well,
why are you so flustered today?
Lu Lian frowned.
Lu Lian nodded, noticing that something was wrong with her. After Cho Inong bowed and looked up, he was immediately surprised when he saw Lu Lian's face.
Why does Mr. Lu look so young? This doesn't look like a middle-aged man at all.
He clearly looks like a young man similar to himself. And my skin is smooth and clean, and it feels better than my own skin condition.
What kind of cosmetics can have such amazing effects?
Bite. The system detected that Cho Inong's loyalty increased by 20 points to 50.
Oh my god. Lu Lian appeared calm on the surface.
But I screamed in my heart.
Chapter 10, I am the major shareholder. Cho Inong is one of the heroines in the novel.
In the novel, it was because she had some problems at work. I criticized her harshly. This caused her to be in a bad mood, and she went out to drink after get off work to relieve her sorrow, but was harassed by someone and then rescued by the protagonist Yi Tian. This led to the first meeting between Yi Tian and Cho Inong, and laid the groundwork for Cho Inong's later betrayal.
Now, loyalty has suddenly increased so much.
And since I know the plot, I won't criticize her.
The subsequent plot will also change accordingly. Lu Lian, you're here.
At this time, a middle-aged man came over with several employees. When he saw Lu Lian, he greeted him first.
Then he glared at Cho Inong.
As a secretary, you made such a low-level mistake at work, how come you act like nothing happened? The person speaking is Lu Zhanping, Lu Lian's elder brother in this fictional world. However, they have the same father but different mothers. As a wealthy man, Mr. Lu has strong business capabilities, and naturally he is also good at doing other things. He was married 3 times in his life.
They have 5 children in total. The original wife had a son and a daughter, Lu Zhanping and Lu Zhanyan.
But because of the betrayal of his original wife, the brother and sister were not valued in the Lu family.
Lu Zhanyan is out there, running some other businesses and getting some dividends from the Lu family every year.
Lu Zhanping has always been resentful about not being valued in doing non-core business. After all, in terms of sequence, he is the real eldest son of the Lu family. But his identity was awkward, so he felt unhappy when he saw Lu Lian, always targeting him intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Lian himself was born in the second branch of the family, and he also had a younger sister named Lu Lingyu, who lived overseas all year round. The youngest room has only one child, named Lu Jia. He is a big and strong man with a simple mind. He owns several fitness centers and boxing gyms. Such a large family has a complex composition, so for the sake of the overall situation, Lu Lian has always maintained harmony with the other branches.
Create surface harmony. I wonder what my secretary did wrong. Lu Lian asked. What's wrong?
I asked her to prepare an important report, but she hasn't given it to me yet. Her work attitude is so perfunctory.
What use does the company have for her?
Lu Zhanping said.
Why do you let my secretary do your work for you? Lu Lian asked back.
In the original novel, in order to save face for the family and prevent the Lu family from being laughed at in public, Lu Lian criticized Cho Inong on the spot.
Now, of course, I can't go on the same way as before. What did you say? Lu Zhanping looked at Lu Lian as if he were a stranger.
In the past, even if there was a disagreement between the two of them, it was handled privately and not made public.
What happened today? In the company, Lu Lian didn't even give me any face? And, just for a little secretary?
This made him extremely surprised.
Could it be that this secretary was having an affair with Lu Lian? I say, if you have any problems, use your own people to solve them. Don't think of attacking me.
Lu Lian smiled faintly.
Lu Lian, what's wrong with you? How dare you talk to me like this just for a secretary? I'm a shareholder of the Lu family after all. Lu Zhanping's eyes widened. So what?
The Lu family has always had management rules, but you didn't follow them.
Xiao Yinong is on my side, and you can't just call her at will. It's true that you are a shareholder, but you are only the fourth-ranked shareholder. I am the largest shareholder of the group. Then he turned around and said to Xiao Yinong, from now on, no one can tell you to do anything without my consent. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Xiao Yinong nodded hurriedly. I was worried just now, thinking I had gotten into big trouble. I didn't expect that he would actually defend myself. What a surprise. Mr. Liu is really different from before. How could there be such a big change in just one day? Okay, Lu Lian, if you have the guts, just wait for me. Lu Zhanpeng left angrily. Bite. The host has changed the plot of the novel, rewarding 400 experience points. Aura value 40. Xiao Yinong's personal loyalty index increased by 20 to 70. Lu Lian was no longer surprised by the system's prompts. Because it was all expected. Xiao Yinong's loyalty rose to 70. It's already a very high level. Even if he meets the protagonist Yi Tian again, it will hardly have any impact. Now that the protagonist has lost Xiao Yinong's helper, a series of events that follow will inevitably change. Lu Lian's thoughts returned to reality, and he said to Xiao Yinong, let's go to the meeting. Xiao Yinong followed him happily. The Shin family at this time. Yi Tian felt very depressed. Ever since I returned to the Shin family from the police station, I felt that Shin Monk's attitude towards me seemed to have changed a lot. But he didn't have time to care about that now. Because there are already contradictions and conflicts between him and Lu Lian. If we don't increase our strength, we will no longer be able to resist the Lu family. We can't keep a low profile any longer. So, Yi Tian packed up and prepared to go out. Lu Lian, who was working in the company, also received a reminder from the system. He knows. Although some minor plot changes occurred in the early stages due to my interference, the impact on the main plot line was very small. Lu Lian knew that in the novel, Yi Tian had an engagement many years ago. With a wealthy family. This time Yi Tian came to Jiangqing just for the engagement. Although that family is not as good as the Lu family in terms of financial resources and status. But in Jiangqing, it cannot be ignored. That is it. Jiangqing Lin family. I have to say that the protagonist of the novel does have a strong aura. Every time Lu Lian read similar novels, he always felt that this kind of engagement was ridiculous. But since I have traveled into the book, I can only accept this reality. Fortunately, I know the plot and know how to deal with it. However, the Lu family and the Lin family have not gotten along for many years. In many industries, they are direct competitors. If you eat one more bite, then I have to eat one less bite. So there are many conflicts between the two families. There have even been bloody incidents between subsidiary companies. So, the protagonist of the novel, Yi Tian, took advantage of the Lin family's rise to power and gained the capital to challenge the Lu family head-on. And with the cooperation of other female protagonists, they surrounded the Lu family. Eventually, the Lu family collapsed, and he took the Lin family to replace it. The Lin family also has a heroine who influences the main plot. That is, Lin Chuyao. Lin Chuyao. She is known as the #1 beauty in Jiangqing. A figure quickly emerged in Lu Lian's mind, and then he smiled. Then Xiao Yinong was called over. Boss Lu, what do you want me to do? What other projects are we currently competing with the Lin family for? Mr. Lu, there is a bidding for a residential project site and a subway line project. The Lin family is our biggest competitor. Xiao Yinong found the result quickly. But don't worry, Mr. Lu, these two projects are already 90% in our hands. Chapter 11. Who doesn't want a few $100 million in profits? Listen to what she said. Lu Lian suddenly remembered. Countless real estate and construction companies are closely watching these two projects. Because as long as they get them, they will definitely make money. And the profit is at least over 1 billion. But everyone knows that there are only two companies that can win these projects. The Lu family and the Lin family. And at present, the Lu family has clearly gained the advantage. In other words, unless the Lu family themselves does not want it, this project will never fall into the hands of the Lin family. Mr. Lu, do you have any instructions? Xiao Yinong asked. Send a letter to the Lin family and tell them that our Lu family can take a portion of the equity in these two projects and develop them together with them. Lu Lian said. Mr. Lu? After hearing this, Xiao Yinong couldn't believe his ears at all. These two projects are two cash cows. Why not enjoy this benefit alone, but share it with the Lin family instead?
Even if the proportion is only reduced by 10%, the Liu family will lose hundreds of millions of dollars.
Mr. Liu, this is really too generous, isn't it?
In the past, Mr. Liu was a man who fought for every inch of land and would not let go of any profit of tens of millions.
What has changed now? Just do as I tell you, Lu Lian said.
He naturally knew what kind of impact this incident would cause.
How will the family members view this matter?
At the same time, Liu Xianping will take the opportunity to make trouble and seize power.
However, as long as Lu Lian wants to do something, no one can stop him.
After hearing this, Zhou Yinong had no choice but to do as his boss said.
Not long. She returned to Lu Lian's office with the feedback from the Lin family. Mr. Liu, the Lin family has replied.
They would like to invite you to the Four Seasons Hotel for discussion.
Four Seasons Hotel? Lu Lian smiled.
This old man from the Lin family was indeed very sincere. Four Seasons Hotel is a membership-based hotel that only accepts hotel members.
And it's of very high quality.
The Lin family held a banquet here and invited Lu Lian to come, which was enough to show their importance.
Of course, they can't help but take it seriously. Who wouldn't want these hundreds of millions of profits? Okay, let's pack up and leave right away. The Lin family at this time.
A man with half-white hair was making preparations in a hurry. He is the chairman of the Lin family, Lin Xiangtian. Lin Xiangtian is nearly 60 years old this year. He got married when he was almost 40 and had only one daughter, Lin Shuyao. After receiving the news that the Liu family wanted to jointly develop the business, Lin Xiangtian's mood changed many times in a very short period of time.
This cooperation intention is really important to the Lin family.
As long as the cooperation is reached, even if the Lin family only holds a small share, it will be enough to obtain considerable profits and put the Lin family back on track.
But
at this time, Lin Xiangtian had another difficult matter to deal with.
Shuyao, why don't you cooperate with me? This matter of the Liu family is a rare opportunity, why don't you go? Dad, you just treat me as a tool.
I won't go wherever you need me. A girl with stunning beauty was sitting on the hanging basket in the living room, with her long, slender legs hanging down naturally.
Lin Xiangtian sighed, I'm almost 60 years old. How can I bring myself to discuss business with Lu Lian, who is in his 30s? Aren't you a younger person and easier to talk to? Lu Lian is already 35, almost a generation older than me. Is that suitable? Besides, why don't you let someone else go? You are my Lin Xiangtian's only daughter. If you don't go, who will? Is it reasonable for our Lin family not to go personally? Lin Xiangtian said. Okay. I can agree to go with you. But I will never agree to Yi Tian's marriage proposal. Lin Shuyao said. Shuyao.
After hearing this, Lin Xiangtian felt even more embarrassed.
He had no way to deal with Yi Tian's problem. 1 hour before receiving the letter from the Liu family,
a young man found his home and took out a rusty iron plate.
Although Lin Xiangtian did not know the young man, he recognized the iron plate at a glance. That was something my old father had repeatedly warned me about.
Anyone who sees the man holding this iron plate must marry his daughter to him.
This was a promise made by the Lin family many years ago. The reason is very simple. Someone once saved the Lin family and did a great favor to them. In order to express his gratitude, the old father arranged a marriage for the children. The iron plate is the proof.
As long as you see this iron plate, you have to fulfill your promise.
What businessmen value most is trust. If the Lin family breaks the contract, the consequences will be very serious.
Therefore, when Lin Xiangtian saw this iron plate, he was in a dilemma. Although that young man is indeed handsome. But after a brief investigation, he found that there was nothing special about her, and he didn't want to give away his beautiful daughter whom he had raised for more than 20 years. However, my father's advice was like a mountain and I had to listen to it. Because he said so. If the promise is not kept, all the Lin family's property will be donated unconditionally. Why, do you really want to marry me to that Yi Tian? Lin Shuyao's pretty face suddenly darkened. My dear daughter, today's matter is urgent.
Can we talk about this later? Lin Xiangtian looked at the time and became anxious and angry.
Come with me to receive the Liu family, otherwise your old father will really be finished.
Oh, okay. You're my dad after all.
Lin Shuyao looked at the white hair on his father's head and felt a little bit sorry for him. She herself knew that the Lin family's current situation was not very good.
It was originally a large group in Jiangchang.
However, several investment projects failed in succession, causing the capital chain to become much tighter. Without funds, we cannot take on projects and are more likely to fall into a vicious cycle.
Although this time the Lu family unexpectedly took the initiative to cooperate.
She also had to give her father advice to see if there was anything fishy going on with the Lu family.
Otherwise, considering the Lu family's previous behavior, how could they suddenly become so kind? She had met Lu Lian, the head of the Lu family.
A very ambitious and ruthless person.
7 p.m., Four Seasons Hotel. When Lu Lian got out of his car,
it caused a commotion at the scene. Several tall receptionists at the door saw Lu Lian coming and their eyes suddenly lit up.
Hey, look at this man, does he look familiar? I think I've seen her somewhere before. She looks so young. This seems to be Lu Lian from the Lu group? Isn't he almost 40 years old? How come he looks so young?
The reception girls were all interns majoring in hotel management from a university.
They are all in their early 20s. Isn't 35-year-old Lu Lian just an uncle to them?
But looking at Lu Lian now, he seems to be almost the same as his peers.
Chapter 12. Uncle Lu is so young. Why bother so much? President Lu is charming no matter what.
Yeah, I like this kind of charming uncle, not greasy at all. Okay, stop being so crazy, Mr. Lu is here, hurry up and welcome him.
Welcome.
Several welcoming girls performed the standard salute.
A hotel manager also came over in a hurry. Mr. Lu, I'm the manager of the hotel. Mr. Lin is already waiting for you in the private room upstairs. Good. Lu Lian nodded lightly.
Under the guidance of the manager, we arrived at the best private room of the Four Seasons Hotel.
Boss Lin, Boss Lu is here. Hello, Mr. Lu. Xu Yao, please greet him quickly and be polite. Lin Shangtian stood up in the box. Hello, Uncle Lu. Lin Shuyao walked up to Lu Lian reluctantly. Bowed to him.
But when he looked up, he saw Lu Lian and was immediately surprised.
This Uncle Lu looks so young. The skin is smooth and firm, without any blemishes on the face. Is this still the Uncle Lu I remember? What kind of incredible cosmetics did she use? At this time, Lin Chuyao's attribute panel also appeared in front of Lu Lian. Name, Lin Chuyao. Height, 170 centimeters. Occupation, chief assistant of Lin Group. Hobbies, racing, esports, food. Loyalty, 7.
She is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in the business world in Jiangchang.
Both her appearance and figure are extremely perfect.
Especially the professional suit, a white shirt on the upper body, a black skirt on the lower body, and a pair of black framed glasses. She has a curvy figure and is full of feminine charm. And there is a faint scent of milk on her body.
You are the girl from the Lin family? Lu Lian looked at Lin Chuyao and asked, have you grown up so much? This sentence has a double meaning.
The last time Lu Lian in the book saw Lin Chuyao was 4 or 5 years ago, when Lin Chuyao was still in junior high school.
However, Lin Chuyao didn't seem to understand Lu Lian's second meaning. Instead, he smiled and said, Uncle Lu, please come in. Lu Lian nodded and walked in. Soon, both parties took their seats. At Lin Shangtian's signal, the waiters began to serve the dishes one after another. By the way, Mr. Lu, I heard that Lu Tsong had some conflicts with someone yesterday? Is he okay?
Before the dishes were served, Lin Shangtian greeted the Lu family to show his concern for them.
To be honest,
Lu Lian did not deny it when he saw him asking, that's what happened. The man who injured Lu Tsong's nephew. After investigating, the police said that the man was acting in self-defense and that someone was protecting him, so I did not pursue the matter.
No investigation?
Lin Shangtian was very surprised.
This is not in line with Lu Lian's usual style. That's right. Anyway, Lu Tsong is really naughty. This is a good lesson for him. Lu Lian said.
What he actually thought was that this adopted son of his was always causing trouble and he wished he would just disappear. As for yourself, if you are given a villain's script and still do things according to the villain's habits,
it's not good for the subsequent plot. Lu Lian replied. Bite.
Lin Chuyao's impression of the host has changed, experience value plus 100, aura value plus 20.
Loyalty plus 5.
The system suddenly prompted. Lu Lian was a little surprised, but then he quickly felt relieved. Lin Chuyao is one of the three main female characters in the original plot.
My impression of Lu Lian has always been bad.
Now that he knew that Lu Lian did not pursue the matter of Lu Tsong being beaten, his usual impression naturally changed. However, Lin Chuyao is of noble status after all, and unlike Shin Monk who has seen little of the world, the added value of each data is not that much.
But who is so bold as to go against the Lu family?
Lin Shangtian was puzzled. Come to think of it, Mr. Lin knows this person, and they have quite a connection.
Really? Who is it? Lin Shangtian asked. Yi Tian. After Lu Lian said his name.
Lin Shangtian and his daughter were both obviously stunned for a moment.
Is he the Yi Tian who came to his house to ask for the fulfillment of the engagement? It was him who had a conflict with the Lu family? Moreover, how did Lu Lian know that Yi Tian had such a connection with his family? No more than 3 people knew about this. But you don't have to worry, Mr. Lin. We are only here to discuss business today, not anything else. Lu Lian smiled.
Lin Shangtian finally breathed a sigh of relief after feeling all the psychological pressure off. If the deal between the Lu family and the Lin family fell through because of Yi Tian, he would never let Yi Tian go.
Forget about the marriage contract. Boss Lu, are you really planning to jointly develop those 2 projects with our Lin family? Lin Chuyao asked.
At the same time, he took out a notebook and prepared to take notes.
This seems very professional and capable.
After establishing the joint company, it would be a good idea to let her be the general manager and let her obey my orders.
Lu Lian smiled. Of course, why else would I be wasting my time here? Boss Lu, do you have any conditions? Lin Shangtian asked. The Lu family wouldn't give me a piece of cake for no reason, right?
As long as the conditions are within a reasonable range, just tell me. After all, Lin Shangtian has been working in the business world for more than 30 years. It's impossible not to worry about such a huge pie.
No conditions.
We invest in proportion, and then when the project profits are settled, they are distributed in the same proportion. However, I want to have absolute control over the project, so the maximum investment ratio of your Lin family is within 40%. Within this ratio, you can decide for yourself.
Lu Lian's words surprised Lin's father and daughter, and they looked at each other. Lin Shangtian doubted his ears a little, feeling like he was dreaming. Or did Lu Lian suddenly change his personality and want to be a good person? Every businessman in Jiangcheng knows that those 2 projects are high quality and profitable projects. Not only can you make money, but you can also gain industry reputation. Why should I take a share of such a good business? What's more, the Lin family and the Lu family have always been mortal enemies.
In the past, the Lu family and the Lin family had won and lost in the competition, and countless conflicts arose. Oh, by the way, I did forget to mention one condition. Lu Lian suddenly said at this time.
What conditions? Lin Shangtian asked quickly.
Since this is a collaboration, we need to set up a joint project company and form a team to be responsible for these 2 projects.
This is natural. Lin Shangtian nodded.
Each independent project requires the formation of an independent team and separate financial and personnel management. This is the practice of project companies. After all projects are completed, the project company will be disbanded on the spot, and employees will be gradually transferred to other new project companies. But who will be in charge of this project?
Lin Shangtian asked. I think Lin Chuyao is a good person. Let her take charge. She should report the specific work to me directly every day. Chapter 13. You have to demolish it whether you want to or not. Lu Lian replied. Ah.
Lin Chuyao was stunned.
She never thought that Lu Lian would ask her to personally manage this project company. I have always been an assistant before and have never been responsible for an entire project alone. And after taking office, he has to report to Lu Lian every day? What exactly is he planning? However, she was still in a daze.
Lin Shangtian pulled her aside and said, Hurry up and promise your Uncle Lu to give birth.
Why are you standing there?
He was a little anxious, fearing that this hard-won cooperation would be ruined because his daughter would not agree. He now urgently needs these 2 projects to make up for his losses.
As for what Lu Lian was thinking, since they were just talking about work, what could he do? My own daughter is not a naive person, so I naturally know how to deal with it. Dad. Lin Chuyao lowered her voice and said. Does Lu Lian have any evil intentions? Does he want to seduce me? Oh, my dear daughter, what are you thinking? Lin Shangtian said, he spent hundreds of millions just to seduce you?
Our Lin family is not a poor family.
For our Lin family. But Shu Yao, just promise me. We can't give up.
Besides, letting you be responsible for these two projects independently is also a good exercise for your abilities. The two of them were discussing in a low voice.
Lu Lian just stood there with his arms folded and watched.
He had no need to conceal his own intentions. The purpose is to create more opportunities for contact with Lin Shuyao, thereby changing the original direction of the novel's plot.
Let Yi Tian completely cut off any connection with the Lin family.
They clearly know their other purposes, but they still have to obey, which is the happiest thing. This gave Lu Lian a sense of being in control of the overall situation. After Lin Shangtian's pleading, Lin Shuyao finally nodded.
Uncle Lu, I also have a condition. I will only report to you during working hours and will not discuss anything else. That's no problem. I don't like working overtime either. Lu Lian smiled. I am very clear about it. Over time, anything is possible.
Well, now that we've talked about almost everything, it's getting late, I should go.
Lu Lian stood up. Boss Lu, we haven't eaten yet. Lin Shangtian also stood up. No, I have something else to do. Lu Lian shook his head.
As for the subsequent contracts and procedures, you can communicate directly with my secretary.
The details have been drafted. If you have no objection, you can sign directly. Lu Lian said.
Accompanied by Yang Shiyong, he walked out of the box. Lin Shuyao looked at Lu Lian leaving and suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart.
This emotion is very complicated. Mr. Lu. Where are we going next? After walking out of the hotel, Yang Shiyong asked. Let's go to Xinjia village and have a look. Lu Lian said. Okay, Mr. Lu. Then. The two of them got in the car and headed towards Xinjia village.
After they turned from the main road into an alley, the road ahead suddenly became much more dilapidated, with potholes everywhere.
The sign at the intersection reads 3 words, Xinjia village. This is the last large urban village in Jiangcheng.
Xinjia village is located in a great location, with Jiangcheng's south most prosperous Jingnian Road and Xinhua Road just outside.
After demolition, this kind of location will become a high-end business district.
Even before Xinjia village was demolished, many nationally renowned real estate groups had already been eyeing it. Many real estate groups are worth trillions of dollars.
For example, Hangda, Wanda, Xianke, Shihai, Beigiyuan, and other groups.
Although the Lu family also had their eyes on this piece of land, as a regional enterprise, it seemed to lack competitiveness.
Even with some local protection. But the government has its own ideas.
Therefore, the ownership of this piece of land is not as clear as other plots of land.
Mr. Lu. Yang Shiyong asked while driving. You came here to see the progress of the demolition of Xinjia village, right? In fact, you can just let the servants do this kind of thing. You don't have to go there in person. You'll know better if you see it for yourself.
Lu Lian smiled faintly.
And,
in addition to checking the progress of Xinjia village, he came here for another purpose.
That is Shin Monk.
Just then, a loud shout came from the alley ahead, "Stop, you are not allowed to come over here." Then there was a series of clanging sounds.
Brother Bao has spoken.
Today, you have to demolish it whether you want to or not. A bald, big-haired man said arrogantly, "I've told you so many times to sign and leave immediately, why won't you listen? We will never agree to such a small amount of compensation and have to live under a bridge if we move out." Several people supported each other. There was some fear in their eyes.
If you want to get through, you have to press over us? You're right. If we don't move today, we'll really dare.
A man leaning against the hood of the Land Rover lit a cigarette, stood up and walked over to them. Everyone has moved, but you haven't.
How much trouble has this caused us? You are forcing everyone to leave, which is against the law. Shen's mother said loudly to the group of people. Breaking the law? You're talking to me about the law?
Brother Bao smiled disdainfully.
If you weren't a woman with some good looks, I wouldn't be so polite as to talk nonsense with you. I have no patience now. If you don't get out of the way, I'm going to use the excavator.
At the command, an excavator on standby nearby also raised its bucket.
You are not allowed to come over here.
Shen Monk stood in front of the excavator despite his mother's obstruction.
You let, huh? Have I seen you somewhere before? Brother Bao saw Shin Monk rushing out. Suddenly he frowned. Are you the little internet celebrity called Sister Mangku? Who are you? Shin Monk was shocked and immediately realized something. You really are a forgetful person. You slapped me in the face at an event before. Have you forgotten? Brother Bao looked at Shin Monk and laughed. That's because you don't respect yourself, you can't blame me. Shin Monk remembered. This is a person I met when I was attending an offline event. He stopped me and asked for my WeChat, and even made some physical advances towards me. I was so angry that I slapped him. I didn't expect the world to be so small. That's great. Let's settle all the old and new grudges together. How are you going to compensate me for this slap? I don't want much. Just stay with me for one night. You, don't come over here. There was already a tearful tone in Shin Monk's words. She had never experienced such a scene before, and the fear in her heart could not be described in words. If you can't convince me, I'll stop messing around? Am I too obedient? Brother Bao said with a sly smile. Brother Bao, you are really wise. This is definitely a huge profit. If you stay with Brother Bao for one more night, I'll give your family an extra 10,000 yuan in demolition compensation. A group of tattooed men behind him started talking, making Shin Monk even more ashamed and angry. Shin's mother and grandfather were completely helpless against this gang of hooligans. Shin's mother wanted to call the police, but her cell phone had already been smashed by them. Chapter 14. Are you the only one who calls me Brother Bao? But they are right, Shin Monk's appearance is absolutely impeccable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become one of the important heroines in the novel's plot. At this moment, Shin Monk was like a helpless little white rabbit. Mangku, don't tell them. Mother Shin quickly pulled Shin Monk to her side and said to Brother Bao, we will not agree to the plans you proposed. No? Brother Bao's face turned cold, then do it. Hearing this, Lu Lian quickly got out of the car and rushed over there. At the same time, the system mall was opened. Lu Lian directly spent 300 experience points to purchase the highest level fighting skill. With such skills, it would be no problem for one to beat a dozen people. Come on, all of them. Brother Bao waved his hand and shouted arrogantly. The other thugs rushed towards Shin Monk with obscene smiles. Shin Monk screamed and stepped back, but accidentally tripped over a brick and fell to the ground. That pitiful look made them even more beastly, and they surrounded her one by one. Don't come over here. Shin Monk burst into tears. They are still doing lawlessness in broad daylight. At this moment, a roar like thunder sounded behind them. Mr. Lu? Shin Monk and her daughter looked up and were immediately surprised. Am I seeing that? Is it really Lu Lian? Who are you? Brother Bao turned around in surprise, and was a little frightened by Lu Lian's cold eyes. But he soon discovered that he was outnumbered and had only one follower following him, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face again. You dare to ruin our brother Bao's good deeds. Are you a little impatient with life? Those people didn't recognize Lu Lian at all. Boss Lu, these people are so hateful that they don't even take you seriously. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Lu Digang said. These people don't take Lu Lian seriously. As a bodyguard, I naturally have to give my master some vent. Need not. Lu Lian smiled and walked up himself. Brother Bao? You're just fucking calling me Brother Bao? Lu Lian curled his lips and smiled. Ignorance is not a crime, but such an arrogant person really needs a good lesson. Everyone, come on, let's give this person who's in the way a taste of his own medicine. Brother Bao gave an order. Several men responded loudly, then rushed towards Lu Lian, waving their fists and feet. Boss Lu, be careful. Lu Digang shouted from behind. What are you talking about, 5 generals and 6 generals? Watch me get beaten. You are looking for death. Lu Lian snorted coldly, strode forward, and grabbed one of them by the collar. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, the gangster was lifted up by Lu Lian with one hand and flew over their heads. Then, with a plop, it plunged precisely into the garbage dump at the intersection. Ah! Then, the man's screams were heard. Everyone looked at Lu Lian in disbelief. How could he throw a person so far with just one hand? How much arm strength does this require? Who is he? Because of fear, the thugs stopped their movements and looked at Lu Lian with surprise in their eyes. Who the hell are you?
Brother Bao was not stupid after all. He realized that Lu Lian was quite capable and shouted at him harshly. Let's all come together and see how powerful he is. These thugs shouted with ferocious faces and rushed towards Lu Lian from different directions. If a group of people can't beat him today, there's no need for them to stay here anymore.
Lu Lian just smiled faintly.
For him, this bunch of thugs were not even enough to warm him up.
Lu Lian took a quick step forward and threw a punch without hesitation. Bang!
With a dull thud, the first person was hit in the face by Lu Lian's heavy punch. The baseball bat in the man's hand fell to the ground with a clang. Without a word, he fainted on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Lu Lian was as fast as a flash of lightning, and wherever he went in the crowd, bursts of wailing could be heard. After a while, the thugs who were originally extremely arrogant fell to the ground one after another, covering different parts of their bodies and rolling on the ground. Lu Lian patted his clothes and gently flicked off the dust on them. Shin Monk and her daughter supported each other and looked at Lu Lian. I was shocked, but also deeply moved. Although it is said that Lu Lian also took a fancy to Xinjia village where they lived. But that is for later. The people who are in charge of the demolition now are not in the same group as Lu Lian. At this moment, Brother Bao no longer had the arrogance he had just now.
What do you want to do? Let me tell you, I am.
Brother Bao wanted to use the power behind him to intimidate Lu Lian. But before he could finish his threat, Lu Lian glared at him, which frightened Brother Bao out of his wits.
I was wrong, don't come over here, I won't dare to do it again. Brother Bao kowtowed and begged for mercy. I have just witnessed Lu Lian's iron fist. Why don't you hurry up and prepare to celebrate the new year here? Lu Lian yelled. Brother Bao nodded repeatedly and got up.
At this time, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and suddenly stabbed Lu Lian.
Go to hell. Boss Lu, be careful. Shin Monk shouted out almost instinctively. She is very worried about Lu Lian's safety now. However, the next second, a scream of pain was heard. The dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Brother Bao was kicked by Lu Lian in the lower abdomen.
A mouthful of blood spurted out and Brother Bao flew backwards.
Damn it! If you provoke Haoyu group, you're dead.
Brother Bao said angrily with red eyes. At this moment, a white Bentley sedan suddenly drove in from outside, drove towards this side, and slowly stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened and several people walked out. The woman in the lead was wearing an OL uniform, a white shirt with a black miniskirt, black stockings on her legs, and high heels, showing off her graceful curves.
Director Tan.
As soon as they saw those people, Brother Bao and his men quickly got up.
It's like seeing a savior. Yen Bao, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to finish demolishing this place today? Taniran frowned, looking at the Shin family's small house still standing there, with an unhappy look on his face.
Director Tan, we were almost done with the demolition, but suddenly someone showed up and beat us all up. You have to take care of this for us.
Yen Bao complained. Who dares to obstruct the business of our Haoyu group? Taniran frowned. It's him. Yen Bao pointed at Lu Lian. Taniran followed Yen Bao's direction and set his eyes on Lu Lian. Boss Lu, why are you here? When she saw Lu Lian, she was completely surprised. Did your Haoyu group participate in the demolition of Xinjia village? So violent? Lu Lian was not vague and asked directly. The Taniran in front of him is only a director in name. However, she is working for Haoyu Group. Haoyu Group is a nationally renowned large enterprise. Compared with the market value of Jiangchun Lu family, it is more than 10 times. In the original plot of the book, Haoyu Group was finally taken over by the protagonist Yi Tian, who used his strong position to take away a lot of the Lu family's assets. And now, Lu Lian would never let this happen. Therefore, his purpose of coming here today was to save Shin Monk before the protagonist did, and to connect with Taniran in advance. You two know each other? Taniran really couldn't equate Lu Lian with Shin Monk's family. My mind is full of questions. If the two families are related, then this matter will be difficult to handle. Although Haoyu is a large national enterprise. But the Lu family is the richest family in Zhongcheng. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. It is obvious that the Lu family has been offended today. What do you think? Lu Lian asked back with a smile.
Director Tan, our demolition plan cannot be delayed. Yen Bao was trying to urge him.
Taniran slapped him in the face with his backhand. This is Mr. Lu from the Jiangcheng Lu family. Are you really that bold? What? He is, Lu Lian? Yan Bao was stunned. Why would the richest man in Jiangcheng come all the way here to vent his anger for a family of commoners? Taniran glared at Yan Bao fiercely and asked, What? Why don't you apologize quickly? Apologize? Yan Bao was dumbfounded. Hasn't the demolition of Xinjia village reached the final deadline? Doesn't it have to be demolished today? Why are you apologizing now? For a moment, his mind was still a little confused. You still don't apologize? Taniran's eyes opened wide. I. Bang! Before Yan Bao finished speaking, Taniran slapped him in the face again. The slap was delivered without any mercy. Yan Bao's face immediately became visibly swollen, with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Apologize now. Taniran scolded again. Xin Mank and her daughter were both shocked. Yan Bao, who had been so ferocious just now, didn't even dare to breathe in front of this beautiful woman. Even after being slapped twice in succession, he didn't dare to disobey at all. With a plop, Yan Bao was like a helpless lamb. Even though blood was still on his lips, he didn't bother to wipe it off. He knelt down without hesitation. Chapter 15. Can we talk for a moment? Puff. Yan Bao was about to speak when he let out a wow sound and several teeth fell out of his mouth. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. I will kowtow to you right now. Bang bang bang. As he said that, Yan Bao started to kowtow, knocking his head on the ground. I don't need your apology, just think about how to apologize to them. Lu Lian said coldly, pointing at Xin Mank and her daughter. Yes. How could Yan Bao dare to disobey? He immediately knelt down and crawled a few steps, then came in front of Xin Mank and her daughter, and started to kowtow. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have threatened you or hit you. Please forgive me. I was really wrong. As he spoke, he kowtowed continuously. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Xin Mank and the others had not yet reacted. Yan Bao was a well-known local tyrant. He had been forcing them for a long time and his attitude was extremely arrogant. And now, this arrogant man was kneeling in front of them, apologizing so sincerely. At this moment, the two of them were at a loss as they had never encountered such a scene before. How about you guys? Taniran glanced around and her cold eyes fell on Yan Bao's men. Those people were frightened and stepped forward together. Bang, bang, bang. He kowtowed his head as hard as pounding garlic, and soon his forehead became red and swollen. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this solution? Taniran looked at Lu Lian. Okay. Lu Lian nodded. Why don't you just get out of here? Taniran roared, and Yan Bao and several of his men hurriedly got up, not daring to raise their heads, and quickly slipped away. Mr. Lu, look, this is all a misunderstanding. Taniran smiled at Lu Lian, and all kinds of charms suddenly emerged. Then can this matter be put to rest? When are you free, Mr. Lu? I'll treat you to a meal. Have a meal? Lu Lian raised his eyebrows and looked at the charming woman opposite him. If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Since he can become the director of Haoyu Group, he is definitely not an easy person to deal with. Don't be fooled by Yan Bao's ferocious appearance, he is actually just a thug. The mastermind behind this is naturally the Taniran in front of him. Yes. Taniran smiled. Mr. Lu, you see, the demolition plan for the Shin family cannot be carried out according to the original plan. I have caused trouble to the Shin family today, and I will apologize to the Shin family when the time comes. What do you think? Taniran continued. From the tone of his voice, he has already regarded himself as a public relations target. As for eating, that's not necessary. You are responsible for the demolition of this area, and I don't need to look at your plan. Lu Lian said calmly. However, I am quite interested in Haoyu Group's entry into Jiangcheng. Can you please arrange a time? I want to talk to your boss. Boss Lu, don't worry, I will definitely convey this message. Taniran originally wanted to invite Lu Lian to dinner privately and resolve the matter. But it seems that Lu Lian doesn't appreciate it. Instead, I have to meet my own boss. This Lu Lian is indeed cunning and treacherous.
Although he said on the surface that he would not interfere in this matter, it was obvious that he was the one who ruined what happened today. If he did not agree to Lu Lian's request, the Shin family would definitely not be demolished. After saying that, the two said goodbye. Tanny Ran got into the Bentley and quickly made a phone call. Hello, Mr. Chiu. Boss Chiu, I went to Xinjia village today to learn about the demolition progress.
The Shin family has not been demolished yet. It seems that there is someone backing their family. Yes. That person is Lu Lian, the richest man in Zhangcheng. I'm not mistaken, it's Lu Lian. I don't know why.
Maybe the daughter of the Shin family has a special relationship with Lu Lian. By the way, Lu Lian said he wanted to meet you, Mr. Chiu.
What do you think about this? Okay, I understand. I will continue to follow up on this matter. Mengko, why don't you hurry up and thank Mr. Lu?
Mother Shin hurriedly reminded her daughter next to her. Although she had been a widow, she was a well-known beauty when she was young.
I also have a better understanding of men's minds.
She thought that Lu Lian came here for no reason just to find Shin Monk.
This opportunity is rare, so we can't just give it up.
Compared to Yi Tian, only Mr. Lu is suitable for his daughter and can provide her with a safe haven. That's what the novel's plot originally thought, and the current plot remains the same.
Mr. Lu, thank you. Shin Monk said to Lu Lian sincerely. Bite.
Congratulations to the host for changing the plot of the novel, experience points plus 700, aura points plus 300. At this time, Lu Lian heard the system prompt and smiled knowingly. This time, the demolition team under Hao Yu was driven away, which was a major change in the plot of the original book. After this incident, the original protagonist Yi Tian in the book not only won further favor from the entire Shin family.
And it was because of this incident that I became connected with Hao Yu group. Become an important helper for the protagonist's later rise.
Now I have appeared here in advance and done what the protagonist should have done first.
This is naturally a key turning point for the plot of the novel.
Therefore, the aura value suddenly increased by 300. As one thing increases, the other decreases.
Yi Tian's aura value will be further plundered.
At the same time, Lu Lian discovered that Shin Monk's loyalty to him had also risen to 79.
Just 1 point away from 80. This is already the top loyalty range.
Lu Lian made a decision in his mind that no matter what, he had to raise Shin Monk's score to 80 points today. According to the original plot of the book, the protagonist Yi Tian had basically captured her heart at this time. But now, all that has changed.
Just at this moment, a person suddenly appeared. It's Yi Tian. Yi Tian arrived at the scene and saw the situation in front of him. He quickly said, Mengko, what happened to Auntie just now? She is covered in dust? Are you okay? Why is he here? Lu Lian looked at Yi Tian and smiled faintly. Is there anything wrong with me being here? Are you confused? Yi Tian said directly to the Shin family mother and daughter. The Lu family is rich but unkind. Have you forgotten about his son's teasing of you so quickly? Yi Tian said. Yi Tian, please stop talking. What happened before was not Mr. Lu's fault. And if he hadn't shown up in time, our house would have been demolished. Shin Monk was still explaining patiently at this time. She knew that Yi Tian was doing this for her own good, but if he wanted to slander her savior Lu Lian, that would absolutely not be allowed. Who knows if they are colluding to put on a show for you? These people are very cunning. Yi Tian continued. It's a pity that what he said has no effect anymore. If he said this when Shin Monk's loyalty was 0, perhaps she would still be wary of Lu Lian in her heart. But now, loyalty is already 79 points. Shin Monk didn't have any bad impression of Lu Lian. Yi Tian, watch your words? Shin's mother was unwilling to accept it. Everyone says you are very skilled, but why didn't you drive them away at this time? After hearing this, Yi Tian was suddenly speechless. Although he always felt that something was very abnormal, as if there were always people getting ahead of him in many things. But I couldn't figure out what was going on. How could he know that Lu Lian in front of him had a god's perspective? He had seen through me a long time ago. Lu Lian also smiled gently. Although I still can't stop the protagonist from becoming stronger step by step, such as practicing martial arts or something. But I can resolve his early external support one by one and make it my own. He will be easier to deal with if he loses the support of other forces.
When his aura value surpassed Yi Tian, he was like a dead man in front of him. Meng Ku, Mr. Lu has helped our family a lot. Go and treat him to a meal to express your gratitude.
Shin's mother said, I transferred the money to you via WeChat.
After hearing this, Shin Monk thought the same thing in his heart. But I was still a little shy and didn't dare to speak.
It's okay. I'm not hungry yet. But I do have something to talk to you about. Lu Lian said to Shin Monk. What is it? Shin Monk didn't know what Lu Lian wanted to talk to her about.
The worlds of two people have absolutely no intersection.
How about you get in the car first and we can talk further somewhere else?
Lu Lian pointed to the Lincoln Navigator not far behind him.
Meng Ku, don't go. He definitely has bad intentions. Yi Tian said anxiously on the side.
Okay, I'll get in the car with you. Originally, Shin Monk was a little hesitant about this proposal. After all, she still didn't know Lu Lian very well. But when Yi Tian saw him slandering his benefactor in this way, he suddenly felt furious.
Does he think that he is just a child and has no ability to distinguish right from wrong?
Then, walked directly towards the parked car.
And Yi Tian. After watching Shin Monk get in the car, I felt even more angry. It seems that if I don't reveal my identity, everyone will look down on me. Yi Tian quickly made up his mind. Chapter 16, The richest man also comes to ride the Ferris wheel? Mr. Lu, where are we going now?
At this time, Shin Monk was sitting in the passenger seat and asked somewhat uncomfortably. Such a closed space made her feel nervous.
Moreover, Lu Lian's identity is so unusual. I don't have a destination, I just want to see more of you. Lu Lian said.
Taking a look at Shin Monk's beautiful figure outlined by the safety belt, his heart was also beating fast. She is worthy of being the main heroine of the novel.
There's nothing to say about this figure.
I can only say that the protagonist in the original plot was really lucky. Fortunately, however, there is now an opportunity to change the plot. Although Yi Tian's aura value is still very strong, his own aura value is still far inferior to his.
However, these heroines in the early stage all had a good initial impression of me. Especially Shin Monk, whose loyalty is almost 80 now.
The closer your relationship with the heroine is, the more your aura will be consumed.
Is there any place you want to go? I'll take you there. Lu Lian asked.
I heard that there's a Ferris wheel on the river beach.
It seems to be quite fun. Shin Monk hesitated and said a place. Ferris wheel?
Lu Lian frowned slightly.
Mr. Lu, you may not know yet, forget it. Shin Monk said again. As the richest man in Jiangcheng, he was originally unfamiliar with these entertainment facilities.
However, Lu Lian traveled through time into the book and possessed God's vision, so he naturally knew about this Ferris wheel. Moreover, this Ferris wheel was also an important note for the protagonist and Shin Monk to confirm their relationship. Now that I heard that, I suddenly remembered.
I know where it is, let's go now. Lu Lian smiled.
Be prepared to navigate past. It's just that the place just opened, and it's very popular.
There are too many people queuing up.
Shin Monk was a little worried that it would waste Lu Lian's time.
It doesn't matter, as long as you want to go, I will accompany you.
Lu Lian said, and started the car.
Lu Lian said this casually.
However, Shin Monk's heart was in turmoil.
Mr. Lu is of such a high status that he is so obedient to my wishes?
Recalling the previous few contacts.
Could it be that Mr. Lu is interested in me?
No, that won't work.
Shin Monk felt his face getting hot.
Reason told her that this was not possible. But there was another voice in my heart. She didn't dare to look at Lu Lian, but she couldn't help wanting to look at him. Soon, they arrived at the parking lot outside the Ferris wheel. There were already a lot of people crowded in front.
So many people? Lu Lian's eyes widened.
Before he traveled through the book, the thing he hated most was queuing. Not to mention, now in the world of the book, he is the high and mighty Mr. Lu, so how could he have ever had the experience of queuing?
Shin Monk was right.
This Ferris wheel had no obstructions in front and behind, so one could have a clear view of the beautiful scenery on both sides of the river city.
In addition, it had just opened and offered discounted tickets. So it became very popular as soon as it opened.
After being promoted by some self-media and travel bloggers, it has become the most popular check-in spot for internet celebrities in Jiangcheng recently.
It attracted countless young men and women. Shunmunk was a little embarrassed. Mr. Lu, let's go. There are too many people here. It will probably take a long time to queue. The entire Ferris wheel has only 20 cabins with a total of 80 seats, and it takes 20 minutes to make one rotation. Judging from the long queue in front of them, it would take at least an hour to wait for their turn.
Lu Lian looked over and saw that although Shunmunk said that, there was inevitably some disappointment in his eyes. The decoration of this Ferris wheel and its theme are romantic in style. There is no girl who would not like it. So, Lu Lian shook his head and said, "Since we are here, let's go and line up."
Shunmunk stopped talking.
Since the richest man in Jiangcheng is willing to wait, there is nothing I can say.
In my heart, I knew that he could see through my thoughts.
After waiting in the crowd for a while, there were fewer and fewer people in front of me.
The next wave will be their turn.
The Ferris wheel slowly stopped and the staff began to organize everyone to enter one by one.
But just as Lu Lian and the other person were about to enter the last observation cabin,
suddenly, the staff in front of them stopped them.
Lu Lian was stunned.
The staff member raised his hand to the young couple drinking milk tea next to him and urged them, "Come quickly, there is only one seat left." The young couple was overjoyed and quickly ran over hand in hand, squeezing in front of Lu Lian and the others.
Are you cutting in line? Moreover, he is still cutting in on his own team? Lu Lian got angry and pulled the couple back. What's going on? Are you cutting in line?
If you don't get on this trip, you will have to wait another 20 minutes. For Lu Lian, every minute means millions.
The boy looked at Lu Lian, his eyes widened and he said, "I spent money, so what? You can spend money too."
As he said that, he took his girlfriend's hand and prepared to go in.
Lu Lian stopped the staff and asked, "Why were these two people able to cut in line? Can you explain?"
The staff member glanced at Lu Lian and said disdainfully, "Since they spent money, it's normal for them to be treated with some special care."
"Don't worry, it will be your turn next time." "You mean, we can get things done as long as we spend money?" Lu Lian's face turned grim. "That's right. As long as you have enough money, you can invite all the people above to come down." "Okay, I'm going to start the Ferris wheel."
Lu Lian sneered, "Don't leave yet. Call your person in charge." "What do you want from our person in charge?" The staff member looked displeased.
I didn't want to pay any attention to Lu Lian at all. At this time, a doubtful voice came from behind. "Mr. Lu?" Lu Lian turned around. A respectful smile quickly appeared on the man's face. "Boss Lu, really? Why are you here? Who are you?" Lu Lian didn't recognize the person in front of him.
"Mr. Lu, I'm the general manager of this Ferris wheel theme park."
"I'm honored to have met you before."
Speaking of which, the construction of this park was also thanks to the help of the Lu family.
The general manager said. "What? He is Mr. Lu from Jiangcheng?"
The staff member was bewildered.
"He is the richest man in Jiangcheng, but he actually accompanied a young girl to ride the Ferris wheel, and even queued in the crowd? Who could have imagined this? With his status, shouldn't he have booked the entire place? Could it be that he wanted to be romantic with the girl? Rich people's ideas are indeed different from everyone else's."
The other tourists behind also exclaimed at this time.
"He is the richest man in Jiangcheng, Lu Lian from the Lu group? No way, Mr. Lu is so young?" "What do you mean young?"
"He is already 35 years old this year. But judging from his facial features, he looks similar to us." Everyone was extremely surprised at this moment. The richest man in Jiangcheng, the head of a group with a market value of hundreds of billions, actually appears here.
For a moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. Many young girls looked at Shunmunk next to Lu Lian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Who is this young lady? She is able to date Mr. Lu alone. And this girl is so pretty. Mr. Lu has a good eye.
There are not many girls like her in Jiangcheng.
She has good skin and a great figure, which is really enviable. Shunmunk felt extremely embarrassed when being discussed by so many people. Although I was known as the school belle in the past, when did I attract so many people's attention outside? "Boss Lu, why didn't you inform me in advance when you came so that I could make arrangements for you in advance?"
The general manager spoke in a flattering tone in front of Lu Lian.
"That's not important."
Lu Lian smiled and said, "I heard that as long as you have money, you can jump the queue and use the back door on this Ferris wheel."
"Is that true?"
The manager's face changed drastically after hearing this, and he shook his head firmly. "No, how is this possible?"
"Who told you that, Mr. Lu?" Chapter 17. Don't come over, I'm scared.
Lu Lian pointed at the man next to him and said, I just waited in line for an hour.
Why did he let someone else go first?
When the general manager heard this, his face suddenly fell. He just looked embarrassed, gave the staff member a look and said nothing.
In fact, Lu Lian also saw it. He wouldn't dare to do this without the general manager's permission. It seems that there must be something unusual going on between the two of them. If it were someone else and they offended me, they would be fired on the spot. Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. This is our mistake.
Don't worry, I will definitely discipline him.
Lu Lian smiled calmly, that's your business. But I want to book the whole place. What's the price?
The general manager was stunned when he heard this, and then he said quickly, Boss Lu, it is our honor that you book the whole place, but how dare we accept this money?
Stop talking nonsense. Don't you understand what I mean? For Lu Lian, the money from booking the entire theater was just a drop in the bucket. He doesn't want to take advantage of this little advantage. Ride comfort is also the most important. What he wants is to be able to sit as long as he wants, rather than having to stop after every lap, which would affect the experience. At the same time, now that I have been recognized, my privacy is also very important. At this time, Shin Monk, who had been silent, whispered, Mr. Lu, it should be very expensive to rent the whole place. I won't sit here. Lu Lian smiled at Shin Monk and didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to ask the manager, how much is it for the whole place? The general manager quickly said, Boss Lu, if you really want to book the whole place, then I will give you a minimum discount price of 50,000. 50,000, right? Okay, you guys should get ready quickly.
Lu Lian smiled readily.
As soon as the words fell, all the tourists were shocked. Boss Lu was really generous. A Ferris wheel for 50,000 yuan. I'm willing to do this just to make a girl smile. Wow, I'm so moved that I want to cry. When can I have a boyfriend like this?
The manager's head was also like a chicken eating rice at this moment. Okay.
Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will arrange it right away. Arrange it right away. Lu Lian smiled and said, no need for any special arrangements.
Just leave that person here to look after him. I may need some water or something to eat during this time, so he has to make arrangements for that. The manager agreed to Lu Lian's request without hesitation.
The staff member looked reluctant and didn't say anything.
The manager pulled him aside. I'm telling you, you have to comply with Mr. Lu's requests.
If you and I weren't brothers-in-law, you would have left here long ago, understand?
The staff member was so frightened by what he heard that he nodded quickly.
After a few minutes, all the people on the Ferris wheel were cleared out. Although they all had complaints, they didn't dare to say anything when they knew that the richest man in Zhangcheng had booked the entire place.
After all, no one dares to offend such a wealthy family.
And the ticket price was fully refunded, so they couldn't say anything.
As for the couple who paid to cut in line, the money can no longer be refunded, and the boy was about to make a scene. The girl quickly said, let's go, don't embarrass yourself.
We paid for it, why don't you want it? The boy was a little unconvinced. Pa!
The woman slapped him and said, go get it yourself.
I'm leaving now.
The girl felt ashamed.
And he didn't want to lose his composure in front of Lu Lian. The boy quickly followed.
At this moment, the Ferris wheel cabin stopped steadily in front of Shin Monk.
The warm yellow light on it looked particularly cozy.
Lu Lian stretched out his right hand and made a gesture of invitation, please come in. Shin Monk clenched his fists and looked at the Ferris wheel, his eyes full of little stars.
The girl's heart is completely overflowing. There is no girl who would not be moved in such a scene.
Shin Monk lifted his foot and stepped in carefully.
Lu Lian followed closely behind and came in. The staff respectfully closed the cabin door, and after making sure everything was safe, they started the Ferris wheel.
As soothing music sounded, the Ferris wheel slowly began to turn.
Shin Monk looked through the glass at the envious eyes of the people below, and couldn't help feeling excited.
At this moment, she was completely lost. Lu Lian booked the entire theater to let her enjoy this moment all to herself, and with so many people looking at her with envy, how could she not be moved?
Bite. Shin Monk's loyalty +3, rising to 82. Aura value +50. Loyalty finally reached 80.
Lu Lian was overjoyed when he heard the system prompt.
This is an important breakthrough.
At this time, the Ferris wheel has reached its highest point. When the Ferris wheel reaches its highest point, it is 100 meters high. From this height, the buildings on both sides of the river are clearly visible, and the wide Chu River can also be seen clearly.
The night is picturesque, quiet and beautiful. The light show in the distance is also incredibly clear.
Shinmeng suddenly couldn't contain her inner excitement, so she moved closer to Lu Lian and kissed him on the face. This kiss was light and gentle.
It also has an intoxicating fragrance. Lu Lian was completely unprepared. Then I heard another reminder. Ding! Host's aura value +1. Oh my god, why did they suddenly add another point? Now I haven't done anything.
Lu Lian was stunned for a moment, then immediately guessed what was going on.
Could it be the kiss that Shinmeng gave her just now? Lu Lian also prepared to go over to verify whether it was true.
At this time, Shinmeng had already bounced back and became much more sober. Seeing Lu Lian coming closer, he felt a little nervous.
Mr. Lu, don't come over. I'm a little scared.
She curled up in a corner of the cockpit. In this cramped cockpit, she had no place to hide.
I felt a little scared. Why did I suddenly become irrational just now? Moreover, this was the first time she kissed a man. It's really irrational. It's just playing with fire. What if Lu Lian misunderstood and wanted to do something to me? I would have nowhere to hide.
Look at the pitiful look in her eyes.
Lu Lian sighed softly. All right. He didn't want to force her. After all, Shinmeng just turned 18. Such a girl is a blank sheet of paper. You have to be patient.
Although for an experienced driver, such a scene. As long as he kept whispering in her ear for a few more minutes, it would be natural for her to give in. But Lu Lian was not in a hurry. After all, her loyalty is now over 80, and she is basically just one step away from success.
One more turn and I'll take you back, Lu Lian said.
Shinmeng nodded obediently, but felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart.
She even wondered if Lu Lian was so disappointed because she had refused. After a while, the Ferris wheel slowly stopped. Lu Lian opened the car door. Let Shinmeng sit in the passenger seat.
Then he started the car himself.
Lu Digang had already left as instructed.
Along the way, neither of them spoke. Shen Mengyao pursed her lips, not knowing what she was thinking.
Chapter 18. I told you to go away, are you lost? After a while,
the car returned to Xinjia village.
I'm here. Mr. Lu, you should go back early too. Shenmeng spoke up.
Don't worry, I'll turn on the car lights to guide you back.
Lu Lian said something.
Shinmeng originally had one foot sticking out of the car.
After hearing Lu Lian's words, he suddenly turned back.
He reached out and hugged Lu Lian gently. Then, with a red face, she trotted away quickly.
Bite.
The host's aura value increases by 1 point. There was a prompt sound from the system.
Lu Lian understood immediately. I understand it completely. It turns out that if you have some intimate relationship with the heroine, you can gain the protagonist's halo value?
A hug, a kiss, both are 1 point.
So, what if it's a more intimate act? That being said, some further actions will obviously be able to gain more aura points.
This made Lu Lian start to look forward to it.
After watching Shinmeng return home, Lu Lian also turned around and prepared to leave. Bite. Now provide a piece of information about the heroine, do you want to exchange it?
This is not the first time such a push has been sent. Although Lu Lian traveled to the world of this book, he knew some of the directions of the original plot.
But not all the details in the novel can be taken into account. I don't understand many plots.
For example, he had no way to block all the opportunities of the protagonist Yi Tian, so even if he robbed a lot of the protagonist's halo and resources. However, the protagonist's aura value is still greater than his own, so new resources will still be cultivated.
The plot that you know is the goddess perspective, and you can make predictions in advance. If you don't know the plot, you will have to exchange it with experience points.
For example, to redeem this information about the heroine, 200 experience points are required.
Not cheap.
However, only by getting close to the heroine and seizing the aura value as quickly as possible can you quickly suppress the protagonist and prevent him from continuing to develop.
It's not cheap, but you have to exchange it. Exchange.
Lu Lian finished speaking. The experience value of the system panel is deducted by 200.
Then, a message appeared before my eyes. One of the female protagonists, Zhang Runan, is at Helen's bar. Bar? Lu Lian suddenly remembered. Helen's bar is very famous in Jiangcheng. Moreover, the decoration is the most luxurious and of high quality. They often invite some third-tier artists and internet celebrities to warm up the show, and are willing to spend money. So compared to other bars, there are more beautiful girls and handsome guys here. However, drinking is not one of Zhang Runan's hobbies, right? How did you end up at the bar? Navigation, go to Helen's bar. Lu Lian said. The messages given by the system are no nonsense. Letting yourself go must be because this is the plot in the original story. Zhang Runan's loyalty is only 25 points. It's a good opportunity for me to go there this time, so I can increase their loyalty. Helen's at this time. The bar was packed. The rhythmic heavy metal rock music was deafening. A group of young men and women were twisting their bodies wildly in the dance floor. On the stage, a DJ in revealing clothes was playing music crazily. The whole bar was bustling with activity. In a booth in the corner of the bar, a beautiful woman with a good figure was drinking alone. She was dressed similarly to the other women at the scene. She wore a tight skirt, black stockings, and wavy hair, full of feminine charm. This is Zhang Runan. Going to work and getting off work are completely different. You can't tell at all that she is a sheriff. However, her eyes seemed a little wandering, as if she was worried about something. Why are you alone, pretty girl? Let's have a drink together. A man who thought he had good looks was immediately struck by how stunning she was when he saw her. Holding a wineglass, he walked over and started chatting her up with a grin on his face. She didn't even look at them and uttered a word coldly. Roll. Give me some face? The man said indifferently, it's so boring to come here and drink alone. He has seen many women like this in bars. At the beginning, one or two of them pretended to be more noble than anyone else, and their refusal to be flirted was written on their faces. Didn't you just go to the hotel with him obediently in the end? I told you to get lost, are you lost? Men are like flies, which makes Zhang Runan a little annoyed. It was my first time in a bar, and I really broadened my horizons. This is the 28th person I've approached today. And she had only been here for half an hour. There are all kinds of people in a bar, and it is not uncommon for all kinds of situations to occur. The man who came to chat up now was a bit of a name in the underworld and was a frequent visitor to the bar. The boss also has to give some face. Zhang Runan's impatience obviously made the man feel embarrassed. The flattering smile quickly froze on his face. You are awesome. The man sneered and gave her a thumbs up. He knew there were a lot of people here, so he didn't dare to cause trouble here. But outside the bar, it's different. At this time, this scene was noticed by someone in the corner. However, when he saw clearly the appearance of the woman sitting in the corner, he was stunned. Is this Zhang Runan? Why is she here? Brother Tian, what are you looking at? A man sitting opposite him asked. This man's name is Liang Haiba, and he is the manager of the bar. He was a little afraid of Yi Tian. Because even the bar owner, Mr. Jin, respects Yi Tian very much. Rumor has it that it was Yi Tian who saved his old mother. Although Mr. Jin is a powerful underground leader, he is a well-known filial son. His family is both his weak spot and his Achilles heel. Yi Tian saved his family, so naturally he was treated as a guest of honor by Mr. Jin. I know that beautiful lady in the corner. Yi Tian smiled. A stunning policewoman. I still like her very much. I originally came here to discuss something, but I didn't expect to meet Zhang Runan. Just now, when he saw Zhang Runan being approached, he had a keen sense as a protagonist and vaguely felt that something might happen. What Yi Tian didn't notice was that a man he hated very much walked into the bar. At this time, Lu Lian was already standing in the lobby of the bar. Handsome guy, stop looking around, the next one is even uglier. It's just the two of us, right? We promise to make you happy. A few little bees who were warming up the audience in bold clothing suddenly had their eyes shining when they saw Lu Lian. The whole person moved towards Lu Lian. A pair of hands continued to reach out to Lu Lian. There are countless handsome guys in the bar every day. But I have never seen anyone as charming as Lu Lian. Go away. Lu Lian waved his hand impatiently and walked inside. When I walked over, I found that Zhang Runan seemed a little drunk. At this moment, Zhang Runan felt that her whole body was a little out of control, and a trace of discomfort appeared on her face.
Hey, beautiful lady, come have a drink with us two brothers.
At this time,
Several men walked towards Zhang Runan. The man in the lead was very burly and looked like a martial artist. The man looked at Zhang Runan, who seemed drunk, and said with ill intent.
Chapter 19, My true identity is your father. Roll. Zhang Runan was already slightly drunk, but still remained aloof. Wow, the girl is pretty hot? But your size is my favorite. As hot as you are now, as wild as you will be then.
As he said this, he glanced at his younger brother. The younger brother pushed a glass of wine in front of Zhang Runan.
Beauty, my name is Chen Kai, everyone here knows me.
A word from the big man.
Zhang Runan's eyes suddenly lit up. Now I, Chen Kai, have taken a fancy to you.
Tell me straight out loud, either come with me or stay, but you have to drink this glass of whiskey.
Bang!
Before Chen Kai finished speaking, Zhang Runan had already picked up the glass of wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Then, she uttered another word coldly.
Roll.
Seeing Zhang Runan being so decisive, Chen Kai couldn't help but be stunned. He has been in the nightclub for so many years. Such women are rare.
Ha, I didn't expect a beautiful woman to be so generous.
Chen Kai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. But, I didn't finish what I said just now, beautiful girl, you may not understand what I mean.
What do you mean? Zhang Runan asked calmly. I mean, you drank my wine, so that's my person.
Chen Kai smiled obscenely. Since you are so straightforward, beautiful lady, I won't waste words.
Come with me. I promise to be gentle with you later.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Kai smiled evilly and reached out to hug Zhang Runan's shoulders.
How could Zhang Runan not know at this time that she had encountered a gangster? Zhang Runan is a police officer. How could he let a gangster like this go?
But just as she stood up, her head suddenly started spinning.
Boom! Zhang Runan fell weakly on the chair.
At the same time, Chen Kai also came over anxiously and wanted to pick him up.
It's over. Zhang Runan felt dizzy, but was still somewhat conscious. But he couldn't exert any strength. She has undergone professional training and her physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Even if you drink alcohol, you won't feel weak. But why do I feel sore all over now? Could it be? Zhang Runan glanced at the wine glass. Is there something wrong with this wine? At this time, Zhang Runan also began to feel dizzy.
Just when she was filled with despair. At this time, Chen Kai's hand suddenly stopped. Then a deep voice suddenly came.
How dare a scumbag like you want to touch such a beautiful woman? Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business, ah? Chen Kai felt like he was being caught and was about to curse.
I felt a sharp pain in my wrist, and I couldn't help but scream out in pain.
Lu Lian's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm. Who am I? I'm someone you can't mess with. Get out of here right now if you know what's best for you.
As he spoke, he gave a slight shake, and Chen Kai stumbled forward several steps.
Who is your true identity? Chen Kai looked at Lu Lian and felt a hint of fear. My true identity is your father. Oh no, how can you be worthy of being my son? Lu Lian smiled. Let's go. Chen Kai saw that Lu Lian was definitely not a good person.
If he continued to fight, he would not be able to defeat his opponent. He had no choice but to leave in a hurry with his little brother. Only Zhang Runan was left sitting on the chair with a look of surprise on her face.
Mr. Lu Lian?
Looking at the handsome figure of the man in front of her, Zhang Runan could hardly believe her eyes.
Why is Lu Lian in the bar? At this time, the system voice sounded.
Ding, before the protagonist Yi Tian, you successfully saved Zhang Runan, gained 400 experience points, and gained 200 aura points.
The system rewards the host with a lottery. Do you want to draw the ability now? Extract. Lu Lian said. Only an idiot would not use the opportunity to get something for free.
Congratulations to the host for winning the top hacking technology. With this technology, the host can control the network system and privacy data of any person or unit. Because the function is too powerful, the number of uses is limited to 5 times.
5 top hacker abilities?
Lu Lian felt that although it was only 5 times, it was enough.
If you have all the information about anyone or any organization, wouldn't that mean you can strike anywhere you want? 5 chances are enough to play a huge role at the critical moment.
At this time, on the other side, Yi Tian was in a very bad condition. Originally, this was a great opportunity for me to improve my popularity with Zhang Runan. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to go down, he saw Lu Lian entering the bar.
He got ahead of himself and chased those people away. Lu Lian? Lu Lian? Lu Lian again. Yi Tian clenched his fists tightly.
Originally, Yi Tian didn't think that the richest man in Jiangcheng would pose much of a threat to him. But now, he was absolutely sure.
This Lu Lian is his nemesis. Every good opportunity is to grab it first. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Why are you drinking alone in this bar? Lu Lian asked with a frown. Mr. Lu, When Zhang Runan heard Lu Lian asking her why she was drinking alone, she hesitated to speak.
There was a hint of sadness in his eyes.
What did she say? She said she was here in plain clothes, pretending to be a drunk girl, secretly investigating a suspect? As a result, the target person was drugged before he even arrived? How can I have the face to tell others about such a serious and low-level mistake? Okay, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Seeing Zhang Runan's look, Lu Lian smiled and said, but don't come to the bar alone. There are all kinds of people here. Even though you are a police officer, it's still not safe. I understand. Zhang Runan is like a child who has done something wrong. Bite. Zhang Runan's loyalty to the host has risen to 50 points. I'll go. This wave of big profit. Loyalty reaches 50 immediately. Can you still walk? Lu Lian asked. Let me try. Boom. Zhang Runan tried to stand up. But my whole body felt as soft as cotton and I couldn't stand up at all. It's simply impossible. Well. Looking at Zhang Runan's actions, Lu Lian said helplessly, let me help you get in the car. This, really, thank you. Zhang Runan was obviously a little hesitant, but she still thanked him quietly. Because Lu Lian is a man. Apart from catching criminals, she had never touched a man. You're welcome. Let's go. As Lu Lian spoke, he put Zhang Runan's hand on his shoulder, then held her waist and walked out of the bar. The wind outside the bar was a little cool. Lu Lian hugged Zhang Runan tighter. Ding, host Sora value +1. 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 The system's voice rang in my mind again at this time. Each message is a reminder at 1 second interval. It seems that every time you hug the heroine for 1 second, the aura value will increase by 1. Oh my god, is this okay? Chapter 20. She was poisoned by a poison. Not bad. Lu Lian nodded with satisfaction. There is not a single bit of fat on Zhang Runan's waist, but it is soft and boneless and full of elasticity. The moment Lu Lian supported Zhang Runan, her unique body fragrance entered Lu Lian's nose. The touch on his hands and the fragrance he smelled made Lu Lian a little distracted. However, he did not deliberately take advantage of Zhang Runan. Because there is no need. No matter who you are, there is absolutely no need to take advantage of others. Zhang Runan was not seriously injured. Although she felt dizzy, she was not completely unconscious, so she could still use some force with her feet. Moreover, Lu Lian's current physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary men. So he easily took Zhang Runan out of the bar. As soon as he walked out of the bar, Lu Lian noticed something was wrong. There was a group of people leaning against the car smoking. When they saw him, they threw away their cigarette butts and gathered around him. They ran from different directions, blocking Lu Lian from front and back. That's the man. Dare you touch the woman your brother Chen Kai likes? Are you tired of living? Kneel down and call me grandpa a few times if you know what's best for you. If I'm happy, I might forgive you. Otherwise. How about otherwise? Lu Lian asked back. Otherwise, you will lose your life today. Those people said fiercely. Try it? Lu Lian smiled contemptuously. He didn't take these dozen people seriously at all. You really are not afraid of death. Chen Kai was angry. You asked for this. As he said this, he waved his hand. Brothers, destroy this guy for me. What about that woman? Nonsense, of course it's for brother Chen Kai. Hearing the boss's order, these thugs immediately roared, picked up the sticks in their hands and rushed towards Lu Lian. Some men and women passing by were stunned when they saw this scene. Fuck. There's another gang fight. So many people fighting one. Fuck, which saint did that man anger? Don't you see the beauty he's hugging? Is this something that an ordinary person can get their hands on? She must be some big brother's woman.
This man is in trouble. He won't be able to save all 3 of his legs today.
He was quite handsome. What a pity.
Passers-by watched from a distance. But no one dared to meddle in this matter.
Fights happen every day near the bar. Everyone is used to it.
But passers-by soon discovered it.
But the current situation is not as they expected. Bang!
There was a loud bang, and a gangster holding a baseball bat flew 4 or 5 meters away with the bat.
Fuck, what's going on? It flew a few meters away. Am I dazzled? Bang!
Without waiting for passers-by to react.
Another muffled sound was heard, and another person was knocked away by Lu Lian in the same way. These 2 people, just like in the movies, flew far away. The time interval between them was less than 3 seconds. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Lu Lian was in a very unhappy mood as he was blocked by these low-class bastards. This plot is not written in the novel. Because the plot of the book is that after the protagonist Yi Tian rescued Zhang Runan, he went straight to the hotel. Then the relationship between Yi Tian and the heroine progressed rapidly. And now, he had snatched the opportunity before Yi Tian. Therefore, the current plot did not exist in the original novel. Zhang Runan's drunken state has now caused some trouble to Lu Lian.
Looking at Zhang Runan, who had lost consciousness, Lu Lian's eyes turned cold.
Everyone knows that Lu Lian is now the actual executor of the Lu Group.
But no one knew how strong his fighting skills were. The skills exchanged through the system gave him physical strength and explosive power far beyond that of ordinary people.
And top-notch agility. Lu Lian would almost instinctively respond to every attack they made against him in the most correct way. Fuck, I never expected that man to be so awesome. Yeah, more than a dozen people can't get close to him? Is this the god of war possessing him? What god of war? Have you read too many novels? This is fucking awesome. Isn't this scene even more exciting than Boruto Next Generations? Ah, this brother is so manly, I want to give him 1, 2, no, 3 children. And he only used one hand. His other hand was still holding the woman, and he never freed it at all. Isn't this Chen Kai? Good fight. Chen Kai is really too arrogant.
Seeing that Lu Lian was not at a disadvantage when fighting 10 people alone, the passers-by became excited. Some people couldn't stand it and called the police with their cell phones. Others picked up their phones and started recording videos. After all, fighting scenes of this scale are rare. Only Yi Tian, who followed out, looked at the situation in front of him with an incredible look on his face.
What's going on? Is this Lu Lian? He's so good at fighting? This is totally unexpected. This is the head of the Lu family, the richest family in Zhangcheng. Not only is he a business genius, but he is also such a good fighter? Why does it feel like his skills are not inferior to mine? Yi Tian now has very strong skills, otherwise he would not have beaten Lu Lian's son Lu Tsong into the hospital. Brother Tian, should we take action?
Lian Haibao was a little anxious. This guy snatched away the woman you liked, this is intolerable.
Of course not. Yi Tian was just about to go up.
Suddenly, a siren sounded abruptly.
Who is fighting in the street? There was a roar of anger.
When Chen Kai and his gang heard the sirens, they acted like mice seeing a cat. They immediately scattered like birds and beasts.
Many people have criminal records, and if they go to jail again, they will be sentenced heavily. Let's go. Seeing that the police had arrived, Yi Tian didn't want to take any more action. I had to grit my teeth and say it. Lu Lian, the hatred between you and me has been completely sealed today. Wait.
At this time, the police cars stopped beside Lu Lian.
Sheriff Zhang. Sheriff Zhang, are you okay? Several subordinates ran over here. Looking at Zhang Runan's appearance.
Feeling weak all over, he leaned on Lu Lian. His face was flushed and his consciousness seemed blurred.
It looks like he is drunk, but not really. Sheriff Zhang, isn't he on a mission? Why is he drunk? Lu Lian turned his head and looked at Zhang Runan's face. Then he frowned.
No, this seems to be a kind of witchcraft.
Goo magic?
The other subordinates were all surprised.
What era is this? There is still witchcraft? Besides, isn't Lu Lian a businessman? How could he understand these things that sound so mysterious? But Lu Lian became more convinced after looking at Zhang Runan's reaction. Yes, this is a kind of witchcraft. But how did Chief Inspector Zhang get poisoned? These subordinates looked at each other, their expressions clearly showing disbelief. This is really too mysterious. However, at this moment, all the knowledge of witchcraft that Lu Lian had acquired emerged in his mind. This is a kind of gu technique that originated from the southwest, called Hawan gu. After a person ingests the poison, the symptoms will appear within 10 minutes, with symptoms such as loss of consciousness, weakness, and incoherent speech. The duration of the poison's effects ranges from 1 hour to 5 hours, depending on the individual's constitution. If the method and dosage of the poison are not appropriate, it may even be life-threatening. Chapter 21. Such a beautiful back needs a cupping. Lu Lian explained the characteristics of this gu. Boss Lu, is this gu really that mysterious? They looked at Lu Lian as if they were listening to a story. Even if these things are true. But Lu Lian is a businessman, how could he know all this so well? That's right. The most important thing now is to cure her poison. Lu Lian said. Ah. Then let's send Chief Inspector Zhang to the hospital for treatment now. Several subordinates said anxiously. The hospital doesn't have any effective treatment for this poison. Lu Lian said. If not to the hospital, where else can we go? The subordinates were confused. If you believe me, I will take Officer Zhang back for treatment first. I'll let you know once she's detoxified. This. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to make a decision. If Lu Lian took Zhang Runan back, something must have happened. How do you explain it in the end? After all, Zhang Runan now looks like she is completely at the mercy of others. I believe him. You guys, go back first. At this time, Zhang Runan suddenly spoke in a weak voice. Is Sheriff Zhang awake? That's great. The subordinates were overjoyed and were about to speak when they suddenly discovered that Zhang Runan had fainted again. This made everyone even more confused. But with Sheriff Zhang's order, they now had a basis for their actions. Then Mr. Lu, I'll trouble you with the detoxification. Well, don't worry, she'll be fine soon. Lu Lian smiled. After they left, Lu Lian helped Zhang Runan to the back seat of the car. It's so hot. Why is it so hot? Lu Lian was driving in front. Zhang Runan, who was lying in the back seat, began to twist her waist and her hands moved uncontrollably. Lu Lian noticed Zhang Runan's actions through the rearview mirror of the car. I couldn't help but frown slightly. This is really too tempting. Zhang Runan was in such an unconscious state at the moment, coupled with the fact that she was half drunk and half awake, that no man could withstand her. Moreover, she is usually a cool and aloof policewoman. The contrast with the present moment is too great. This was obviously a good opportunity for Lu Lian. But Lu Lian knew it very well. Zhang Runan's current loyalty is only 50. It's a kind of sitting on the fence state. If I do something to take advantage of her, her loyalty may decline. I don't know Zhang Runan's bottom line in my heart. If it really happened. When Zhang Runan wakes up and finds that her virginity is lost, will she handcuff herself? This is impossible to predict. In this case, I would really become a villain. Alas, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so forget it this time. When faced with temptation, all men have the same psychological state. But only those who stick to the bottom line can win more. Then, Lu Lian had no choice but to look away and no longer pay attention to the beautiful scene behind him. He stepped on the accelerator and headed towards his villa. After returning to the Lu family, Lu Lian helped Zhang Runan from the car into the room. Placed on the bed in the master bedroom. I looked at Zhang Runan. Her skin was fair and rosy, and there was not a trace of fat around her waist. Lie on your side on the bed with your legs slightly bent. No, it should be the back. Lu Lian suddenly said this and turned Zhang Runan over. When she turned over, Zhang Runan's perky buttocks and tightly fitted legs made Lu Lian's blood pressure rise suddenly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lian unzipped her back. Fortunately, this is a zipper back design. Lu Lian laughed. Then, he walked to the cabinet next to him and took out a set of medical equipment. That's right, cupping. Lu Lian knew that the characteristics of the Hawan gu were that it was cold resistant but afraid of heat.
Using this traditional method, you can kill the poison in the body. Although this method looks simple, it is very effective. Who says that if you are poisoned by some kind of goo or some kind of drug, you must have sexual intercourse to detoxify? It's complete nonsense. Only the seemingly righteous protagonists in novels would take this opportunity to take the first blood. But in reality, even if you don't care about anything and just let her lie there, after a while, the effect of the drug will slowly disappear. It's just that during this process, the patient's body will feel very uncomfortable. What Lu Lian needs to do is to alleviate the pain during the process. After making preparations, Lu Lian placed these heated small jars on the acupuncture points one by one according to their distribution. After a while, I saw hot steam rising from Zhang Runen's back. But this heat is obviously different from water vapor, it is a stream of light green smoke, and it also has a strange smell. This proves that it has begun to take effect. The poison in the body has begun to be eliminated. Countdown to 15 minutes. After Lu Lian finished the task at hand, I pressed the countdown and started waiting on the side. But it has to be said, it was difficult for Lu Lian to take his eyes off Zhang Runen. After all, this is one of the important female protagonists in the early stage. There is no need to say much about her figure and appearance. This is different from Shen Monk's pure and sweet girl next door. It is also different from Lin Chuyao's noble, white, rich and beautiful appearance. Zhang Runen has that kind of heroic beauty, the kind that is full of vitality. It's a completely different feeling. After a long 15 minutes, Lu Lian stood up and walked towards Zhang Runen. At this time, the blush on her face had completely faded away. The light green mist coming out of the cupping jars also turned into normal white. It's done. Lu Lian nodded. It went so smoothly the first time. It seems that this technique of removing poison actually has some tricks. Then, he removed the medical instruments from Zhang Runen's back one by one, and then wiped off the remaining liquid with a clean towel. But she was still in a deep sleep. But this is normal. It's like a person who feels listless just after recovering from an illness. Zhang Runen had just been cured of the poison, so even though she was a police officer, she couldn't be full of energy so quickly. At least we have to get through tonight. But she was now sleeping in her own master bedroom bed, leaving her with no place to sleep. Had to go to other rooms. In fact, Lu Lian feels a little uncomfortable now. He naturally knew the difference between top beauties and ordinary women. It is impossible to say that there is no fluctuation in my heart. If Zhang Runen had fallen into Lu Lian's hands before she traveled through time to the book, her innocence would definitely have been lost. But things are different now. Although he got the villain script, he couldn't do the real villain's evil deeds. Otherwise, if you can't obtain the aura value, you will be eliminated by the protagonist sooner or later. This is not the meaning of traveling into a book. A peaceful night. The next day, Zhang Runen slowly opened her hazy eyes. The first reaction is, the bed I was lying on was so soft and comfortable. Absolutely top quality material. The quilt on my body is light and fragrant, and it is also very expensive. But these are expensive and high-end bedding. It's not my home. Where would that be? Whoosh. Zhang Runen sat up immediately. Then I felt a little cold. When I reached back, I found that the zipper of the clothes was half pulled down. Take another look at the furnishings in the room in front of you. The style is low-key yet luxurious, like the kind that only big bosses on TV can wear. Where am I? Zhang Runen's heart skipped a beat. Was it someone else? I slapped my head, but couldn't remember what happened last night. I was so nervous that I lifted the quilt and took a look. Fine. There's nothing unusual. At this moment, Zhang Runen felt confused and helpless. Where am I? How did I suddenly find myself lying in a strange room? And who brought me here? Even though she was an experienced sheriff, she was still panicking. At this time, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Runen quickly grabbed a corner of the quilt and covered her body. Looking towards the door warily, the person in front of me was actually Lu Lian? Mr. Lu? Why are you here? Zhang Runen said in surprise. You're lying in my house. Why do you think I'm here? Lu Lian smiled. Chapter 22 The Old Man's Question. Lu Lian walked in with a cup of hot milk in his hand. You haven't eaten yet, drink it while it's hot.
Zhang Runin had a lot of question marks on her head.
Only then did I slowly remember some of the things that happened last night.
Mr. Lu, you brought me back? Zhang Runin asked. After asking the question, I felt like I had asked a nonsense question. Who else could it be but Lu Lian? And
what surprised her even more was that she was in a deep coma last night.
But the result is intact? If it were anyone else, I might.
Lu Lian is even more notorious, and everyone knows that he is a villain.
But now, she spent a night at Lu Lian's house, and nothing happened? You didn't do anything to me? Zhang Runin asked.
Yes.
What did you say? Zhang Runin is angry.
I used cupping to cure your poison.
Did you know that you were poisoned in the bar last night? Lu Lian smiled. This. Zhang Runin originally thought that if Lu Lian really molested her, she would take him back for questioning no matter what.
But at this moment, what Lu Lian said made him feel that he was wrongly accusing a good person. On the contrary, not only did he do nothing, he saved himself.
Bite.
At this time, the system's voice sounded in Lu Lian's mind.
Zhang Runin's loyalty increased by 20 points, and the current value is 70 points. Lu Lian smiled.
He knew that this move was the right one. Because in Zhang Runin's past impression, she was also considered an annoying person. After all, Lu Lian in the book had owed a lot of romantic debts before he traveled through time. She gave birth to a child out of wedlock at a very young age, and later on she was involved in scandals with some celebrities and internet influencers. This time, Lu Lian brought the defenseless Zhang Runin back home, but ended up doing nothing.
How could such a contrast not change the impression others had of you? And if I really did something last night?
With Zhang Runin's temper and her loyalty of only 50%, she would really fight to the death with him.
I'm not stupid. Mr. Lu.
Zhang Runin looked at Lu Lian, and a gentle light suddenly appeared in her eyes.
Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Since I met you, of course I have to take care of it. Lu Lian smiled. By the way, your subordinates are all worried about you. Please go back to the unit after you finish drinking the milk.
After hearing this, Zhang Runin picked up the milk and drank it all.
I hadn't eaten all night and was really hungry. I've finished drinking it.
Zhang Runin returned the cup to Lu Lian and found that he was looking at her.
Zhang Runin was stunned.
From the mirror on the side, I noticed that there was still some liquid left on the edge of my mouth, so I quickly reached out and wiped it off. After saying thank you, he put on his clothes and left the villa. Lu Lian was still in the room, recalling what had just happened. Those who know it are drinking milk, but those who don't know would think it is. There was a little bit of white liquid on the red lips.
It's so imaginative. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang.
It was bodyguard Lu Digang who called.
Boss Lu, something bad has happened.
The voice on the other end was anxious. Why are you so flustered?
Did you just come to work at the Lu family today? Lu Lian was dissatisfied. Mr. Lu, yes, Mr. Lu is in trouble. What? This guy Lu Tsong is in trouble again? What happened? Lu Lian asked.
The young master lost his temper and made a scene, insisting on being discharged from the hospital, and he also smashed a lot of expensive equipment.
Mr. Lu, he is a young master after all, we dare not make a decision. What do you think we should do about this matter? Lu Digang asked for instructions. All damaged equipment will be compensated at the price.
As for that kid Lu Tsong, tell him to cooperate with the treatment.
Otherwise, he won't get a penny of my Lu family's property in the future. Lu Lian felt a little headache.
On the one hand, I need to improve my aura value and change my image as quickly as possible. On the other hand, there is the adopted son, a time bomb that may explode at any time.
It really makes people worry.
No wonder in the plot of the book, he is so unpopular, allowing the protagonist to succeed.
Only.
After Lu Lian traveled to the world in the book, he could only change his own style of doing things.
But for other people, no matter whether they are from the Lu family or not, they cannot interfere. If those people want to continue doing evil, there is nothing we can do to stop them.
In the end, you still have to clean up your own mess.
Mr. Lu, don't you want to go to the hospital? Lu Digang asked. No.
Lu Lian didn't want to see the son who had nothing to do with him at all. Although they are father and son in the book, Lu Lian was only a few years older than Lu Tsong before he traveled through time, so he was unable to establish a relationship with him.
Just relay what I mean. As for how he does it and to what extent, that's his own business. Just supervise me. Okay, Mr. Lu, I understand. Lu Digang did as he was told. After hanging up the phone,
Lu Lian was in the study, dealing with some company matters.
some work can be done online, so there is no need to go to the company. After finishing the work, another call came. It's Lu Chengfeng, Lu Lian's father in the book.
Having been immersed in the business world of Jiangcheng for a lifetime, he can be called a legendary figure.
Lu Chengfeng has made great contributions to the formation of Jiangcheng's current business landscape.
Many business leaders were his former apprentices. Although he is old now and has long retreated behind the scenes, he still has a strong say in the Lu family.
Grandpa, why are you calling it this time? Lu Lian asked.
Lu Lian, I heard from Songer that you didn't allow him to leave the hospital and threatened him with property and inheritance rights.
Is that true? Lu Lian frowned. This Lu Song was really a bit cunning. Knowing that it's useless to speak to him, he took a roundabout way to complain to the old man and put pressure on himself? Because of work reasons, Lu Lian in the book never paid much attention to Lu Song.
Half of the reason why Lu Song became what he is now is because of Lu Qingfeng's indulgence.
Yes. Lu Lian did not deny it. Then why did you do this? He is your only son. Lu Song is like this.
If he continues like this, he will be ruined.
Are you really at ease leaving the Lu family to him? Lu Lian's question surprised Lu Chengfeng. But what surprised him even more was, why does Lu Lian give people a completely different feeling than before? He wouldn't have said that before. Okay, I have another question for you. Why did you go and cooperate with the Lin family on our Lu family's 2 projects? What good will this do to our Lu family? Finally, I asked. Lu Lian sighed in his heart. Such a big thing definitely cannot be kept secret in the Lu group. But fortunately, I had already prepared an excuse. The Lu family and the Lin family have been in a life and death competition for so many years. I don't think it's right. Cooperation in win-win is the way to go. Our 2 families have been fighting each other, and the result is that both sides suffer. It would be better to connect all the industrial chains of the 2 families and start to lay out the industries controlled by the Lin family. Besides, I am still in charge of those 2 projects. I just give them the contract in the form of general contracting. No matter who the subcontractor is, we have to find him, and it doesn't matter who we find him. Besides, this kind of cooperation will also give the business community the impression that we are stronger than the Lin family and that the Lin family must rely on the Lu family to survive. If there is any new cooperation in the future, the Lu family will be given priority. What do you think? After Lu Lian finished speaking, Lu Chengfeng couldn't see any flaws. Chapter 23 Capital and Strength are the greatest confidence. Certainly. In addition to the above reasons, another important reason is that this will give me more opportunities to have direct contact with Lin Chuyao. Otherwise, apart from business, it is not easy to have connections with the Lin family. It turns out that the effect of doing so is very obvious. Lin Chuyao's impression of herself has changed a lot. I trust you in everything you do. But in the future, before you make any decision, you still have to consult with me first. Lu Chengfeng hung up the phone. Here, Lu Lian began to think about the next plan. What he had to do now was to increase the aura value as quickly as possible to curb the development of the protagonist Yi Tian. It is best to drive it directly to the bottom of the valley where it cannot recover at all. The most effective way at the moment is to cultivate a relationship with the heroine. Because the aura value obtained from them is considerable. Only. At this time, Lu Lian suddenly thought of it. Isn't your character in the book a villain? Why do you have to do everything in a decent way? Sometimes, it has to be a little worse. As long as it's not something unforgivable. It's within a reasonable range. For example, according to the rules, it is not advisable to use force when the heroine is clearly unwilling and unconscious. It will be backfired by the system. However, if you use soft or hard persuasion to get the other person to agree half-heartedly, it is not prohibited by the rules. For example, I was in the Ferris wheel before. As long as Lu Lian persisted, the situation at that time was very likely to complete the home run. This gave Lu Lian some inspiration. Isn't this the case with many relationships between people? Many things are between willingness and unwillingness. If you are more assertive, the other party will take a step back.
If you show weakness, the other party will take a step further.
That being said, the initiative is actually in your hands. It depends on what you do next. Just as Lu Lian was thinking about this,
Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up on the phone.
open it and take a look.
It was sent by someone named Yang Ximin. The avatar is a picture of a person kneeling on the ground wearing fishnet stockings, which looks very seductive.
This young Simin is a dance host on the internet. Good at folk dance and ballet. We met by chance at an event and later he added me on WeChat. But we haven't chatted much, and the last chat was 3 months ago. Although Yang Ximin is definitely a goddess in the eyes of ordinary boys.
However, Lu Lian in the book has seen the world, and he doesn't pay special attention to a small internet celebrity like Yang Ximin who has hundreds of thousands of fans. But for Lu Lian, who traveled through time, such a girl was something he could never get his hands on.
Mr. Lu, are you free now? Is there anything wrong?
Lu Lian replied.
Actually, there's nothing special. I want to invite you for a cup of coffee. I wonder if Mr. Lu has time.
When Lu Lian saw Yang Ximin take the initiative to invite him out, he immediately understood what was going on. A man as rich and charming as me receives 99 plus WeChat messages every day.
So I can only set do not disturb.
It would obviously be impossible to meet everyone's invitation.
For people at Lu Lian's level, time is more valuable than money.
If it is not a particularly important matter, then push it off if possible. If it cannot be pushed off, then delay it if possible. This internet celebrity, Yang Ximin, not only looks good, but the dancing girl also has a great figure.
Unfortunately, she is not the heroine. Lu Lian's purpose now is very clear.
If he is not the heroine's man, he will be of no use to him. Therefore, Lu Lian rejected this invitation immediately. However, just as he was about to respond with a rejection, he suddenly remembered something. So he deleted the words he had typed and replied.
Sure, when? Boss Lu, look at you. I'm free in the afternoon.
Lu Lian replied.
Then let's meet at the Slow Time Cafe at 3 p.m. today? Can. At this time. Yang Ximin was lying at home and saw Lu Lian's reply. I was suddenly overjoyed. I really didn't expect that my first attempt to date Lu Lian would actually be successful? Is it so easy to make an appointment with the president of the richest group?
But she didn't think much about it. All she needed to know was that this was the thickest thigh in Jiangcheng.
If I can hold on to this thigh, what will I have to worry about in the future? It's getting late. I have to get up and put on my makeup.
Yang Ximin quickly got up, sat in front of the dressing table, and picked up the various bottles and jars in front of her.
3 p.m. Lu Lian arrived at the Slow Time Cafe. For privacy reasons, Lu Lian did not let Lu Digang accompany him, but drove here by himself. Boss Lu, here. Yang Ximin noticed Lu Lian at first sight. His temperament was so conspicuous in the crowd. I quickly stood up and waved to him. When Lu Lian saw Yang Ximin, he walked over without any hesitation and sat opposite Yang Ximin. Slow Time Cafe is indeed as its name suggests.
As soon as I walked in, I felt that the pace here was much slower and it was completely isolated from the noise outside. Because of the glass in this store, it has a strong sound insulation effect.
Moreover, each seat is individually designed and surrounded by various real green plants.
Sitting anywhere inside, it feels like being in nature, very unique. It also ensures the privacy of customers to a certain extent.
You are Yang Ximin.
You look very beautiful today,
Lu Lian said with a smile.
As expected of an internet celebrity who studies dancing, she has very good body proportions. A pair of slender legs are crossed together, and wavy curly hair falls on the white swan neck, which is very beautiful. And the clothes she wears are also very fashionable.
Really? Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lu.
Yang Ximin immediately smiled, feeling that her special dressing was worth it.
Lu Lian smiled and went straight to the point. Yang Ximin, are you just here to drink coffee? What are your plans next? This. I don't know yet. Mr. Lu, do you have any suggestions? Yang Ximin was a little flustered. Actually, I know why you came to see me. Yang Ximin was stunned, obviously stunned by what Lu Lian said.
I hate beating around the bush, so I'll just get straight to the point.
We had only met once before, and we weren't very familiar with each other. We spoke less than 5 sentences. So, not only are we not friends, but our status is so different that we can't even be considered acquaintances. So, there are only two possibilities for you to meet me today. One is to discuss business with me, and the other is to get closer to me. You're just a small internet celebrity, and you don't have much business to discuss with me, so there's only the second possibility. I. After hearing what Lu Lian said, Yang Ximin suddenly stuttered and couldn't say a word of what she had prepared before.
Lu Lian ignored it and continued speaking.
Just say whatever you want. I know what you want. Just tell me what you want. Yang Ximin was completely at a loss.
Before he could even say a few words, he was completely led by Lu Lian.
Lu Lian's aura is so powerful. Is this the charm of the richest man?
Originally, this kind of dominance was the feeling I gave to ordinary men, but today it was completely reversed.
I felt like I had no ability to resist at all. Really? Capital and strength are a person's greatest confidence. Chapter 24. Will you look down on me? Mr. Lu, you are right. I want to find you. I really want to. Yang Ximin stammered. Want to follow me? Lu Lian interrupted her. Well, I wonder if Mr. Lu can give me a chance. Yang Ximin became bolder and nodded vigorously. You only have one chance. If you back down, there won't be a next time. Do you know what I need to do to follow you? Lu Lian smiled. I know.
Yang Ximin took a deep breath. I had already thought about it before I came here.
It seems that at least you are honest. Lu Lian said. In that case.
Lu Lian pursed his lips.
You can follow me if you want.
But I have a few conditions, which I must state first.
Mr. Lu, you go ahead. Yang Ximin replied. First, after you follow me, you cannot have any intimate contact with any man except me. Second, I won't marry you. Third, don't look for me without my notifying you, and don't tell anyone about our relationship. Can you do the above 3 points? I can do it. Yang Ximin nodded.
These 3 conditions have been made clear, and I will not have any public identity. Of course, since you are willing to follow me, I will not treat you unfairly. I will meet all your material needs as long as they are not excessive. I will also give you 50,000 yuan in living expenses every month.
Now, I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. Tell me when you've made up your mind. Mr. Lu, will you look down on a girl like me? Yang Ximin did not answer Lu Lian, but asked this question.
Because I know in my heart that clinging to others is actually despicable in the eyes of most people. This also has a very bad impact on social atmosphere.
No. Lu Lian shook his head. No? Yang Ximin was surprised. Why?
Lu Lian smiled and said, there's nothing wrong with a woman wanting to rely on a powerful man.
It's just that some women don't find their needs accurately. You have a good appearance and figure.
These are natural advantages and your abilities. People who can stick to their original intentions are naturally worthy of respect. But there are also people who want to find a reliable meal ticket, and there is nothing wrong with that. The world only looks at results, and everyone relies on their own abilities. Those delivery men, couriers, and programmers, who isn't exchanging their bodies and dignity for money? In essence, appearance and figure are both means of production.
Do you really think so? Yang Ximin wondered if she had heard it wrong. This is the first time I've heard of it. How could someone take such a shameful identity as underground lover so for granted? Do you think, given my current status, that I would lie to you? Lu Lian asked back. Saying nice things to make a woman happy is not something you have to do. For an ordinary man, even if he is given a beautiful woman as his wife, what are the chances that he can keep her? If you have a piece of meat hanging in your kitchen, whoever passes by the door won't take a second look? I don't fear thieves stealing, I fear thieves thinking about it. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she needs to depend on a capable man. Not only for a better life, but also for self-protection. Girls are naturally insecure. Even in the animal world, male animals must defeat other males to have the right to reproduce. The same goes for people. So these are all natural laws and there is nothing to criticize. After hearing Lu Lian's words, Yang Ximin seemed to be thinking about something. Really? The girls who want to take the initiative to get close to Lu Lian are probably lining up from here to Bari. He didn't have to say anything nice to make the girl happy. Although his straightforward words make people feel uncomfortable.
However, the more difficult it is to accept, the closer it is to the essence of the matter.
Boss Lu, I understand. Yang Simin nodded. Okay, I finished my coffee, so come with me. After walking out of the Slow Time Cafe, Yang Simin followed Lu Lian directly into the car.
Lu Lian drove to the side of a park. It was afternoon and the weather outside was very hot, so there were not many people in the park.
At Lu Lian's signal, Yang Simin leaned over directly from the passenger seat.
All the windows of this car are designed to be anti-peeping. The privacy is very high, so you don't have to worry even here.
You can't? Lu Lian frowned and bared his teeth. This shaving hurts a bit.
Yang Simin raised her head in panic, blushing and shaking her head.
I haven't had it yet.
She hesitated like a child who had done something wrong.
He dared not make a sound. Have you ever eaten Alpine? Lu Lian asked. You mean the snacks at the entrance of the school canteen? Yang Simin asked. Yes, you will understand if you imagine it. Lu Lian reminded.
After listening to this, Yang Simin thought for a moment and then leaned down again. This time, he was obviously much more skilled than before.
Lu Lian leaned back in his chair,
looking at Yang Simin's hair rising and falling.
I also feel very useful in my heart.
Today, I got to experience the thrill of being a villain.
Under normal circumstances, Lu Lian would never behave like this. Moreover, the system was not warned about what happened today.
It seems that this is also within the scope allowed by the rules.
Bite.
At this time, the system's voice suddenly sounded. The system detected a new female lead, Yang Simin.
Height, 169. Identity, dance host. Hobbies, dancing, karaoke, cooking. Loyalty, 50. What is going on? Lu Lian was suddenly surprised. How did Yang Simin, a stranger with no connection, become the heroine? Next, the system quickly explained his doubts. Host, you are in a comprehensive parallel world. Yang Simin is the second male protagonist's first love girlfriend.
The system prompts.
So, this world has more than one protagonist? Lu Lian was even more shocked. What kind of script is this?
One Yi Tian is still standing there and has not been dealt with.
How come another protagonist suddenly appeared? This is really a headache. The novel I read was not written like this. Host, rest assured.
Before the first protagonist officially goes offline, the second protagonist will not make a direct appearance. The experience points and aura points of each heroine associated with the protagonist are accumulated separately and do not affect each other. Since each protagonist is expanding his or her own strength, please be vigilant to prevent the mission from failing.
So that's how it is. Lu Lian finally understood.
The book world that I traveled to is a fusion of the protagonists of multiple books of the same type.
This is a comprehensive novel world.
At this time, Lu Lian was also surprised to find out.
Aura value +2. Aura value +2. Aura value +2. Every move of Yang Simin. The system will continue to pop up new prompts. Aura value +2. Yang Simin was up and down again. Aura value +2. Lu Lian soon found out why the aura value kept increasing. However, this halo value plunders the halo value of the second protagonist.
It has no effect on the first protagonist Yi Tian.
According to the information prompts, the second protagonist is a god of war.
It's the kind you often see in advertisements, where the god of war returns after 10 years, sees the heroine living in a doghouse, and in a rage leads an army of 100,000. Although the god of war has not appeared yet, the heroines associated with him have begun to appear one after another. It seems that the current timeline is that the god of war has not returned to Jiangcheng yet. However, the heroine related to him has always lived in Jiangcheng.
This is also a coincidence. However, Lu Lian doesn't care about these now.
Since the person hasn't shown up yet, there's no way for me to deal with him. However, Yang Simin is related to him.
Then, I have to try to get more aura points from her.
When Lu Lian saw the hotel in front of him, he quickly made up his mind.
Yulong Hotel. An hour later, Lu Lian packed up with satisfaction and left the hotel. I have to say, this Yang Simin is very honest. Before entering the building, I confirmed it with her again and again.
She assured me that she had never had that experience. Although he didn't understand why young Simin, a good young girl, would choose to do this.
But since she was willing, it was not convenient for him to say anything more. And today's aura value harvest is rich. At least I got 5,000 points. But
according to the system prompt, this is just a drop in the bucket for the second male protagonist, the god of war. At this time, Yang Simin was looking up at the ceiling. I felt a dull pain in my body and my mind went blank. After today, she will no longer be a girl. Next to it was a bank card. This is what Lu Lian left behind. Chapter 25. Dare you cause trouble in our bar? There is 80,000 yuan in this card. From now on, 80,000 yuan will be transferred into it on this day of every month. Lu Lian's words before he left were still echoing in Yang Sinin's ears. 80,000 a month. 960,000 per year. Million level. This is an unimaginable number. It's just like a dream. I broadcast live online every day for 5 or 6 hours. The monthly income is only a little over 10,000 yuan. And every day there are all kinds of greasy people who post some obscene and vulgar messages on public screens or in private messages. People who give gifts to themselves usually have other purposes. These made her feel miserable. I've really had enough. But now, it only took an hour or two for her to earn 80,000 yuan. This is more than half a year's income. Moreover, although Lu Lian is a little older than himself, he is very charming, handsome, and has a well-maintained figure. Even though I don't have a legitimate relationship with him, I don't regret giving myself to him. He is 100 times better than those wretched men and ordinary men. And she felt that Lu Lian was really a gentleman. He knows he is in pain, but he behaves very gently. At this time, suddenly, a video call came in on Yang Sinin's phone. She answered the video and accidentally pressed the wrong button, turning on the rear camera. Some furnishings inside the hotel room also appeared in the camera. Yang Sinin quickly switched the video camera. Sinin? Where are you? In the video camera, my sister's face appeared before my eyes. I'm not anywhere. Yang Sinin said quickly. Are you in the hotel? My sister asked. I didn't. Yang Sinin became even more incoherent. Still lying. That's what you do when you lie. Tell me, were you in the hotel? My sister's expression became noticeably serious. Yes. Yang Sinin hadn't finished her sentence yet. My sister interrupted her. What are you doing in a hotel? In broad daylight? What on earth are you doing there? Yang Sinin didn't know what to say, so she could only say, Sister, don't worry about this. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. How can I just ignore it? You are still young and don't have much social experience. Don't go astray or get cheated by others. My sister said anxiously. Sister, I know what I'm doing. Yang Sinin calmed down a lot at this time. Sister, you don't go home often, so don't say anything if you don't understand the situation at home. You don't have to worry about my affairs. Having said that, she hung up the WeChat call. This Sinin is becoming more and more disobedient now. The person on the other end sighed as he watched the phone being hung up. At this time, on his way back, Lu Lian received a call from Lu Digang. Boss Lu, I have already found out more information about Yi Tian. Now, Master Buddha and all his men have surrendered to Yi Tian. So fast? Lu Lian was suddenly surprised. I know that the protagonist in the book has a strong aura and he conquered a large underground force soon after the beginning of the story. But I was also surprised by his rapid development. In the plot of the novel, this Buddha has done a lot of things for the protagonist Yi Tian. Lu Lianqiu. After all, my energy is limited and I cannot stop Yi Tian at all stages. Although his connection with the heroine was cut off. However, as for Yi Tian's development in other directions, he was still a step behind. Okay, I understand. Make arrangements right away. I have to go somewhere. Lu Lian's plan was to visit another force. There are 3 major underground forces in the entire Jiangqing city. Mr. Buddha, Cheng Depeo, Miss Yu. These forces originated in times of war. After years of various mergers and eliminations, the current 3-way balance of power was finally formed. They are aware of each other's existence, but neither can swallow up the other. At the same time, there is no way to expand further. Each of them controls their own piece of land.
Among them, Lord Buddha has the greatest power and controls the east and south of the city.
Cheng Kanan occupied the west of the city and half of the north. Miss Yu occupied the remaining half of the northern part of the city. Because the official crackdown on them is becoming increasingly severe. So many years ago, they each began to seek to clean themselves up and get out of trouble.
Convert all kinds of illegal money into legal industries. Started to enter the market.
However, these three forces, like the territories they occupy, have quite different development momentums.
Buddha is still the strongest, with a monopoly in earthwork, trade, logistics, and other aspects. Chengde POS building materials and farmers market are flourishing. Miss US main industry is the entertainment industry. Night. Yulian Entertainment Club. This is a famous comprehensive entertainment venue in Zhengcheng. It integrates KTV, catering and bar. Lulian's car was parked in the parking lot.
After getting off the car, I saw the bright lights and the loud music coming from inside.
I couldn't help but smile. This is Miss US' biggest industry. Even the name was taken from one of her names. Handsome guy, do you want to drink? Luliani walked into the entertainment city.
A scantily clad bunny girl walked towards him.
She skillfully took Lulian's arm. Handsome guy, you came at the right time today. All drinks are half price today. The bunny girl is working hard on marketing. Selling wine is her performance. The more wine you sell, the more commission you get. In order to sell more wine, you have to make your customers happy. This is also an inevitable rule in the bar.
Lulian glanced at the girl in front of him. She was so made up that he couldn't tell her real appearance. He gently shook off the bunny girl's arm.
Then said, "Sorry, I'm not here to drink today."
As Lulian spoke, his eyes swept towards other parts of the bar.
"Come on, handsome guy, I'm the prettiest in the room, the next one is uglier."
The bunny girl thought he was looking for another girl, so she quickly moved closer to Lulian.
"I told you not to drink, don't you understand?"
The smell of cheap perfume penetrated my nostrils.
This made Lulian sneeze. He also pushed the girl away. Ah!
The girl was wearing high heels and her feet were unstable, so she fell down.
Who dares to cause trouble in our bar? This sound immediately attracted the attention of several people.
Several people who looked like security guards quickly walked over here.
Surrounded Lulian in the middle.
When the other customers who were playing saw what was happening here, they all whistled excitedly.
This is a daily staple in the bar.
It would be strange if there was no fight one day.
But this person today is really too fierce.
As soon as he came in, he pushed the girl who was selling wine to the ground. Although these girls are not that good, they are definitely protected by someone in the bar.
This guy has offended their people. Looks like he's going to be in trouble today. Yeah, if you're not here to drink, then what are you here for? To study? No.
Judging from his appearance, he must have graduated.
Is he here to look for a girlfriend?
If my girlfriend came here, it would be a green grassland above her head. The customers in the bar said all kinds of things because they were drunk. A cold light flashed in Lulian's eyes.
Chapter 26, Can you meet our boss whenever you want? Everyone. I'm here today to see your boss about something important.
If you delay important matters, be careful that your boss will get mad.
Lulian smiled. What a joke. Who is our boss? You can meet him whenever you want? Who do you think you are? Those security-looking guys said. I may not be a big deal, but your boss should know me. Go quickly. Call your boss. Tell him that someone named Lulian wants to see her. I believe she will be happy to see me. You. Several people saw that Lulian was neither humble nor arrogant. Could it be that he really has some background? Everyone was frightened at once.
They looked at each other and decided to let the manager handle the matter.
So they quickly went to call their manager. Soon, the manager came over here. Manager.
This guy started making trouble as soon as he came in and said he wanted to see the boss.
What should I do? Lulian is very famous in the upper-class circles of Jiangqing City.
But in life, unless it is someone who pays attention to him deliberately. For example, a police officer like Zhang Runan, or a gold digger like Yang Ximin who wants to hook up with a rich man. Otherwise, other passers-by might not recognize Lulian.
because Lu Lian rarely accepts interviews. And many people don't read financial news either.
So I am not familiar with Lu Lian.
The manager glanced at Lu Lian with obvious disdain in his eyes. Your name is Lu Lian? That's right. You said you wanted to see our boss? Right.
Our boss is away on business.
If you have anything to say, just tell me directly.
As he said this, he sat down opposite Lu Lian.
An air of superiority. You are not worthy to listen to me. You are too arrogant.
When the manager heard this, he stood up immediately.
However, Lu Lian didn't care about the manager's reaction at all. I say it again, let the boss come here in person.
If it is because of your negligence that I have to cooperate with Cheng DePeo.
Lu Lian smiled and said, when that time comes, guess what the boss will do to you?
The manager wanted to ask someone to kick him out, but when he heard Lu Lian even mentioned his nickname Cannon, he was so scared that he retracted his tongue. He didn't dare to gamble with his own fate at all.
What if he really has some important collaboration to discuss with his boss?
If you miss the opportunity and instead work with a competitor, you're done. So he calmed himself down, quickly walked aside, and called his boss.
The phone rang a few times before being connected. Boss, there's someone in the bar who wants to see you.
He said he has something important to discuss with you.
Why would you ask me about something like this? You can just go and talk to me directly.
A woman's charming voice came from the other end of the phone, but her tone was very cold.
Yes, boss. I'll send him away right away.
As the manager spoke, his heart was suddenly filled with disdain. It turns out that guy was just pretending to be cool.
Just wait and see how you die.
But when he was about to hang up, the woman suddenly asked.
By the way, what's that person's name? Oh, he seemed to say that his name was Lu Lian. Lu Lian? The woman opposite suddenly became thoughtful. Shang Wenyu murmured to himself, could it be him?
Thinking of this, her expression suddenly changed. Hurry up and invite him to the VIP room and serve him the best tea.
I will be there soon.
Remember, don't neglect this guest, or I will hold you accountable.
Boss, I understand. I'll go right away.
The manager nodded hurriedly. After hanging up the phone, he was a little dumbfounded. He had been a manager under Shang Wenyu for such a long time, but this was the first time he heard his boss sound so excited and nervous.
Shang Wenyu is one of the three major forces in Jiangcheng.
The person who can make her show such an excited side must be no ordinary person.
However, the VIP lounge of the bar will not be opened easily.
Thinking of this, the manager immediately returned to Lu Lian with a flattering look on his face. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lu, I didn't recognize your true face.
Please follow me to the VIP lounge.
Our boss has told us that we will be there in 10 minutes.
Please wait for a moment, Mr. Lu. As the manager spoke, he took Lu Lian to the VIP lounge. It's obviously different here from the noise outside. It felt a lot quieter as soon as I came in. Hurry up and serve the tea.
Make the best da hong pao before the rain for Mr. Lu.
The manager quickly instructed a waiter. The waiter also looked nervous and hurried to do it.
But I don't know if it's because of my lack of experience or because the water is too hot. When she walked in, tea spilled on her hands. She screamed and the teacup in her hand fell to the ground. It fell to the ground and spilled everywhere.
How do you do things?
The manager had just been frustrated and now he took out his anger on the waiter.
You can't even do this. I'm going to fire you.
Manager, please help me.
I can't lose this job.
The waiter quickly bowed and apologized, looking quite frightened.
Forget it, why bother with a waiter? Lu Lian said on the side. Mr. Lu is right.
The manager's expression changed and he became very obedient to Mr. Lu. Then he winked at the waiter and said, go make another pot of tea.
Stay here and serve Mr. Lu well.
Having said that, he walked out.
Thank you, Mr. Lu.
The waiter whispered his thanks.
Look up. Lu Lian ordered.
The waiter did not dare to be negligent and raised his head.
A beautiful face came into view. But why does this face look so familiar? Lu Lian frowned. She is 70% similar to Yang Ximin? May I have your name? Lu Lian asked. Mr. Lu, my name is Ruoro. The girl replied. I'm asking for your real name. Lu Lian knew that she was just using an alias here.
Usually in nightclubs, girls would not use their real names to the outside world.
My name is Yang Sishue. The girl answered cautiously, not knowing what she had done wrong. I don't know why Lu Lian asked my real name. Standing in the corner, not daring to make a sound. Yang Sishue? Hear this name.
Lu Lian also had a general idea in his mind.
This is most likely Yang Simin's sister.
I heard her mention it before when we were in the hotel. I didn't expect to meet him in a bar.
And
compared with Yang Simin, Yang Sishue is a little older, so her appearance and skin condition are slightly worse. But in terms of figure, the size is one size larger than her sister.
The figure is also more plump. Although he was wearing a simple work uniform, it still couldn't hide it.
But it's a pity that she is not the heroine.
Because the system does not have any prompts. Boss Lu, our boss is here.
At this time, the manager pushed the door open and reported.
At this time, a stunning woman was standing outside the bar. Miss Yu, whose real name is Shangguan Yu.
I am 33 years old this year. When she was a baby, she had no father or mother and was raised as an adopted daughter by an underground boss. She herself is also a tough character. When I was 15, my hands started to be stained with blood. Later, because of his extraordinary ability and courage, he took over all the power of that big boss.
At the beginning, many people were dissatisfied. However, Shangguan Yu secured his position through practical actions. Become a famous female boss in Zhengqing's underground.
However, as time went on, she realized that continuing like this would not be a long-term solution.
So I have been looking for a new way out and getting out of this mess.
But they are not good at business after all, and even if they have money, they can't find ways to invest.
No matter what business you do, 9 out of 10 times you will lose. So the only thing we can show off at the moment is this entertainment club. This one still walks in the gray area.
The capital base is also getting smaller and smaller. So, Shangguan Yu has been thinking about it these days.
If there was a mature businessman in Zhengqing who could guide them, then life would be much easier. However, because of their dark history,
no businessmen are willing to deal with them, let alone cooperate with them, and they all stay away from them.
So, Chapter 27, Mr. Lu knows all this?
Boss, you're here. The manager, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, saw Shangguan Yu coming and hurried over to greet him.
Take me to see Mr. Lu. Shangguan Yu didn't say a word of nonsense. The manager did not dare to neglect it and quickly said, Boss Lu is in the VIP room. I'll take you there. In the VIP lounge at this time, Lu Lian noticed Shangguan Yu and appeared at the door.
In front of me is a gorgeous woman who is charming to the core. She was wearing a red slit cheongsam, showing off her plump white thighs and a charming look between her brows.
And a light aroma. All of them show the charm of this woman.
The corners of her mouth were naturally raised, and even though there was no expression on her face, she seemed to be smiling at people.
This woman is really top-notch. Lu Lian couldn't help but admire.
He had seen many beautiful women, but this was the first time he had seen one as charming as this.
Can't blame myself for being ignorant. Shangguan Yu, that is a legend in Zhengqing.
Of course, he had never seen Shangguan Yu before. The reason why we came here to find her is because she has an underground force that cannot be ignored.
Second, she is also the heroine in the original novel.
When Lu Lian reads books, he can arouse his instinctive male desires based on the descriptions in the text.
Now see the concrete person in front of you.
She is not only charming and seductive, but also more addictive than what is described in novels.
There is a natural charm in her every move. It's hard to take your eyes off her. At this time, her information also appeared in Lu Lian's mind. Name, Shangguan Yu. Age, 33. Height, 172 centimeters.
Identity, one of the leaders of the 3 major underground forces.
Hobbies, making money, building power. Loyalty, 0. Interesting.
Lu Lian pursed his lips.
Her loyalty is only 0.
It seems that such a woman is not easy to approach. And he has no personal hobbies, he only likes money and power. Such women are very purposeful in doing things.
They won't talk nonsense or do useless things. So naturally there is an aura that keeps strangers away. Shangguan Yu, who walked in, quickly noticed Lu Lian sitting on the leather sofa. Elegant and calm. Full of masculine charm. She walked in front of Lu Lian with seductive steps. Are you Mr. Lu Lianlu from the Lu Group? Shang Wanyu naturally knew Lu Lian. I have also seen a report about Lu Lian on TV before. Have some impressions. However, now it seems that Lu Lian looks like a man in his 20s. He doesn't look like a 35-year-old group leader at all. Why? You don't think I look like that? No, it's just that Mr. Lu is more attractive in my imagination. Shang Guanyu smiled charmingly at this time and glanced at Yang Xishue in the VIP room. Yang Xishue bowed and left quickly. Closed the door too. There were only two of them left. Shang Guanyu stretched out his right hand. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Lu. I am Shang Guanyu. It's my honor too. Lu Lian extended his hand and shook it back. Shang Guanyu's hands were slender, delicate, and soft as if they had no bones. But something seems wrong. Miss you seem to be ill? Lu Lian looked at her and said. Mr. Lu, please stop talking nonsense. Shang Guanyu immediately had a bad impression of Lu Lian. Is this an opportunity to take advantage of others? You know, with your looks, it would be easy for you to enter the top circle in Jiangqing City. But she knew better than anyone what the price of entering was. I don't know how many people have extended olive branches to me. But how could I, a proud person like me, agree to that? Moreover, Lu Lian's behavior quickly reminded her of some bad things. So the disgust on her face was very obvious. Lu Lian also realized that something was wrong and let go of her hand. Sorry, miss you. But, miss you really don't think there's anything wrong? Hearing what Lu Lian said, Shang Guanyu's expression changed, but it quickly disappeared. She smiled faintly. Could it be that Mr. Lu, a dignified president, understands these things? Since you think there's something wrong with me, why don't you tell me about it? I'm not sure. But what I can be sure of is that, miss you, there is definitely something weird in your body. Mr. Lu. I don't understand what is the special thing. Shang Guanyu's heart was still full of disdain. This Mr. Lu. He is obviously the richest man in Jiangcheng, so why not just throw money at him? If it's about business or cooperation, Shang Guanyu can talk to him as long as she wants. However, he chose to start the conversation with medicine, which he was not familiar with. It's really redundant. However, Lu Lian's next words made Shang Guanyu stunned. Have you ever felt that when you are in certain emotions, your heart will be particularly uncomfortable? But when you don't think about it, it is exactly the same as a normal person. What did you just say? Shang Guanyu couldn't believe what he heard. I haven't told anyone, how would he know? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Shang Guanyu's surprised expression, Lu Lian also frowned. But Shang Guanyu's brows relaxed at this moment. She walked straight forward, stretched out her fair and tender arm, and held it in front of him. Mr. Lu, please help me see what's going on. This stubborn disease has troubled her for a long time. It has been almost 20 years now. Miss you, it seems that what I said is correct? Lu Lian smiled. That's right. I. Shang Guanyu hesitated. When I get emotional about something or someone, I get heart pain. She didn't elaborate. But Lu Lian also knew what it was. So, you are indeed infected with a poison. What, poisoned? Shang Guanyu opened her eyes wide, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. These words that can only be seen in novels actually happen to me? Are there really such weird things in this world? However, there seems to be no better explanation than being poisoned. Only you know the secret about yourself. Over the years, she has been to all the well-known hospitals and major hospitals around the world, but the cause could not be found. I have tried all those folk remedies and secret recipes, but to no avail. She even went to some temples to pray, using every possible means. But none of them were solved. And this Lu Lian, just by simply shaking hands with me, was able to see through my problem at a glance? I just know a little bit. Lu Lian smiled. Shang Guanyu regained her charming smile. Mr. Lu is too modest. You are the only one who can see it. If you don't understand, then who in this world will understand it better? What? Miss you, didn't you just not believe me? Lu Lian raised his eyebrows. Mr. Lu, I still don't know your strengths and weaknesses. Shang Guanyu twisted her waist, walked in front of Lu Lian, and spoke in a coquettish tone. Moreover, there is a hint of active teasing in the words. But, miss you, I also want to know your depth. Lu Lian said this. Shang Wanyu was a little overwhelmed.
Avoid this topic immediately.
Mr. Liu, you came to me today, not just to talk about this, right? Ms. Yu, I came to you today simply to discuss a cooperation.
But now that I see you in person, I suddenly have a more complicated idea.
Oh? Shang Wanyu looked at Lu Lian, waiting for his next words. Lu Lian cleared his throat and said directly, Miss Yu, I want to ask, do you want to be my woman? Chapter 28. Congratulations on making a wise choice. Mr. Liu, you really think too highly of me. How can I be worthy of you? After Lu Lian said this, Shang Wanyu just smiled and passed it off. It seems you don't understand what I mean. Lu Lian changed his sitting position on the sofa. Lu Lian.
Not only can I cure your chronic illness, I can also make you the #1 underground force in Jiangcheng. And it can also allow you to make endless money, so being my woman is not a loss for you.
Shang Wanyu was a little surprised after hearing Lu Lian's words.
Any one of the 3 points he just said was enough for her to completely refuse.
However, Shang Wanyu has also seen the world.
Whether Lu Lian can get the pie he has drawn is another matter.
Mr. Liu, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? After a brief moment of surprise, Shang Wanyu smiled coquettishly. Say, who can't say it? Of course I'm not just talking. How would you know if you don't try it? Lu Lian smiled. Yeah. Shang Wanyu extended his hand to Lu Lian. In this case, Mr. Liu, would you like to show some sincerity first? That's no problem, of course. Lu Lian also pulled her hand over.
She just wanted me to help her get fired.
But I'm not stupid. There are conditions for everything. Anyway, I'm just helping her now and it doesn't hurt me at all. Lu Lian placed Shang Wanyu's hand on the coffee table in front of him, and then placed a few fingers on her pulse.
The moment Lu Lian clasped Shang Wanyu's wrist, the strange pulse feeling he had just felt appeared again.
And this time it is more obvious than before.
As Lu Lian became more aware of his pulse, his brows gradually furrowed.
Mr. Liu, what's wrong? His expression made Shang Wanyu nervous.
Because of her chronic illness, she has been with me for so many years. Originally, she had given up any hope on this matter, but the appearance of Lu Lian gave her hope again. She didn't want the hope that had just ignited in her heart to be shattered again.
A moment later,
Lu Lian withdrew his hand and looked at her with a somewhat unnatural expression.
Mr. Liu, what happened? Shang Wanyu couldn't help but ask. You are still a novice?
Lu Lian's question made Shang Wanyu a little stunned.
I asked him to treat my chronic illness, how come he can even see this? Is the judgment so accurate? At this time, Lu Lian was also a little doubtful whether his diagnosis was correct. It's really rare to still be a virgin at the age of 33. If the woman in front of you is ugly, then maybe it is possible. But Shang Wanyu has an extremely stunning beauty and a top-notch figure.
There was no telling how many men were staring at her hungrily. Even though she is the queen of the underground now, she was just a little girl many years ago.
This infinitely charming woman has yet to experience sex. This is hard to believe. Is it true that all heroines in novels must be virgins? Is this so rude and brainless? What do you mean, Mr. Liu? Shang Wanyu's eyes began to avoid a little. It's always a bit embarrassing when someone tells me about this kind of thing. Okay, let's skip this topic.
Lu Lian calmed himself down.
According to my judgment just now, you have indeed been poisoned by a very rare goo. This kind of goo is extremely rare in the world, and there are no more than 3 people in the world who can use it. What kind of goo? This kind of goo is called separation goo. What is the love goo?
Lu Lian explained, as the name suggests, this kind of goo is to cut off people's 7 emotions and 6 desires.
If you get emotional, you will be attacked by the separation goo.
And just being aroused is like being devoured by insects, causing immense pain.
If you have intercourse with the opposite sex, you may even risk your life.
When Lu Lian said this, he could understand why Shang Wanyu was still a virgin.
This stubborn disease has been with her for so many years. As a result, she was unable to be a normal woman.
Therefore, they can only focus on making money and developing their own power. I have to admire that the original author of the novel could come up with any kind of absurd plot in order not to break the rules that the heroine must follow. Even this kind of separation goo has been arranged.
Lu Lian also expressed his admiration. Moreover, isn't this big sister the woman the author arranged for the protagonist?
He used his superb medical skills to cure Shang Guanyu, making this charming and sexy elder sister completely surrender to him. It's such a refreshing scene.
Can this kind of goo be cured? Shang Guanyu's eyes were full of anticipation. She now believes everything Lu Lian says. Because he not only sees my physical discomfort, but also knows my personal privacy? This is enough to show that Lu Lian is a master. His identity is definitely more than just a wealthy businessman in Jiangcheng. Of course I can. Lu Lian glanced at Shang Guanyu and said, but I'm a businessman. I have to consider the profits when doing things. I just said that there are less than 3 people in the world who can cure your poison. I have already stated my conditions, it is up to you to decide what to do. Lu Lian smiled. If Shang Guanyu agrees to be his woman, then he will treat her. If you don't agree, there's no point in saying more. If it was Yi Tian who rescued her, then Shang Guanyu would not be able to survive when he dealt with Yi Tian. After all, if such a force is not a friend, it is very likely to become an enemy. Of course, these are just Lu Lian's psychological activities. After hearing what Lu Lian said, Shang Guanyu was very hesitant.
Because this is no small matter.
She knew the decision she was going to make next.
It not only concerns your own body and future, but will also affect the fate of everyone under you.
So you must be cautious. Lu Lian didn't seem to be in a hurry either. He sat on the sofa drinking tea and waiting for Shang Guanyu's reply. A few minutes later, Shang Guanyu took a deep breath and looked at Lu Lian with her beautiful eyes. Mr. Lu, I've made up my mind. If you can really cure me, I, Shang Guanyu, am willing to be your woman. You don't regret it? No regrets. Sure. I, Shang Guanyu, never regret the decisions I make. Then congratulations, you made a very wise decision. Lu Lian laughed. Keep Miss Yu firmly under control.
Then the protagonist Yi Tian will never have a chance to have anything happen with Shang Guanyu.
Everything requires chance.
Now that I have modified the direction of the novel, the subsequent series of plots will change accordingly.
Moreover, this simple and crude method is more direct than brushing loyalty.
Use resources directly to exert pressure. Make the other party surrender willingly. First, I did not give anyone drugs, second, I did not use violence, and third, I did not use any coercion. It's just putting out your own chips and pointing out the other party's shortcomings. As for what to do, let her choose for herself.
And Shang Guanyu's current loyalty is still 0. Under such circumstances, Shang Guanyu could make such a choice. It seems that there is nothing wrong with what I did. Otherwise, if you just brush up your loyalty, people like Shang Guanyu have seen everything, and you may not be able to raise the value even after a long time. Shang Guanyu naturally had his own considerations when making that decision. After being in the underworld for so many years, what kind of men have I not seen?
Being rich and handsome are no longer necessary conditions. What she needs is someone who can truly bring about a qualitative change in her.
Chapter 29. Do you know you are playing with fire?
So, she made this decision and agreed to Lu Lian. What I value is that he can relieve my pain. Of course, his appearance and background are also important reasons that cannot be ignored. If she could be a normal woman again, it seemed that there was no one better than him in the whole Jiangcheng except Lu Lian. Moreover, she also saw in Lu Lian a character that was even more powerful and ambitious than her own adoptive father. This kind of exposed ambition makes one's heart restless. No matter how strong a woman is, she is naturally insecure. So every woman wants to find a man who is stronger than herself.
Mr. Lu, when are you going to help me with the treatment? Now that you have decided to follow him, there is no need to be hesitant anymore. If you are free now, just come with me. Lu Lian replied. Leaving now? Why, inconvenient. No, isn't this a bit hasty? Haste? Lu Lian grinned. You have been cut off from all emotions for so many years. I guess it must be very painful, right? Wouldn't it be better to get rid of this pain sooner? Mr. Lu, can't you be more tactful?
Even Shang Guanyu, who was used to the scenes of feasting and revelry, suddenly blushed and looked at Lu Lian with a face full of anger. She is born with a charming figure and full of seductiveness. Every night I have to wait alone in the darkness until dawn. No one understands the torment better than her, and no one can endure it.
Okay. Let's go. Lu Lian stood up from the sofa. He pointed to his arm. Shang Guanyu was stunned for a moment, then obediently took Lu Lian's arm. Lu Lian, can you really cure my poison? She was still a little worried. You'll know after tonight. Soon, two people walked out of the VIP room. The deafening sound waves in the hall almost pushed them back. Everyone was stunned when they saw what was happening here. Some people couldn't believe their eyes and rubbed them desperately. What did they see? Shang Guanyu actually held Lu Lian's arm?
In this scene, everyone, whether they knew Shang Guanyu or not, had the same expression.
His eyes widened and his jaw dropped to the ground. What is going on here? Isn't it possible that I saw it wrong? Oh my god, Miss Yu is holding that man's hand?
Which man has touched her in all these years?
Is he Miss Yu's boyfriend? But how is this possible?
Yeah, I also think that Miss Yu's requirements are very high.
This is quite unexpected. Miss Yu has always been single, how come she suddenly has a boyfriend? But what on earth is going on here?
They all looked eagerly at Miss Yu, who was full of charm, as she walked out arm in arm with Lu Lian.
Moving through the crowd. You know what, they really are a good match. Yes, Miss Yu, has she really found true love? My heart is breaking. At this time, on the street, Yi Tian was in a bad mood.
Although he is now starting to develop his own power.
And he has already gained the following of Buddha. It was very popular for a while. But he still couldn't be happy.
Because what he got now was far less than what he expected.
Compared with what Lu Lian got, there is no comparison at all.
Moreover, several heroines who were originally very close to him had no contact with him after Lu Lian appeared. This made him feel even more uncomfortable.
At the traffic light ahead, Yi Tian suddenly saw a familiar car. Lincoln Navigator. Isn't this Lu Lian's car?
When Yi Tian saw the car, his mind immediately became highly focused.
Although when seeing it,
he felt in his heart that something was going to be snatched away by Lu Lian again.
But he couldn't think that much. I quickly stopped an empty taxi. Where are you going? The driver asked. Master, do you see the car in front? Follow it. Which one? It's the one in front. Yi Tian pointed at Lu Lian's car. Young man, you are kidding me. If this car gets scratched, can I afford to pay for it? Master, I just asked you to follow me and keep your distance so as not to lose me.
And my girlfriend was in that car, there was nothing I could do.
Girlfriend?
Hearing this, the taxi driver immediately understood.
Young man, don't worry. This is the kind of person I hate the most in my life. Don't worry, I'll follow you. Now. On the bustling streets.
The driver seemed to resonate with what Yi Tian said.
While driving, he followed Lu Lian's Lincoln.
On the other hand, he kept talking about how the world is going downhill, how rich people are like this and that, and how gold-digging women are like this and that.
Yi Tian didn't care.
He has not been in Jiangsheng for long and is unfamiliar with many places. The reason for asking the driver to follow Lu Lian's car was to better follow him and find out where he lived.
The reason just now was just made up.
The driver was very excited, and Yi Tian had to respond with intermittent words.
And at this moment, how could he have thought of this? If Lu Lian hadn't traveled through time.
Then the woman leaning against Lu Lian in the Lincoln car at this moment could really be his woman.
At this time, on the bustling city main road,
Lu Lian drove the Lincoln Navigator and sped through the city streets.
A taxi followed behind.
After all, Yi Tian is the protagonist and has strong abilities, so he is very cautious when following the car.
He not only noticed the bodyguard vehicle following Lu Lian,
he also predicted in advance the route Lu Lian would take.
On several occasions, I had to direct the taxi driver to take a detour and then follow him.
So I followed behind him all the time, but was not discovered.
Would you please not lean on me like this?
Lu Lian was driving, glanced at Shang Guanyu who was leaning on his shoulder, and frowned.
What? Does Mr. Lu also have shy moments? Shang Guanyu smiled, her face full of charm.
Moreover, she deliberately leaned towards Lu Lian again, almost unable to blend in.
A faint fragrance from her body also penetrated Lu Lian's nostrils. Shy. Do you know that you are playing with fire by doing this? Lu Lian smiled. Shang Guanyu was stunned. He didn't know what he meant by playing with fire.
Does this mean that he can't help but?
Thinking of this, Shang Guanyu smiled again. But he didn't dare to tease Lu Lian any further. Sit back in your seat.
At this moment, Lu Lian's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Few people know Lu Lian's phone number, and many things are handled directly by his subordinates. Since the phone call could get to him directly, he must be familiar with Lu Lian's identity. So Lu Lian did not refuse. "Uncle Lu, what are you doing?" As soon as the call was connected, a clear and pleasant voice came from the other end. As soon as Lu Lian heard it, he knew who she was. "Lin Shuyao, do you have something to talk to me about?" After handing over the two projects to Lin Shuyao, Lu Lian didn't care too much about them. Just some routine reporting. But apart from work matters, there was no extra contact. "It's already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, why did she call me suddenly?" Chapter 30. This is 2 Versailles. "Can't I call you if I have nothing to do?" That's not the case. Hearing the resentment in the other party's tone, Lu Lian suddenly felt strange. Why does this sound a bit like a girlfriend acting coquettishly? Okay, I know Uncle Lu is very busy, so I won't waste my time talking nonsense and get straight to the point. Lin Shuyao's tone also straightened up. "Next Monday is my birthday. I want to invite you to my birthday party. The address is at my house. Uncle Lu, please come no matter if you are free or not." After Lin Shuyao said this, her heartbeat suddenly started to speed up a lot. She didn't know why she suddenly felt this way. It seemed as if he was afraid that Lu Lian's answer would reject him. Lin Shuyao's words made Lu Lian laugh. "If you talk about something else, I definitely won't come. But since it's your birthday, I have to come." "Really? That's great." Lin Shuyao was delighted, "But it's too late today, shall I send someone to deliver the invitation to your house tomorrow?" "Okay." Lu Lian nodded. Because the guests attending the banquet were all well-known figures in Jiangchang, in order to prevent some people from sneaking in, every attendee needed to enter with an invitation. After Lin Shuyao hung up the phone, she touched her face. "Strange, why is my face so hot? Also, why was I so nervous just now?" "This is not you, Lin Shuyao." At this time, Yi Tian was in a taxi and also received a call. But the person he called was not Lin Shuyao. It was Lin Qingcheng, Lin Shuyao's grandfather. The marriage contract back then was made between Lin Qingcheng and the Yi family. Later, when he heard that Yi Tian had approached the Lin family but was rejected, Lin Qingcheng, who had long since retired to the mountains, became a little restless. "Xiao Yi, next Monday is my granddaughter Chuyao's birthday, you must come." Lin Qingcheng's kind tone made Yi Tian feel at home. "This." Yi Tian hesitated. "Grandpa Lin, this may not be a good idea, right?" "What's wrong?" "Shuyao and Uncle Lin don't seem to like me. If I go, it might be awkward." "Don't worry, I'm here to support you. They won't dare to disobey me." "Okay, since Grandpa Lin has said so, I will be there on time." Yi Tian is now very self-aware. Knowing that Lu Lian has already cooperated with the Lin family will recover and will ignore him even more. So even if he went, he wouldn't be in a good mood. But since Lin Qingcheng said so, there was no reason for me not to go. What's more, Lin Shuyao is not only the only daughter of the Lin family, but also so beautiful. Even if there is only a half chance, he will try his best. So the Lu family is so luxurious? At this time, the car drove halfway up the mountain and a villa appeared in front of us. Lu Lian drove his Lincoln into the gate of the villa. The taxi driver saw this and immediately shook his head. "Brother, I think we should just forget about it. You can't afford to offend this guy. It's normal for your girlfriend to find him. Listen to my advice, there are plenty of fish in the sea. That's enough." Yi Tian didn't want to pay any attention to the driver's nonsense. After paying the fare, he got off the car. Well. The driver watched Yi Tian disappear from his sight, shook his head and sighed. Then he stepped on the accelerator and left here. After Yi Tian got out of the car, he observed for a while and walked towards the Lu family's villa under the cover of night. At this time, Lu Lian drove the car into the villa compound and headed towards the garage. Shang Wanyu looked at the scenery of the villa. Even though she had seen a lot of the world, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Mr. Lu, I've really been enlightened today. Your villa, just this piece of land, is worth more than 1 billion yuan. According to rough estimates, the villa and its yard cover at least 20 acres. But Lu Lian just smiled faintly. "You're exaggerating. This piece of land has been in my name for many years.
According to its value at that time, it was only a little over 200 million. But only 200 million? Shang Guanyu was stunned. Listen, is what Lu Lian said still human language? What do you mean less than 200 million? This is really too Versailles. Is this the strength of the richest man in Zhongcheng? It's really impressive. At this moment, Shang Guanyu still felt a little relieved about this matter. It seems that being able to get in touch with Lu Lian is not a bad thing for me. Shang Guanyu curled his lips and said, Boss Lu is really rich and powerful. He doesn't even care about 200 million. Is 200 million a lot? Lu Lian asked back curiously. What does this mean to the richest man in Zhongcheng? Isn't 200 million not a lot? For an entertainment club as big as mine, after deducting various costs, it would take at least 3 years to make 200 million. Besides, if this money is used to support failed investment projects, there will be even less left. So I just told you that it is the wisest decision for you to follow me. Lu Lian walked into the villa and said, Follow me, you can make as much money as you want in the future. Really? I'm even more looking forward to it. Shang Guanyu couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Come with me quickly. Lu Lian said. Where are you going? I'll help you get rid of the poison. But this time I need to check your upper body. Do you agree? What if I say no? Shang Guanyu smiled. It's already this time, and you still care about this. No, I just feel a little embarrassed. Shang Guanyu said. So do you want to get rid of the poison? Solve it, we must solve it. Then stop talking and lie down on that sofa. Shang Guanyu was speechless. When was the last time someone spoke to me in such an imperative tone? However, she could only follow Lu Lian's instructions. She took off her clothes with her back to Lu Lian. Then he lay on the sofa with his back facing up. Smooth back, round and perky buttocks, slender and white legs. If it weren't for Shang Guanyu's illness, and if Lu Lian couldn't bear it, he would have been able to hold it in. Perhaps Lu Lian has already started doing some unspeakable things. Especially when Lu Lian was about to check the front. She folded her arms across her chest, but still couldn't hide her majesty. In this posture, any man will burst into nosebleed. Lu Lian held his breath to stop being distracted. After this careful examination, Lu Lian became more certain that his diagnosis was correct. After making preparations, Lu Lian took out a set of silver needles. There was some liquid on the silver needle. This liquid is extracted from a very strange poisonous insect. It is very effective against certain poisons. Different poisons have different detoxification methods. Although the toxins in the silver needles can also be harmful to humans. However, as long as the dosage is appropriate and poison is used to fight poison, the degree of damage can be minimized. Chapter 31. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? It might be a little painful at first. But if you can bear it at the beginning, it will be fine later. If you really can't help it, here's a towel you can hold in your mouth. As Lu Lian spoke, he walked over and handed Shang Guanyu a towel. Shang Guanyu. Towels ready? How painful is this? Moreover, what kind of ferocious words did Lu Lian just say? Those who know that it is a detoxification process, those who don't know might think that it is doing something else. Shang Guanyu had never experienced this. But for her, this was naturally understandable. However, Shang Guanyu didn't think too much and quickly stuffed the towel into his mouth. Lu Lian stood behind her and found the acupuncture points on her back. Then a silver needle fell at a high speed. Shang Guanyu groaned in pain. I couldn't help but bounce my feet a few times. Lu Lian calmed himself down. Give 2 more injections. Because the acupoints are of vital importance, big mistakes can occur if you are not careful. So Lu Lian also concentrated all his energy. At this time, Shang Guanyu also had beads of sweat on his forehead. Both hands were tightly grasping the cloth on the sofa. This kind of pain is no worse than the heart-wrenching pain when the poison takes effect. After 5 minutes, Shang Guanyu felt the pain gradually subsided. At this time, she was sweating all over. A few more minutes passed. The pain in his body almost disappeared. Shang Guanyu relaxed himself, took off the towel, and was about to take a few deep breaths of fresh air. Suddenly, a strange burning sensation surged from her heart into her throat. And it also smells fishy and disgusting. Wow! Shang Guanyu couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of sticky black blood.
There were some extremely tiny living creatures wrapped in that black blood. This was the first time Lu Lian saw the appearance of a poisonous insect. Although he had cured Zhang Runan of a goo poison once, the poison had killed her directly due to the high fever. This time's poison is obviously more difficult to deal with than the last time.
After it enters the human body, it will parasitize around the human heart and become a part of the human body.
It doesn't usually occur, but it will cause trouble at certain specific times. Faced with such an evil love separation goo, conventional medical equipment is completely unable to detect it.
The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it.
Since it is a poisonous insect, the only way is to remove it. Even though Lu Lian now had mastered the most advanced witchcraft, he was still sweating profusely. The poison has been removed this time, you can take a rest.
As he spoke, Lu Lian took back the silver needle and disinfected it. Handed Shang Guanyu a new towel. Thank you. Shang Guanyu said weakly.
Host, 35% of the poison in Shang Guanyu's body has been eliminated.
The next detoxification will be in 3 days. What's going on? Only 35%?
The sudden system prompt sound made Lu Lian stunned.
Only 1/3 of it has been cleaned? Lu Lian thought it could be completely eliminated today. After Shang Guanyu has a good rest, she will become a normal woman.
Host, the love goo has been parasitic in Shang Guanyu's body for too long and is too toxic. It has already invaded his internal organs.
So don't be impatient in removing the goo, or your life will be in danger.
The system prompts again.
I see. Lu Lian understood now.
It is true that good things come to those who wait. Looking at the fair and tender Shang Guanyu in front of me, I can only look but not eat her, which is quite a challenge to my patience. Ding, the host has completed the first detoxification, and the plot of the novel has changed.
Reward experience value 400. Aura value 200. Shang Guanyu's loyalty increased from 0 to 20 points.
The system's rewards also arrived at this time. It seems that today was not a waste of time.
But judging from the situation, I guess by the time the last detoxification is completed, the loyalty will be almost full. This night, Shang Guanyu stayed at Lu Lian's house. Although Lu Lian really wanted to make this night more wonderful. It's a pity that the poison was not completely eliminated. Shang Guanyu would still have an attack. So for safety's sake, Lu Lian had to give up all thoughts. That is to say,
apart from removing the poison, the two of them did nothing else.
Lu Lian told Shang Guanyu his thoughts. What? You want to get rid of Master Buddha?
Shang Guanyu was also a woman who had to walk on the edge of a knife. But when he heard Lu Lian say that he wanted to get rid of the Buddha, he was still scared.
After all, the Buddha's power is far greater than his own.
Both the number of subordinates and the capital foundation are several times stronger than his own.
This is not an easy thing to do. Are there any difficulties? Lu Lian didn't mind. Shang Guanyu looked at Lu Lian and asked carefully, "How sure are you?" "I'm absolutely sure. Even if there are unexpected circumstances, he won't be able to escape unscathed." Lu Lian said very easily.
If you can't even deal with a mere Buddha, then there's no point in being here.
Seeing Lu Lian so confident, Shang Guanyu became curious. What on earth gave this man in front of him such strong confidence?
Among the underground forces in Jiancheng, the one led by Master Buddha is the strongest. Even if I and Chang Depeo were added together, we would still be a little worse than him. However, due to various reasons, even though Buddha had the strongest power, he did not swallow the other two. Because the three forces have gone through decades of sedimentation, they have deep foundations and their power is intertwined, and none of them can be easily eliminated.
Moreover, among the three of them, Master Buddha is the most ruthless.
The reason why he was called Buddha Lord was because he always had a golden Buddha statue hanging around his neck, which he never took off.
He is very fat and likes to laugh, just like Maitreya Buddha.
However, when he took action, he showed no mercy at all. Everyone feels a little nervous when they mention him. Now, Lu Lian said in a very relaxed tone that he wanted to deal with Master Buddha, and she didn't understand why.
And when he came to see me before, he said that if I didn't cooperate with him, he would go to find Chung Depeo. Could it be that he has some deep hatred with the Buddha?
But it doesn't look like it. The two sides have absolutely no intersection.
How can there be hatred?
What Sheng Wanyu didn't know was that Lu Lian did this just to have his own power to fight against Yi Tian.
Because Master Buddha has already joined Yi Tian.
What she didn't know was that if it weren't for Lu Lian, her group would also have been taken away by Yi Tian. But because he has intervened, the plot has changed.
It's late, go to bed first. We can discuss the details tomorrow.
As Lu Lian spoke, he opened his mouth and yawned.
I am indeed sleepy. Well, go to sleep. Shang Wanyu nodded in agreement. Then he walked into the room arranged by Lu Lian. But
she tossed and turned in bed for a long time, but couldn't fall asleep.
As soon as I close my eyes, Lu Lian's figure appears in my mind. At this time, Shang Wanyu suddenly heard footsteps coming from the corridor. It sounds exceptionally clear. What's up with these servants?
There's no bed made in my room.
Well, let's go to the next room for the night.
A young man said in the corridor. Then, footsteps came towards the room where Shang Wanyu lived. Shang Wanyu heard the footsteps getting closer and closer, and instinctively grabbed a corner of the quilt, feeling a little nervous. Although she was quite skilled, she was now weak all over and couldn't exert any strength at all. Squeak! Soon, the door of the room was pushed open. Through the faint light outside the window, Shang Wanyu saw a figure walking in.
Judging from the outline, Shang Wanyu didn't recognize this person at all. At this time,
Lu Tsong pushed the door open and walked into the room, and saw that there seemed to be someone lying on the bed.
He turned on the light.
When he saw the person on the bed, his eyes lit up and were filled with surprise.
Oh my God! Where did this beautiful lady come from? It is so beautiful. Chapter 32 What should I do if I like someone? Although she looks much older than me, who wouldn't be confused when encountering such mature charm? Who are you? Shang Wanyu covered himself with the quilt and asked nervously. I want to know who you are and why you are in my house. Lu Tsong asked.
You are the young master of the Lu family, Lu Tsong.
Shang Wanyu quickly remembered. There have always been rumors in Jiangcheng. Lu Lian never married, but had a son.
He is always arrogant and domineering, living a life of debauchery, and is the #1 playboy in Jiangcheng. However, he was quite depressed recently.
It seems that he was beaten by someone and was hospitalized? Why did you suddenly return to the Lu family? Not bad, you have some good eyesight.
Lu Tsong laughed smugly, but his rude eyes were still fixed on Shang Wanyu.
You want to sleep in this room? Then I'll go out and give it to you.
Shang Wanyu felt a little frightened by Lu Tsong's gaze.
It was like the look a hungry wolf gives when it spots its prey. This is Lu Lian's son. If you can't afford to offend, you can only avoid it.
So, Shang Wanyu made sure that he was dressed and prepared to get up and leave.
Hey, where are you going, pretty girl? Since you're already asleep, let's continue. Lu Tsong smiled. What about you? Shang Wanyu asked, and then realized that his words seemed redundant.
Lu Tsong in front of him was walking towards him while unbuttoning his shirt with his hands. I was so exhausted in the hospital, and as soon as I came back, something good happened.
God is so kind to me. What are you going to do? Don't come over here. Shang Wanyu shouted.
If I had the strength now, 2 slaps in the face would be the least I could do for this hooliganism.
Do you know what my identity is? I don't care about your identity.
I am the only heir of the Lu family in Jiangcheng. There is no woman in Jiangcheng that I can't handle.
Lu Tsong said nonchalantly. Now I'm completely obsessed with sex and don't care about anything else. Don't come over here. Shang Wanyu stepped back.
There was also a hint of fear in his eyes.
This is my home. Do you still want to escape from my grasp? Ha ha.
Lu Tsong's smile became more and more obscene.
Brute. At this time, a figure entered the room accompanied by a roar. Shang Wanyu's eyes blurred, and before he could see clearly, Lu Tsong's body flew out sideways. You'll never learn to be quiet, you want to die, don't you?
Lu Lian's figure appeared in front of him.
Mr. Lu.
When Shang Wanyu saw him, he felt so happy that he cried.
Dad, why did you hit me?
Lu Tsong climbed up with difficulty, holding onto the stool, with an incredible look on his face.
And he hit so hard? He actually slapped himself and sent him flying? Is this still the dad I remember? Brute.
Lu Lian was speechless as he looked at his adopted son in front of him.
Do you think about your crotch wherever you go? You've brought shame to the Lu family. Dad, she's just an ordinary woman. Why are you so angry? Is it that serious? Lu Tsong's ignorant question made Lu Lian feel his blood pressure rise. Ordinary?
This is Miss Yu Shangguan Yu, my distinguished guest.
Lu Lian didn't want Shangguan Yu to have a bad impression of him because of Lu Tsong, which would ruin his plan. Shangguan Yu? Lu Tsong couldn't believe it.
Naturally, he was very familiar with the underground forces in Jiangchang.
He was very close to one of them. Although Shangguan Yu is the weakest among them. But it still has strength and popularity. The big businessmen in Jiangchang would still be courteous to her when they saw her. The beauty in front of me is actually Shangguan Yu? And the most puzzling thing is, how did Dad invite Shangguan Yu to his house, and have him stay at Lu's house at night? What is going on? You still don't apologize? Lu Lian yelled at him again. Miss Yu, I was wrong.
I didn't see your identity clearly, otherwise I would never dare to offend you. Although Lu Tsong is naughty, he also knows how to judge the situation.
Seeing Lu Lian's reaction, Shangguan Yu must be of extraordinary status in his father's eyes. Lu Tsong, I'm warning you for the last time. No matter where you are, watch your crotch. If I find you again, I will never forgive you. Originally, Lu Lian disliked this extra adopted son at all. Now give him a warning. If he commits trouble again, we can just kick him out of the Lu family. At the same time, a new idea quickly popped up in his mind.
I am only 35 years old this year. There is no doubt that he can continue to lead the Lu family for another 30 years. Now I can predict the future based on the script, and I know that the Lu family will continue to grow and develop in the future. Not to mention he is the richest man in Jiangchang. It is not impossible to be the richest man in the world.
If the entire family business was handed over to Lu Tsong. Naturally, Lu Lian was unwilling to do so.
It would be better to donate all the property you have worked hard for than to hand it over to such a playboy.
So, he must have children of his own. And the progress needs to be accelerated.
In this way, when I get old and retire to the second line, the children have just grown up. Moreover, in order to balance the relationships in the Lu family and prevent the big child from being useless, it is not enough to have only one child.
Then we have to respond to the current call of China. At least 3 children. So, who would be the most suitable girl? Judging from the current progress,
it was undoubtedly the commoner school beauty Shin Monk. Because of the relationship with other people, it is not yet at the stage where we can have children.
Lin Chuyao still views himself as Uncle Lu. Shangguan Yu's poison has not been eliminated yet, and he is relatively old. Zhang Runan is a police officer and is very dedicated to his career.
Shin Monk has a simple identity and is not a member of the circle, and her loyalty is also the highest.
Naturally more likely.
Then, she is obviously the most suitable first candidate.
Then,
after Lu Lian rearranged Shangguan Yu, he prepared to send her a message to see if she had time to meet tomorrow.
Lu Lian just opened his phone and saw a live broadcast push.
It turned out that Shin Monk was online.
At this time,
Shin Monk had just started the live broadcast and there were not many people in the room. She looked a little listless. Suddenly, a lot of special effects popped up on the screen.
Shin Monk looked up and was stunned.
The guy called Lu Di Shinxian gave himself another reward. And right at the start he got 10 sports cars. She immediately sent a private message to the land fairy.
Brother Lu Divine Immortal, you are actually online today. Lu Lian replied with one word. Brother Land God, I have a question for you. What's the problem?
Lu Lian replied.
I found that I like someone I shouldn't like. What should I do?
Shin Monk had no one to talk to, so he had to hide his brother in the tree hole.
It's a good thing to like someone, why is there a question of whether or not to do it? Lu Lian asked. I know. But he's a lot older than me. I don't think that's possible. How much older than you? I'm not sure, I think he's about 35. If he were a few years older, he'd almost be my dad. Shin Monk was a little worried. Information found online shows that Lu Lian is 35 years old.
If my father were still alive, he would only be 40 years old this year. She herself is 18 and a half years old, and will be 19 in 4 or 5 months.
So much bigger?
Based on her description, Lu Lian now knew that she was talking about him.
But I still pretended not to know.
This will help us better understand her mental state.
Yes. This is a hurdle that I can't get over.
But apart from this, he is really good in every way. He is a gentleman and gentle.
I feel safe in front of him.
I couldn't help myself and kissed him once.
So proactive? Did you devote yourself to him very quickly? Lu Lian sent a few smirking emojis. I don't know. I was confused. If he had been tougher, I might have given in. Besides, I still don't know how he feels about me. There are so many girls who are better than me, how could he notice me?
The more Shin Monk spoke, the more humble he felt.
Chapter 33 Whoever loses buys dinner. Maybe he ignored it because he guessed what you were thinking?
Lu Lian suddenly felt that this way of chatting was interesting.
This feeling of secretly spying is really good. Maybe. Shin Monk's face was a little disappointed. I'm just an ordinary girl.
He might be afraid that I will cause him trouble.
In that case, why are you still so worried about gains and losses? Lu Lian suddenly became curious. But I'm a little reluctant. I've even thought about it. As long as he can be with me, I don't need a formal relationship. But this is not right. What should I do? Lu Lian looked at the message sent by Shin Monk. I was so surprised, this is love from the bottom of my heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even said something like I don't want a status. This means that if she follows Lu Lian, she will be very sensible and will not fight or compete. The only request is that Lu Lian can spend more time with her. To be honest, this was a bit difficult for Lu Lian to cope with. I'll give you a suggestion. If you really like him, you can create some opportunities to be alone with him. What, alone? Then will he treat me? Shen Monk felt a little embarrassed. So do you want to or not? Lu Lian replied. He really wanted to know what she was thinking at this moment. I haven't thought about it yet. Shen Monk answered. After all, this step is not so easy to take. But on the other hand, if she wanted to take a further step with Lu Lian, she would have to take this step sooner or later. Anyway, it's up to you to decide. After all, he doesn't know. I'll leave first. Lu Lian finished speaking and then exited the software. Just quit not long ago. Suddenly, a message came on my WeChat. It was sent by Shin Monk. Mr. Lu, are you there? What's the matter? Mr. Lu, do you have time tomorrow? What's the matter? Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Lian asked. If you have time tomorrow, can I invite you to play ball with me? Are we going alone? Lu Lian asked this deliberately. No. I also invited a close friend to join us, is that okay? The reply from the other side surprised Lu Lian a little. Does Shin Monk not understand the meaning of being alone together, or has she not made up her mind yet? Still a chick after all. A typical naive person. There are gains and losses in everything. He wanted to see Lu Lian, but was afraid of what Lu Lian might do to him. So I asked a close friend to join me and we went to a public place to play ball. It has nothing to do with the kind of date between lovers. But he didn't care. It's best to take things slowly with this kind of thing. It's not me who is anxious now. Feelings are cultivated slowly. She is still a young girl, so of course I still have to respect her. Okay, where are we going to play? Lu Lian replied. Jiancheng Sports Center. Shen Monk mentioned a place. What a coincidence. Lu Lian was a little surprised. This sports center is the largest private sports venue in Jiancheng, and the Lu family is the main shareholder. But the shares have always been held by others. Nor is it involved in the actual operation. It was simply a venue that the Lu family used to do a favor and respond to the call for investment. So not many people outside know about this situation. This situation is not uncommon. A large consortium is involved in too many industries. There are full asset industries, main controls, and follow-up investments. Unless you are a senior business person or someone who is particularly sensitive to business, no one knows how many industries a group has. The next day, Lu Lian and Shin Monk met at the entrance of the sports center on time. From a distance, Lu Lian saw Shin Monk. She was wearing a white sports skirt today. The small belly button is exposed, outlining the beautiful curves of the youthful figure. There was another girl standing next to her, with long flowing hair, tall figure, squatting on the ground. When she stood up and looked up. When Lu Lian took a look, he found that this best friend looked familiar. Isn't this young Simin? Their eyes met and then quickly moved away. The three met.
The first words to each other were,
"Do you know each other?" The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle.
"Oh, after all this time, your best friend is Yang Ximin."
Lu Lian smiled. "Mr. Lu, do you know my best friend?" Shinmeng asked, and Yang Ximin, who was standing beside him, was also looking at Lu Lian's reaction. "I know him. I've met him a few times.
I added him on WeChat at an event before, but we haven't kept in touch much,"
Lu Lian said. Yang Ximin also reacted. "Yes, Mr. Lu is right. We have met once before." Yang Ximin knew that Lu Lian didn't want to make their relationship public, so she reacted quickly.
"Okay, we're here to play ball today.
How do we play with three of us?"
Lu Lian changed the subject. On the way here, he exchanged experience points for the all-around sports skill. There are different levels of sports skills: world level, national level, provincial level, and municipal level. What Lu Lian exchanged was the provincial skill level. "I played with a few girls today and they were more than capable of performing at the provincial level.
How about the two of us fighting against you, and whoever loses will treat the other to a meal?" Yang Ximin said first. "It seems that today's meal is on you," Lu Lian said with a smile.
"Then look at these two best friends.
They all have their merits."
After suppressing the thoughts in my mind,
they walked into the tennis hall. The three of them went straight to the tennis court. Lu Lian just came to play ball with them today and didn't want to alarm the venue staff. "So you just pay the money to open the card. The normal area is 200 per hour. The VIP area is 300 per hour.
A morning session would cost about 6 or 700 yuan.
The price is moderate.
After all, those who have free time to play ball have decent financial conditions.
Because the general area is basically full. So Lu Lian directly chose the VIP area. This way it would be less noisy.
However, this charging price is only enough to maintain the daily operating expenses of the venue. If such large sports venues want to make money, they still need to organize various large-scale events, large-scale concerts, exhibitions, and other activities.
But Lu Lian doesn't care about this now. Now that you are here, just relax.
At this time, Shinmeng and Yang Ximin were already holding their rackets and ready on the other side of the net.
"Mr. Lu, are you ready?" "Bring it on." Lu Lian smiled.
Although it was 2 against 1, he was not afraid at all.
"I have acquired provincial level sports skills, so why would I be afraid of 2 amateur players?" "Really?"
After playing for a while, there was a huge gap in the scores between the two sides,
even though Lu Lian was intentionally giving up the ball.
However, the two girls on the opposite side were still running and sweating profusely, and they were unable to focus on one thing while neglecting another.
Spent almost the entire game picking up the ball.
Lu Lian could also enjoy watching them pick up the balls. For a moment, I didn't know which ball to watch.
Chapter 34. It's not about money. When the two people are running, they are still very eye-catching. A young body is always full of vitality.
Yang Ximin doesn't need to imagine it, after all, she has experienced it herself.
"Rest, we need to rest." The two best friends were already out of breath.
Tennis is a sport that consumes a lot of physical energy.
If you are at a disadvantage, it will be more difficult to fight. Even if they were 2 against 1, it would still be no match.
In contrast, Lu Lian looked calm, his feet did not move more than 3 meters from where he was, and he didn't even sweat much.
"This Lu Lian is really too hard on us,"
Shinmeng scolded in a low voice.
Yang Ximin did not answer.
"I know in my heart that Lu Lian is not a man who is too gentle with women."
At this time,
they also attracted the attention of many other viewers. The reason is of course very simple.
Because among them, the men are extremely handsome. The woman is beautiful and sexy.
They are all handsome men and beautiful women, which are very rare in Zhangcheng. And when he was playing basketball just now, the guy's skills were really great.
Clearly better skills than anyone else in the entire venue. Such level.
They didn't know Lu Lian's true identity, and they just sighed that it was a pity that they didn't join a professional training team.
"Mr. Lu, your ball-playing skills are so good?"
Shinmeng sat cross-legged on the ground weakly, took the mineral water handed to him by Lu Lian, and took a few big gulps.
"Just play casually."
Lu Lian smiled and handed another bottle of water to Yang Ximin.
Yang Ximin's face also turned red.
Because her bust is bigger than Shin Monk's, she consumed more energy just now.
I'm still feeling fine now. How long have you two known each other? Lu Lian asked with a smile. These two best friends are really interesting. One is the heroine who is related to the first protagonist. One is the heroine who is related to the second protagonist.
It seems that this is a comprehensive protagonist world. Whether they have a major role or not depends on who is the main character now.
At this time, Lu Lian noticed.
At the entrance of the VIP area, there was a sudden noisy sound.
A large group of people came over.
In the center is a girl wearing sunglasses and a mask, which almost completely covers her face. But she also has a very good figure.
Manager, didn't they say the VIP area was cleared? Why are there still people waiting?
A middle-aged woman next to the girl saw Lu Lian and the others.
His face suddenly became long. Sister Sun, I'm not sure about this either. Maybe there was a lack of communication at the front desk.
The manager was obviously surprised as well.
The VIP area has been notified to be closed today, so how could anyone still come in? I don't care. Now that we are here, we can't just wait, right? You have to know that our time is calculated by the minute. Can you afford this loss? Get them out now. Sister Sun, they paid to get in here, too. It's not appropriate for me to chase them away, right? The manager glanced at Lu Lian.
Although I don't know the identity of the person opposite me, judging from his aura, he should not be an ordinary person.
How about I call our general manager and ask him to coordinate? The manager didn't know what to do. You can't even handle such a small matter, and you still need instructions?
I have informed your general manager, and he said he would fully cooperate.
Is this how you cooperate with me?
Sister Sun's words were merciless.
The manager suddenly didn't know what to say.
I've heard that Sister Sun is very strong, but I didn't expect her to be so strong.
Just when the atmosphere was a little awkward, the girl in sunglasses advised, Sister Sun, why don't we just forget it? We can come back tomorrow and it will be the same.
Sun Mei shook her head.
Zhou Xue, the schedule is very tight this time.
I worked hard to coordinate the venue.
You can't waste it. Otherwise, you won't be able to shoot this drama well.
Besides, the coaches have been invited here, and this is also a filming location so we can get familiar with it in advance.
How can we just not practice?
Sun Mei's words left Zhou Xue speechless for a moment. She also knew that Sister Sun, as her agent, had always been very strong.
Keep your word. Well, I think they are almost done fighting, why don't we wait for a while? Zhou Xue said. Sun Mei turned around and said, Manager, what are you still standing there for? Go now.
The manager had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk towards Lu Lian. Sister Sun is so powerful that I dare not offend her at all.
Excuse me, gentlemen and ladies.
When the manager saw Lu Lian and the other two, his eyes were filled with amazement.
Each of them has such outstanding looks. I thought they were some other celebrities. What's wrong? Lu Lian asked.
The manager said, I'm sorry, the VIP area is reserved. Please move to another area to practice.
Book the whole place?
I'm sorry, our time hasn't come yet.
Lu Lian was blunt. Yang Ximin and Shin Monk were also indignant.
We all paid for it, so why are we being asked to leave?
Sun Mei said sarcastically, you're short of money, right? We'll give you 3 times the amount you spent just now. Let's go. Lu Lian frowned immediately. What a big tone. Is this about money? I came out to play ball today just to have fun.
No matter who comes, it won't work.
The manager opened the management system and did the math.
They bought it for 3 hours and spent a total of 900 yuan.
I'll give you 3,000. Go now.
Sun Mei took out a large stack of banknotes from her bag.
Thrown at their feet. Scattered all over the floor. Lu Lian's expression suddenly turned cold. Using 3,000 yuan to insult people? Even Yang Ximin and Shin Monk found it ridiculous. No one needs 3,000 yuan, what does this mean? You're so generous? Why don't you buy out the entire venue? Then we can leave. Lu Lian sneered.
The manager at the side hurried over to smooth things over and said, Sir, I just noticed that your time is almost up, why don't you take a look?
Lu Lian asked, they said they booked the VIP area. Did you pay?
The manager shook his head uncertainly. However, according to the venue's operating rules, for long-term big customers, the money will be settled at a later stage.
Does that mean you didn't pay me? Lu Lian smiled. In that case, then get out of here right away and go somewhere cooler. The VIP area of the venue suddenly became quiet. Sun Mei was also a little dumbfounded. He was completely stunned by Lu Lian's aura. As a senior ace agent in the industry, she has brought out countless stars. She has always been aggressive towards everyone, but no one has ever seen anyone dare to criticize her in public like this. Chapter 35. Is he the big boss behind the scenes? Before Sun Mei could say anything, several staff members nearby suddenly became uneasy. How can you talk like that? Dare you speak to our sister's son like that? Do you think this golf course belongs to your family? You want us to get out? You are right. This stadium is really my home. Lu Lian smiled. Just keep pretending. Nowadays, people brag without thinking. Sun Mei became impatient. Okay, since I can't solve it, I'll contact your boss directly. Sun Mei immediately took out her cell phone, dialed a number, and her tone immediately became pitiful. Mr. Gao, I'm Zhou Xue's agent, Sun Mei. I'm already in your stadium. This venue is really good, but we can't practice. Some people refused to leave the VIP area and even cursed at us. We can't do anything now, so you should come forward and solve it. After hanging up the phone, Sun Mei looked at Lu Lian and sneered. You are so awesome, aren't you? The vice president here will be here soon. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Lu Lian smiled faintly. Really? It's great that he's here. I have something to ask him. Sun Mei wanted to say something else. Zhou Xue gently pulled the corner of her clothes from behind and said, Forget it, Sister Sun, don't say anything more. This little episode today also gave Zhou Xue a headache. My mood was also ruined a lot. How can this be counted? Sun Mei's temper flared up. I want to see how he makes a fool of himself today. But Zhou Xue looked a little hesitant. Zhou Xue, don't worry, this matter will be properly resolved. Sun Mei said. Zhou Xue sighed and could only leave it to Sister Sun. She is a star though. However, all external affairs, big or small, are handled by Sun Mei. Moreover, Sun Mei is a very powerful agent in the industry and has abundant resources. Therefore, Zhou Xue has no say in front of Sun Mei. A few minutes later, a man in a suit hurried over here. Sister Sun, what's going on? Sun Mei saw the man coming over and said, Boss Gao, you're finally here. As she spoke, she became aggrieved and said, Boss Gao, we are almost being bullied to death in your territory. President Gao angrily asked, Who is so bold as to bully Sister Sun? But while speaking, his eyes were always fixed on Zhou Xue. Zhou Xue is a young actress who has become popular recently. She's the type of beautiful, fairy-like girl. I had also seen her commercial on TV and was stunned by her beauty. Zhou Xue felt somewhat disgusted by such a bold and presumptuous look and moved aside. Manager, come here. Cao Bo looked a little unhappy. Didn't I tell you to entertain the distinguished guests? How did it turn out like this? Although he is the vice president here. But in fact, there is not much opportunity to come into contact with the beautiful celebrities in the entertainment industry. This time, Zhou Xue's agent, Sister Sun, found him. Of course, he wanted to use this opportunity to show off in front of her. First, it feels great to have others ask you to do something for you. Second, if I get to know Sister Sun, then I might have the opportunity to get my hands on some resources in the circle. It is definitely impossible to be a big star. However, there are still opportunities for those third-tier artists and trainees. Even if it's Zhou Xue, it's not impossible as long as you give enough. As a human being, you should have some dreams. What if they suddenly come true? Mr. Gao, when we came in, they were already playing basketball inside. The manager told the situation truthfully. Cao Bo was a little disappointed. You are the manager. If you can't even do this, how can I trust you to do things in the future? But he just said that this stadium belongs to him. His family? Cao Bo looked at Lu Lian, a man he didn't even know. Don't be ridiculous. Am I not clear about our high-level structure? I don't even know this person. He's totally lying. Cao Bo said this and walked in front of Lu Lian. Sir, please leave. Galbo, I think you abused your power. This is the company's asset. Are you using it to do personal favors? Lu Lian was very angry at this time.
This Galbo is not only blind and unable to recognize himself, but he is also such a spendthrift.
Galbo suddenly found it funny. How to operate your own venue is up to you. What does it have to do with him?
Galbo said, "Sir, our venue needs to be closed due to technical reasons.
Please cooperate with us." Lu Lian smiled and said, "What if I don't leave?" "If you really won't cooperate, sir, then I'll have to call security." Galbo was also getting a little impatient. If he can't handle this matter well, he is not President Gao anymore. That's really interesting. Lu Lian clapped his hands. Galbo, you are really capable. What's going on? Why is there so much noise?
At this time, another person came in from outside. I heard that there was a dispute at the tennis stadium, and even senior management like Mr. Gao was alarmed.
He happened to be free, so he came to take a look.
When Galbo and the manager saw that person, their faces changed immediately.
Boss Su. Bow respectfully. Sun Mei saw the man and pointed at Lu Lian and said, "Boss Su, this is the man. He said he is the owner of the sports center. Isn't this funny? Everyone knows that this place is yours." "Boss?" Director Su followed the direction of Sun Mei's finger and looked at Lu Lian. Look at his face clearly then. He cried out in his heart, "Oh my god, isn't this Lu Lian?" He looked at Lu Lian's face again with some doubt, and confirmed that it was him. Only.
Lu Lian is obviously 35 years old, why does he look so young now, as if he has become a different person?
She definitely doesn't look over 25. Boss Su, what's wrong with you?
Sister Sun looked at him in confusion, wondering why he reacted so strongly.
Boss Lu, I didn't even know when you came here. Damn it. Director Su walked up to Lu Lian and spoke very politely. There was infinite respect in his expression. What? Everyone at the scene was surprised. This sports center actually belongs to Lu Lian?
First, the manager and Mr. Gao were so scared that they couldn't even retract their tongues.
Just now, the two of them said a lot of impolite words to Lu Lian. Who would have thought that he was actually the real boss behind the scenes? It's all over now.
Whether this job can be kept has become a huge suspense. Sun Mei's expression also became very amused, and no one knew what she was thinking.
His expression became noticeably nervous. Is he really the boss here? The plan for the venue has finally fallen through. Chapter 36. You want a hammer, then I'll satisfy you. And
Sun Mei suddenly had a very bad feeling.
The person opposite is Lu Lian, the current helmsman of the Lu family, the richest family in Jiangcheng. Then his ability can create a huge storm in the entire Jiangcheng.
I had offended him so much just now that my current situation is very delicate.
At this time, Shinmink and Yang Ximin, who were standing next to them, saw that each and every one of them was so respectful and afraid of Lu Lian. Even as bystanders, they felt their blood boiling. Is this the arrogance of a superior? Such aura is really too powerful. In the hearts of the two beauties, respect for Lu Lian became even stronger. At the same time, their inferiority complex is even more obvious. Even in daily life, they are recognized as goddesses by many boys. There are also many rich young men pursuing them. But in front of Lu Lian, he is like the rising sun in the sky. And they are nothing but tiny specks of dust. Not worth mentioning. Galbo, you are so brave to disrespect Mr. Lu, you don't want to live anymore. At this time, Mr. Su figured out the reason and started to settle the accounts. He kicked Galbo hard and knocked him to the ground. Galbo hung his head, not daring to breathe deeply. Let me see what you can use to apologize today. Mr. Su still wanted to continue.
Lu Lian stopped him. All right, we are a legitimate company, don't mess around with that.
Yes, Mr. Lu. Director Su Peng said respectfully.
Galbo breathed a sigh of relief, but felt strange in his heart.
He had just offended Lu Lian and violated the rules? He didn't even pursue the matter further? However, just as Galbo was thinking this, Lu Lian's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, chilling him to the core. Just fire Galbo. Mr. Lu. Don't fire me. I have elderly parents and young children at home.
Galbo immediately panicked and quickly crawled in front of Mr. Lu.
He knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly.
His head hit the ground of the court, making a thumping sound. It took him so many years to become one of the vice presidents.
Only you can understand the bitterness in this process. How can I accept losing this job just like that?
However, Lu Lian had no intention of letting him go.
Notify the company's legal department to conduct a detailed investigation into Gaobo's career. If there is any evidence of embezzlement of company property or other illegal activities, hand him over to the police for handling. Lu Lian knew very well that the sports center was not a highly profitable industry.
The symbolic meaning is greater than the practical meaning. However, the annual operating and maintenance costs of the venue are a considerable investment, and there is room for manipulation.
Such a large venue as football fields, basketball courts, tennis courts, swimming pools, and other full-function sports venues.
Every year there is wear and tear on various sports equipment, maintenance of venues and facilities, and annual operating expenses. This is by no means a small amount. If you deduct a little from any link, it will be higher than the annual salary income.
Yes, Mr. Lu. Su Peng called the legal department as Lu Lian instructed.
Gaobo collapsed there, his entire body was in a state of disarray, 6 of his 7 souls had been lost. At this time, Sun Mei cleared her throat and walked in front of Lu Lian.
Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Since you are dealing with internal company affairs, we won't disturb you.
Having said that, he pulled Zhou Yingxue and told the staff to prepare to leave.
Miss Sun, please don't leave in such a hurry. Lu Lian shouted from behind. After hearing this, Sun Mei turned back stiffly and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Boss Lu, do you have any other instructions? Miss Sun, I finally had a day to relax. I was in a good mood, but you messed me up like this. I don't want to do anything anymore. What do you think I should do?
Mr. Lu, I was wrong just now, but ignorance is not a crime.
Why is Mr. Lu so aggressive?
Sun Mei also expressed her attitude.
I haven't broken any law, so what if he is the richest man in Zhangcheng?
Even if they have signed a lease contract with the venue here, the relationship between them is a cooperative one, not a hierarchical one. Therefore, Sun Mei did not want to lower her posture too much.
If this matter gets out, where will I save my face in the future? Zhou Yingxue whispered, Sister Sun, stop talking, let's leave here. Zhou Yingxue was afraid that if she continued to fight, the consequences would be even worse. Miss Sun, I don't think you are apologizing sincerely. What? Did I wrong you? Lu Lian grinned. Boss Lu, do you still want to control me? Sun Mei's face was completely upset. But Zhou Yingxue's face suddenly changed. Because the new sports-themed drama she is currently starring in is produced by Lu Lian's entertainment company. This is what it means. Although the agency he belongs to is not under the Lu family's management.
But this play was mainly invested by the Lu family.
The Lu family is the financial sponsor. If the sponsor wants to change the lead actor, it won't be easy. Miss Sun, since you've said this, firing one more person is just a matter of making a phone call. What a joke, you want to fire me? Sun Mei found it unreasonable. I am not under the Lu family's control at all. Even if he is rich, he is not the only rich man in Jiangcheng, right? Just like what happened before when another celebrity in the entertainment industry, Fan Bingbing, confronted a rich second generation. I'm part of the same circle anyway, so the worst that can happen is I just stop hanging out with your Lu family's circle. But Lu Lian still spoke in a very calm tone. Since you asked for a hammer, I will satisfy you. Having said that, Lu Lian directly dialed a phone number. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'd like to see who you want to contact. Is it Mr. Yu or Director Zhao? Sun Mei didn't seem afraid. Lu Lian suddenly found it ridiculous. How did Sun Mei become an ace agent? Emotional intelligence has declined drastically nowadays.
The call was connected and a respectful voice came from the other end.
Mr. Lu? Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Does your company have an agent named Sun Mei? That's right, Mr. Lu. Isn't she the agent of one of the leading actors in your new drama?
The tone on the other side was very polite.
You should fire this agent. Lu Lian said directly, don't ask why. Having said that, Lu Lian hung up the phone. Sun Mei opened her eyes wide and hadn't reacted yet.
There was a sudden call on my cell phone.
Hello, it's Mr. Yu.
Sun Mei answered the phone and smiled coquettishly.
What happened to you? How did you offend Mr. Lu? From today on, you are fired.
The other party didn't say a word, but just responded directly.
Boss you, I didn't do anything.
Sun Mei was completely dumbfounded.
Still quibbling?
President Yu roared, you don't know how much of our company's business is deeply tied to the Liu family.
Don't hurt us if you want to get yourself killed. Sun Mei listened to the busy tone on the phone. I was dumbfounded.
This time I was really dumbfounded. Mr. Yu, the person he trusted the most and who said he would take responsibility for him no matter what, sentenced him to death with just one sentence.
She panicked. Finally panicked.
The more arrogant she was at the beginning, the more regretful she was now. Her legs went weak and she could barely stand. She walked up to Lu Lian and begged him, Boss Lu, I was wrong.
I was really wrong. Please let me go this time.
The other staff members now held their breath and dared not look in Lu Lian's direction.
When they first came, they said some unpleasant things to some extent. Now I feel so much regret.
If you offend Mr. Lu, the richest man in Jiangcheng, you can only wish for the best.
Lu Lian looked at Sun Mei and found it very funny. Let you go? You have been causing trouble for me all the time, and I should repay evil with kindness? Chapter 37. Are you teaching me how to do things?
Sun Mei was regretting so much at this moment. How could she have realized that such a small thing had ruined her future? The entertainment industry, after all, is still a circle. If I were kicked out today because of offending the Liu family, no other company would dare to hire me.
First, there is a non-compete agreement in the contract. Second, who would offend capital for the sake of a broker? Those big companies have to give the Liu family some face, not to mention the small companies in the industry. Being fired now means that she can no longer survive in this industry. Not just agents. Even if you want to work in some behind-the-scenes position, no one dares to hire you, otherwise you will be at odds with the capital. Boss Lu. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Sun Mei was about to cry. Lu Lian disagreed. You know you are wrong? You are just afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything, right? Sun Mei had nothing to say.
He collapsed to the ground, as if he had completely lost his mind. At this time, Zhou Xue walked over and helped Sun Mei up from the ground.
Then, Zhou Xue took off her sunglasses. An extremely beautiful face appeared in front of Lu Lian. Boss Lu, sister's son is also a veteran in our industry. I'm begging for her. I hope Boss Lu won't bother with us. Lu Lian smiled. Are you teaching me how to do things? He glanced at Zhou Xue. If you don't know how to respect your sponsor, then I don't think you need to keep that role. Lu Lian uttered a word. Sun Mei's face turned pale. Boss Lu, all the mistakes are my fault. It has nothing to do with Zhou Xue. Although she has many problems, she still really cares about Zhou Xue.
Mr. Lu, I passed the audition, passed 3 levels, and eliminated more than a dozen competitors before I got this role. I got it based on my own ability, without any crooked means. Why can't I have this role? Zhou Xue's eyes were also extremely determined. She wanted this role not for stardom or greater fame. On the contrary, she has always set high standards for herself as an actor. Unlike other traffic stars, once he becomes famous he goes to record variety shows, hold concerts, and shoot commercials to make quick money. I chose this seemingly silly competitive inspirational drama. There are many scenes of hard training in the drama, which is something that ordinary traffic stars cannot endure. But starring in this positive and inspirational competitive drama has always been her dream. Therefore, even if you have just signed the contract and have not yet joined the team, you should start preparing for systematic training. However, it seems that this dream that is within reach is likely to be far away from me. The reason is that they have offended the richest man in Jiangcheng. A giant crocodile of capital. She knows better than anyone what it means to offend capital. Banned, hidden, and then disappeared. Just like a flash in the pan, it no longer exists. However, at this moment, Lu Lian looked at Zhou Xue with a faint smile on his face. What are you going to do? This look made Zhou Xue a little scared, and her voice began to tremble. At this time, no one else dared to stand up and say anything. Because Lu Lian is a big boss of capital. And Zhou Xue is just an ordinary actor. The thing that the entertainment industry has the most is actors. Although Zhou Xue is a new star with great popularity, it is too easy for investors to create stars. If there is no Zhou Xue, there will be Zhang Xue and Wang Xue. However,
Lu Lian walked up to her, then stretched out his right hand and pinched Zhou Yingshue's snow-white chin. That look was like looking at a fine work of art. Zhou Yingxue, you said you still want roles, you still want to be an actor? Because Lu Lian was pinching her chin, Zhou Yingshue's head was slightly tilted back. His eyes were stubborn, but he said nothing. She felt that Lu Lian's aura was too strong. Is this what a capital tycoon looks like? His aura was fully unleashed, and no one around him was able to resist. Zhou Yingxue could even imagine in her mind how he would force her to surrender. Zhou Yingxue, based on what you just said, with just one word from me, your name will no longer be in this entertainment industry. So what if the contract is signed? You've heard a lot about people being temporarily replaced, right? After hearing Lu Lian's words, Zhou Yingxue couldn't help but shed tears. There's no hope. This time, there is really no hope. The staff were terrified to the extreme. What Lu Lian said was right. With just one word from him, this young celebrity who became an internet sensation was like a shooting star, which passed by without leaving any trace. Alas, she can only blame herself for having to stand up for Sister Sun. At this moment, Shin Menk and Yang Ximin intuitively felt Lu Lian's full aura. My previous impression of him needs to be updated. A boss is a boss. No matter how kind he is in private, when he gets serious, no one can stop that kind of dominance. However, Lu Lian's words the next second surprised everyone. Zhou Yingxue, do you still want to continue being an actor? Zhou Yingxue? Lu Lian released her chin and pointed to the court. If you still want to be an actor, go practice. What? Zhou Yingshue's tearful eyes were unclear. He said, let yourself practice? The meaning of this sentence is naturally clear. For a moment, joy appeared on Zhou Yingshue's face. The other staff members also relaxed. Such ups and downs in just a few minutes, whose heart can withstand it? Lu Lian made this decision naturally based on his own judgment. From beginning to end, Zhou Yingxue didn't say anything excessive, but instead tried to reconcile. Sister Sun's affairs have nothing to do with her. The fact that she stood up and spoke out even though she knew Sister Sun was going to be fired shows that she is a person who knows right from wrong. There is nothing wrong with his character. The only problem was that he contradicted himself. But what Zhou Yingxue just said was not wrong. Originally, things should be done according to the provisions of the contract. However, many unspoken rules in various industries undermine the fairness of the industry. Lu Lian actually doesn't like this either. Will every dragon slayer eventually turn into a dragon? Lu Lian didn't want this to happen. Zhou Yingxue, I believe you will become a good actor in the future. Lu Lian said. Be a good person first and then do things. Such a girl, as long as she has good character, will achieve great success in her career. Zhou Yingxue was at a loss as to what to say. Bite. System prompt, Zhou Yingxue is promoted to the new female lead. At the same time, Zhou Yingshue's information also appeared in front of him. Name, Zhou Yingxue. Age, 22. Height, 170 centimeters. Identity, actor. Hobbies, baking, reading, fitness. Loyalty, 5. What's going on? After Lu Lian finished explaining everything, he prepared to leave. I was completely confused by this tip. Zhou Yingxue is the heroine? She wasn't in the original novel. Lu Lian was confused. However, the system's next prompt let Lu Lian know. Turn out to be. Like Yang Ximin, Zhou Yingxue is a related character to the second male protagonist, the god of war. Because Lu Lian changed the plot here, so many of the subsequent plots have also changed. This led to Zhou Yingxue later having some connection with the male protagonist, god of war. Thus she became the new heroine. But there is nothing we can do about it. Lu Lian could naturally change the original plot direction, but it was impossible for him to follow the previous plot. As the plot changes, a new heroine will naturally appear. Since she has become the heroine, Lu Lian will naturally not miss this opportunity. As long as Zhou Yingxue can stand on his side, then naturally, he will be able to seize the halo value of the God of War protagonist. Chapter 38 Want to acquire my company? And Lu Lian had to speed up and kill Yi Tian. Since this is an integrated world, if the two protagonists unite together, they will become even more passive. By the way, Zhou Yingxue, do you want to join my company? Lu Lian smiled. But Zhou Yingxue hesitated.
I signed a 5-year contract with my current company, and the penalty for breach of contract is too high.
I'm afraid I can't leave. Really?
Even though she is the hottest young actress now, in the entire entertainment industry system, she is just an employee.
Although she can now bring 100 million yuan in revenue to the company every year. But most of it has to go to the company.
Then deduct the various expenses, wages, etc. of your own team.
In the end, I only got 10% of the money. This 10% is also subject to tax. Even less is available.
But the penalty for breach of contract can easily be tens of millions. If you want to breach the contract, it means you will just work for the company for a few years for nothing. Even if you sign with a new company, you may not be promoted. Therefore, the cruelty in the entertainment industry is no less than that in any other industry, and it is even more realistic and cold-blooded.
Therefore, Zhou Shua never thought about joining other companies. Even though the Lu Group does have a good entertainment company. If you want to join, I can help you terminate the contract smoothly. But I have one condition.
You must unconditionally cooperate with my request.
Can you do that? Lu Lian asked.
This.
Zhou Shua hesitated to speak. Who doesn't want to reach a higher platform? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lu Lian asked again.
If Mr. Lu can help me terminate the contract smoothly, I am willing to join and obey all the company's arrangements in the future.
Zhou Shua said solemnly.
She worked for a small company with various restrictions and heavy commissions, so she had long been thinking about leaving.
Well, it's settled then. Lu Lian nodded. Bite. Zhou Shua's loyalty increased by 15 points to 30 points.
The host has taken away 200 points of the protagonist's aura. The system's voice sounded at this time.
It seems that this series of operations left a good impression on Zhou Shua. If the contract is successfully terminated later, the data will rise again. After saying this, Zhou Shua went to practice basketball. He packed up his things and said goodbye to Shin Monk and Yang Ximin. Next, we need to address the issue of contract termination. System, I need all the inside information about Zhou Shua's company. Lu Lian had previously acquired top-level hacking technology and could use it 5 times. Data can be retrieved directly through the system. Host, the relevant information about Zhou Shua's company has been sorted out. A moment later, a long list of information appeared on the system panel. There are text, pictures, and videos. Company name, Lei Entertainment Company. Company valuation, 3 billion. Company's artist resources, 31 people in total. 7 in girl groups, 8 actors, 5 singers, 11 anchors and models. The company's current main artist is Zhou Shua.
She is a rising star with excellent acting skills and has the potential to develop into a first-tier actress. But this basic information is not what Lu Lian wants. After all, it can be found on the internet. He then looked at other information and soon found what he wanted. Risk warning for Louis Company, Shan Yanhua, the boss of Louis Company. The amount of tax evasion has accumulated to nearly 800 million yuan. The specific information is as follows. Shan Yanhua was suspected of being involved in the death of a car model who fell from a high place. The police treated it as suicide at the time, but there was actually another hidden story that was closely related to Shan Yanhua. The specific evidence is as follows. Shan Yanhua recently issued an announcement in the name of the company, claiming to recruit trainees, but in fact it was to satisfy his personal desires. The specific evidence is as follows. I'm going to. Lu Lian finished reading the information. Everyone felt frightened. Shan Yanhua has a lot of dark history. Any one of these alone would be enough to send him to jail. Not to mention, there are more than one. But ordinary people simply cannot obtain this information. But Lu Lian has hacking skills, so it is not difficult for him to obtain this information. There is no impenetrable wall in the world, and a thunderstorm is only a matter of time. Lu Lian was also a little worried. A high-quality idol like Zhou Shua will sooner or later run into problems under such a boss. Originally, Lu Lian was planning to terminate the contract. However, it seems best to acquire the company directly. At this time, Lei Entertainment Company. Boss Shan Yanhua, sitting in his office, was extremely happy when he saw the latest performance report sent by the finance department. This Zhou Shua is really the treasure of the company. 70% of the company's performance this year depends on her. Shan Yanhua exclaimed. Louis Company, which had always been lukewarm and was at best a 2.5 tier company, suddenly had top tier traffic, which was completely unexpected.
Since Zhou Xue is so good at making money.
Then, during the remaining 4 years of Zhou Xue's contract, all her value must be squeezed out. The popular young actress Zhou Xue is now accepting an advertising endorsement. The fee is 8 million for 2 years. She has signed more than a dozen advertisements so far, and is negotiating for several more. The salary for starring in the movie was 15 million. The appearance fee for recording a variety show is 2 million.
The appearance fee for participating in a large-scale event is 500,000.
The quote for an appearance abroad with a live streaming anchor is 700,000 yuan.
Ever since Zhou Xue suddenly became popular.
During this period, I have been pulled by my agent and work team, working under high pressure every day and only sleeping 3 or 4 hours a day. Moreover, these rest times are squeezed out while on the road or waiting in the waiting area.
Often we are recording a show in one city at night and in another city the next morning. That's all.
Zhou Xue worked full-time for 30 days last month, bringing the company more than 23 million in revenue. Since Zhou Xue signed the contract with the company very early, the share ratio was very low, only 10%.
He is truly a complete tool.
Even if the rate is only 10%, you can still make a lot of money, but you will have nowhere to spend it.
Her income is not proportional to her current fame at all. In addition, Louis Company wants to better manage or control itself. She is currently still living in the dormitory arranged for her by the company.
At this time, the secretary pushed the door open, looking very nervous.
Boss. What's wrong? Don't tell me that Zhou Xue wants to cancel the announcement again? Xiao Nianhua was very dissatisfied.
No, Mr. Xiao, there is someone outside who wants to see you.
Can't you see I'm busy? Just say I'm not here. Xiao Nianhua was very impatient. Boss, he claims to be Lu Lian. Lu Lian? Why is he here? Xiao Nianhua was stunned when he heard this. Lu Lian, from the Lu family, the richest family in Zhengcheng, what is he doing here? Although Zhou Xue under his company is collaborating on a drama with Lu Lian's company. But this kind of thing is not something that the two bosses can talk to directly, right? Did he say what he was here for? Xiao Nianhua asked.
Mr. Xiao, he said he wants to acquire our company, the secretary replied.
Acquisition? What a joke. There are so many people who want to acquire my company, and he still has to queue up. Xiao Nianhua said disdainfully. He can be said to be in great prosperity now.
During this period, there were too many people who wanted to acquire his company.
The highest bidder had already offered 5 billion.
Naturally, what those people were eyeing was Zhou Xue, the trump card.
There is a high possibility that it will become a top-tier player.
Xiao Nianhua hasn't been a fool after all these years.
The more people who want to acquire it, the more he will wait for the price to rise. Hold on to it and don't sell it. Chapter 39, People Like You Don't Deserve 8 Million. By the way, what is Lu Lian's offer?
Xiao Nianhua became interested at this time.
Since he had nothing to do now, he might as well have some fun.
He also wanted to know whether a capital tycoon like Lu Lian, who had plenty of money, would offer a higher price.
He said it was 50 million. What? Xiao Nianhua sat up straight. How much did you say? 50 million.
The secretary repeated it again.
Ha ha ha. Xiao Nianhua lay on the table, almost laughing crazy. This is definitely the funniest joke he has heard this year. No, it is the funniest joke he has heard in his entire life. 50 million. In the entertainment industry, is 50 million a lot of money? Zhou Xue can now earn herself 100 million yuan a year.
And she is on the rise now. According to the most conservative estimate, the company can earn 800 million to 1 billion during the 5-year contract period. If she goes one step further and becomes a top star, she will earn even more.
Now, other companies are trying to poach Zhou Xue privately.
Apart from other things, her personal signing fee alone is no less than 50 million.
Now Lu Lian wants to use 50 million to buy the entire company, which is simply a joke.
No, I think 50 million seems a bit too much.
10 million, will you sell it?
At this time, a person suddenly walked in from outside.
You can't come in without our President Zhao's permission. When the secretary saw the person at the door, he panicked. I have something to say to him alone, get out. Lu Lian ignored the secretary and sat down on the sofa opposite.
The secretary glanced at Xiao Nianhua timidly.
Shan Yenhua waved his hand to signal the secretary to leave.
Then he said, Mr. Liu, although you are the richest man in Jiangchang, the price you offered is too ridiculous.
If it was someone else, I would have kicked him out directly. Li Huimei, you should know this person, right?
Lu Lian did not respond to Shan Yenhua's words, but instead said a name. This Li Huimei is the model who fell to her death from a building after being tortured by Shan Yenhua. At that time, Li Huimei had just gained some fame and was considered a well-known model. When he fell to his death, it not only shocked all major media.
The police also set up an investigation team. However, due to insufficient evidence, the case was eventually closed and classified as suicide.
When Shan Yenhua heard Lu Lian's words, he was suddenly shocked. This happened several years ago. Moreover, with the emergence of new people in the circle one after another, the name Li Huimei has no longer been mentioned. However, Lu Lian suddenly said her name, and Shan Yenhua broke out in a cold sweat.
Mr. Liu, why are you saying this? Shan Yenhua glared at Lu Lian. He still couldn't believe it. How could Lu Lian find something to hold against him when the police had no evidence? Didn't I just tell you that I want to acquire your company? 10 million. Lu Lian said this and pointed with a finger. Impossible.
Shan Yenhua shook his head directly. My company is currently talking about several billion, and I will sell it to you for 10 million.
What are you thinking about?
The year before last, your company evaded taxes totaling 100 million. Last year, your company's tax evasion amounted to 200 million. So far this year, your company's tax evasion amount is 300 million. In 3 years, the total tax evasion amounted to 600 million.
If this news gets out, do you think you can get out of prison in the future? Mr. Liu, stop bluffing here. What evidence do you have? Shan Yenhua glared at him.
However, the bottom line in my heart can no longer be sustained. Now, the relevant departments are conducting tax inspections so strictly. Even if you pay the taxes immediately, it will take time to collect that much money.
Moreover, Li Huimei mentioned by Lu Lian was the most fatal thing. 8 million. Lu Lian didn't say another word and lowered the price by another 2 million. If Shan Yenhua still wants to continue to resist, Lu Lian will continue to chop him down. That's enough.
Shan Yenhua yelled, go ahead and sue me now if you're brave enough.
If you win, I lose.
At the beginning of last year, your company rented several villas in the name of setting up a trainee training camp.
It recruited many girls aged 16 or 17 as trainees.
During that time, you approached those girls under various pretexts. The evidence of your suspected indecent assault is all here with me.
Do you want to see it? You, how could you possibly? Shan Yenhua was completely panicked now. Almost no one knew about these things. But how did Lu Lian know so many secrets? Every single one of them is fatal.
Shan Yenhua knew that he just had some money, but did not have a deep background.
There are many people who want him to fall. Moreover, he has offended many bigwigs over the years.
There are not only people in the circle, but also people outside the circle. Those big guys were all thinking about finding something to hold against Shan Yenhua to deal with him. If Lu Lian released 1 or 2 pieces of this information, he would be dead.
Okay, I'll sell it.
Shan Yenhua suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. If I had known that, I would have sold it yesterday when a company offered 5 billion.
Now, if they sell the entire company, including top artist resources like Zhou Yingxue, for 8 million, wouldn't he that be giving it away for free? Mr. Liu, I'll sell it.
If you give me 8 million, I'll transfer the company's shares to you immediately. Shan Yenhua is now completely panicked.
Everything Lu Lian said just now was fatal.
Now that I have landed safely with 8 million, it is not unacceptable.
No, I changed my mind. At this time, Lu Lian laughed again. Boss Lu, what do you mean? Shan Yenhua was stunned. Now I am completely led by him. I have no idea what he's going to do next. People like you don't even deserve 8 million. Lu Lian laughed. Go to jail for life. Mr. Liu, don't.
Shan Yenhua was completely panicked.
Well, Mr. Liu, I'll give you the company for free. I don't want a penny. Can you let me go? He knew very well that if the evidence in Lu Lian's hands was obtained by the police, it would mean his death. It's too late. I've already notified the police. Lu Lian smiled. Lu Lian.
Shan Yenhua's face turned pale. I believe I have never offended you, why do you treat me like this?
Why? Lu Lian smiled, it's just because I hate evil. Lu Lian, I'm going to fight you. Shan Yanhua wanted to go up and attack Lu Lian. But how could he be his opponent?
In just one or two kicks, he was stepped on.
At this time,
Downstairs, the sound of sirens was also heard.
there was panic in the company. Everyone get down and cooperate with the investigation. Zhang Runan walked in with a large group of people. Went straight to Shan Yanhua's office. You are Shan Yanhua, right? Zhang Runan said when she saw Shan Yanhua being stepped on by Lu Lian. Someone reported that you are suspected of committing a serious crime. Come back with us for investigation and take you away. At the command, Shan Yanhua was handcuffed by 2 police officers. Thank you, Mr. Lu.
Before leaving, Zhang Runan expressed her gratitude to Lu Lian and said, I'll treat you to a meal when I'm done with this.
Lu Lian smiled. Nothing, go and get busy.
Then, a prompt came from the system that Zhang Runan's loyalty had increased by another 10 points.
This time, Lu Lian was just doing someone a favor.
Giving her Shan Yanhua's case would just offset the failure of the last bar mission.
How could Zhang Runan not thank him? As for Shan Yanhua's company, it naturally has to undergo bankruptcy reorganization.
Many artists will become free agents, and Zhou Yingshui's joining will naturally not be far away.
At this time,
Lin Shuyao called suddenly.
Uncle Lu. Where are you now? Chapter 40. Who is your fiancé? Shu Yao, what's the matter?
Uncle Lu, I'm going to Wanjun Group to discuss a cooperation, which is also related to those 2 projects.
Do you want to go with me? Hey.
Lu Lian felt something strange.
The Lin family is so big, can't they find someone to participate in the event? Why do you want to go by yourself?
It was obvious that Lin Shuyao wanted to meet him.
And, in fact, the actual controller behind this Wanjun Group is myself. However, since he has never been involved in the actual operations, few people know this. Moreover, the Wanjun Group that Lin Shuyao went to discuss cooperation with was actually selected from the list she specified.
But it was just a coincidence that I happened to choose my own company.
In that case, let us go and have a look. At this time, Sovereign Hotel.
A group of people in suits and ties stood at the main entrance of the hotel, led by a middle-aged man.
He is the boss of Wanjun Group, Zhong Wanjun.
He looked at his watch and glanced towards both ends of the street from time to time.
Mr. Zhong, why don't you go in first? The scene is almost ready. The female assistant said behind him. There is no other way.
If Mr. Zhong doesn't go in, no one else will dare to go in. Now the hotel is ready, but all the company executives are standing at the door.
No hurry, wait a moment. Zhong Wanjun said. Okay. The female assistant stepped aside and didn't dare to say anything more. The executives behind him were talking about it. Who is Mr. Zhong waiting for? Are you stupid? It must be Lin Shuyao. She is the protagonist of today's banquet. Is it Lin Shuyao, the only daughter of the Lin Group, who is known as the most beautiful woman in Zhongcheng? What do you think? Otherwise, why would Mr. Zhong take it so seriously?
A few minutes later, a car slowly stopped in front of the hotel.
2 slender legs stepped out of the car first.
The woman who got off the car attracted the attention of everyone present.
Everyone's breathing quickened. Lin Shuyao.
This is the most beautiful woman in Zhongcheng's business world. Everyone had only heard of Lin Shuyao's name, and this was the first time they saw her in person. Zhong Wanjun trotted over to greet her with a smile on his face. Ms. Lin, you are finally here.
Lin Shuyao smiled back, sorry to have kept you waiting, Boss Zhong. It didn't take long.
As Zhong Wanjun was speaking, his eyes suddenly widened and he saw Lu Lian behind Lin Shuyao.
With a hint of doubt, he walked over quickly. Boss Lu, why are you here too? Mr. Lu?
Lin Shuyao turned her head and looked at Lu Lian.
What is going on? Is the boss of Wanjun Group so respectful to Lu Lian? It seems that Lu Lian is Zhong Wanjun's boss? However, according to public information, this Wanjun Group seems to have nothing to do with him? Uncle Lu, Wanjun Group is with you? Lu Lian smiled and said, yes, this Wanjun Group is indeed my industry.
Lin Shuyao couldn't help but widen her eyes after hearing this.
This is the Wanjun Group with a market value of tens of billions. It is also a well-known large company in Zhongcheng.
It turns out that he is the one controlling the person behind the scenes.
Uncle Lu, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I could have come to you to discuss the business. Why did you have to travel so far?
Lin Chuyao complained a little.
Although Wanjun Group belongs to me, I am only an invisible shareholder and not responsible for the business. So, even if I tell you, you still have to find them.
After hearing this, Lin Chuyao was filled with shock. Today, Uncle Lu really refreshed his cognition again. If we look at it from this perspective, the market value of the Lu family is far more than the figures currently disclosed in the media.
Because these hidden holdings will also be counted in his name. Okay, stop standing outside, let's go in. Lu Lian said. Banquet Hall of Sovereign Hotel.
It is different from those banquets that only have style but no content.
The dinner arranged by Zheng Wanjun was very down to earth.
There was a wide variety of delicious food from home and abroad, as well as many interactive games on site.
Some teachers and students from the music conservatory were invited to perform on stage, and the atmosphere was very lively. At first glance, it looks like some company's annual meeting. Even Lu Lian was happily watching the live performances. Oh my god, that man is so handsome, who is he? On the stage, some girls from the music conservatory noticed Lu Lian.
In the noisy crowd, he sat there alone, with an upright figure and outstanding temperament.
Especially eye-catching. I don't know.
But Wan Juan's boss was very respectful to him just now, so he must be of high status.
Is it that powerful? I don't even dare to ask for WeChat anymore. At this time, Lin Chuyao sat next to Lu Lian with a flushed face. I'm already feeling drunk.
She couldn't drink much to begin with, so she got drunk after a few drinks.
That's enough. You can't drink anymore. Lu Lian snatched her wine glass away.
Lin Chuyao tried to take the wine glass back, but she lost her balance and fell on Lu Lian.
You're scamming me, right?
Lu Lian looked at Lin Chuyao and was suddenly stunned. Lin Chuyao had a faint smile on her face, and her eyes were full of intoxication. The fragrance on her body is mixed with the scent of fruit wine, which makes it even more alluring.
Lu Lian's throat couldn't help but feel dry. This Lin Chuyao. It's so tempting that it's unbelievable.
Uncle Lu, Lin Chuyao blew softly on his face. You.
Me what? Lu Lian pricked up his ears.
You big bad bastard, she said word by word.
What's wrong with me that makes you a bad guy?
Lu Lian felt a little amused.
Forget it, whatever you say is what it is. Lu Lian didn't want to argue with her. If you try to reason with a woman, you have something wrong with your brain. Especially with a drunk, beautiful woman. That's even more problematic. Everyone was very happy at the dinner. At this time, outside the banquet hall,
a man passed by, glanced inside, and suddenly frowned.
Brother, hi, please wait a moment. What's wrong? I saw someone I know.
Jin Yusen said this and then walked towards the venue. Lin Chuyao, I called you but you didn't answer and I bumped into you here.
What a coincidence.
When Lin Chuyao heard the voice, she sobered up a little. When she turned around, she saw a young man standing next to her with a weird look on his face.
Jin Yusen, it's you.
Lin Chuyao's eyes also revealed disgust.
No wonder you didn't answer my calls, so you have a lover?
Jin Yusen glanced at Lu Lian, and the jealousy in his heart began to burn. He saw Lin Chuyao leaning on Lu Lian just now. I've known Lin Chuyao for so many years, when has she ever been so close to a man?
That scene could drive him crazy. This has nothing to do with you, right?
Lin Chuyao said.
It has nothing to do with me? Have you forgotten the agreement between our two families? Logically, I am your fiancé. Jin Yusen's voice became a little louder. This caused people around to look at him in surprise. What? When did Lin Chuyao have a fiancé? How is this possible? I've never heard of it. If it's true, then what's wrong with Mr. Lu? Aren't they a couple? No one present could understand. Where did this Jin Yusen come from? What are you talking about? Who is your fiancé?
Lin Chuyao laughed and said, this matter was just your wishful thinking from the beginning. Jin Yusen looked even more displeased. But he also knew in his heart that what Lin Chuyao said was true.
The Jin family and the Lin family have been friends for generations.
This so-called fiancé and fiancée was just a joke that happened when the two families got together and drank too much.
At that time,
the children of the two families are only 7 or 8 years old.
No one mentioned it after that.
However, as girls grow up, Lin Shuyao becomes more and more beautiful.
She even became the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing's business world, and Jin Yusen's mind became active.
He officially brought the joke his father had played on the table and demanded that the Lin family fulfill their promise as soon as possible.
The most important thing in the Lin family's life is the word promise.
Although they didn't want to do so, they were unable to resist the Jin family's request.
Chapter 41. He can be your dad, right?
And in terms of chronological order, Yi Tian was obviously earlier. So the old man of the Lin family hoped that Yi Tian could be with his granddaughter at that time, but unfortunately he was rejected now. As for Lin Shuyao, compared with Yi Tian, she hates Jin Yusen more. Although Yi Tian is a little poor, he doesn't seem to have much of a problem in other aspects. But Jin Yusen had all kinds of problems. Although his family was rich, his own Lin family was not poor either. No one can arrange her marriage or her life. Because of this, Lin Shuyao even fell out with the Lin family for a while. Therefore, Lin Shuyao did not go home during that period. She hung out with a bunch of older boys and even got into racing.
The entire Lin family was extremely worried.
But she refused to change.
Still doing my own thing.
Moreover, Lin Shuyao and her companions often had conflicts with other people in society, so the Lin family often received calls from acquaintances in the police station, asking them to go over and pick up people.
The Lin family is a well-known family, and Lin Shuyao's affairs are sometimes inevitably posted on the internet.
Such negative things naturally make the Lin family lose face.
But the more the Lin family wanted to control, the more Lin Shuyao would sing the opposite tune.
This can be considered a dark history of Lin Shuyao in the past few years. Later, the Lin family had no choice but to call her back and set 3 rules. Within 3 years, Lin Shuyao must be able to stand on her own in the Jiangcheng business community and also have her own independent company. At the same time, they cannot rely on any power of the family, and everything has to go to the open market to compete for resources. If the operating conditions and asset amount of her own company can meet the requirements, then the affairs of the Lin and Jin families will be invalidated. Although the Jin family knew that the Lin family's strategy was to delay the war, they could not ask for more given the circumstances at the time and could only agree. This year is already the 2nd year, and Lin Shuyao has made obvious achievements in all aspects. Not only can you take independent responsibility for large projects, and his own company also began to make stable profits. Judging from the current situation, there is not much time left for Jin Yusen. So of course Jin Yusen is anxious here today. Lin Shuyao, it's not the end yet. But you are hanging out with another man, and he is much older than you. Do you still have any shame? Jin Yusen, what did you just say? Say it again? Lin Shuyao's voice was not loud, but if someone knew her well, they would know that she was on the verge of exploding. The atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly became tense. Zhong Wanjun hurried over at this time. Sir, this is Wanjun Group's banquet. I don't know you, so I guess you weren't invited. So please leave. Jin Yusen looked at him with disdain. Wanjun Group? It's just a small company like an ant. What do you, Zhong Wanjun, mean to me? Zhong Wanjun's face also turned bad. I don't care how powerful you are, just keep your mouth shut here. Jin Yusen smiled. Mr. Zhong, I take care of my own fiancé, why should I care about you? Lin Shuyao didn't want to embarrass Zhong Wanjun at this time, so she said, Boss Zhong, these are some of my personal matters, I can handle them myself. Private matter? Jin Yusen said with an ambiguous expression. Shuyao, you are right. Let's go to a private place to talk. I miss you so much. After saying that, he put one hand around Lin Shuyao's waist. At this time, a person next to Lin Shuyao suddenly came over and stopped in front of her. Master Jin, please respect yourself. His name is He Jianjun. He is the director of the logistics department of the Lin Group and also the housekeeper of the Lin family. Apart from Lin Shuyao, he is the highest-ranking guest representing the Lin family. Bang! Jin Yusen didn't say anything, but slapped He Jianjun in the face. You are just a dog of the Lin family, how dare you stop me? This slap made the entire banquet hall quiet. You know, He Jianjun is the steward of the Lin family. If he is not particularly respected, how can he be qualified for such a position? It's like being a driver for a big boss. How can an ordinary person be that? Who is this person, and why did he attack He Jianjun? If you hit He Jianjun, wouldn't that be the same as hitting the Lin family in the face? This is really too arrogant. I heard that he is the son of the Jin family in Beijing. which is one of the top financial groups in China.
No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. The Lin family isn't that bad, so why were they beaten for nothing? Everyone was discussing quietly. He Jianjun was slapped.
His expression remained unchanged. Master Jin, I advise you to respect yourself.
Roll.
Jin Yusin raised his hand, ready to slap again.
Jin, you, Xin. You are really going too far.
Lin Shuyao gritted her teeth and stared at him.
His eyes suddenly turned cold.
He Jianjun watched her grow up and worked for the Lin family for more than 20 years. He is not only the housekeeper of the Lin family, but also more like an elder.
Jin Yusin's slap made her completely angry. Haha, let me see how you want to deal with me? Use your Lin family's social connections? Jin Yusin's face was full of disdain. Lin Shuyao couldn't help but be stunned.
It turns out that this was Jin Yusin's plan. If I used the Lin family's prestige and power to settle this matter, it would be equivalent to breaking the rules.
There wouldn't be any reason to give at that time. But if the Lin family's power was not used, He Jianjun would have been beaten in vain today. Jin Yusin looked at the stunned Lin Shuyao and said with a smile, Lin Shuyao, don't resist in vain, you can only belong to me.
If our Lin and Jin families unite, your Lin family will also be able to rise to prominence and defeat the Lu family.
And I have been waiting for you for so many years.
Lin Shuyao sneered, don't be so wishful thinking, I feel sick just by seeing you appear. Jin Yusin disagreed and retorted.
So in order to avoid me, you deliberately found an old man like this to provoke me? He pointed at Lu Lian and said, look at his age, he's almost your father, right? Can he give you sexual happiness?
At this time, Lu Lian frowned and said, watch your mouth and don't ask for trouble.
He had already disliked Jin Yusin in the first place, and now he was provoked by him? Jin Yusin looked at Lu Lian and smiled, trouble? I told you, and you come and bite me?
When he thought of how Lin Shuyao had leaned on his shoulder just now, the fire of jealousy rose in his heart.
The subordinate next to Jin Yusin whispered, young Master Jin, his identity is not ordinary, he is.
Who he is has nothing to do with me. How can a guy who lives in Jiangcheng compare with my Jin family?
I am a Beijing circle, and everyone in the circle is a top wealthy and powerful person. In Jiangcheng, who could be someone he could be afraid of?
Lu Lian sighed and said, if you can kneel down and apologize to us now, we can let today's incident go. As he spoke, he pointed at himself, Lin Shuyao, and He Jianjun.
I am dying of laughter. Jin Yusin raised his eyebrows, you want me to apologize? Fine, then I'll destroy you first. Get him for me. At Jin Yusin's command, several bodyguards moved and punched and kicked Lu Lian. Uncle Lu, be careful. Lin Shuyao anxiously wanted to remind Lu Lian to pay attention. Not finished yet. The next second, Lu Lian grabbed the bodyguard's fist, and then exerted force, twisting the bodyguard's hand into a knot.
A few crackling sounds were heard. It was the sound of bones breaking.
Ah, ah, ah. The bodyguard immediately let out a miserable wail. The remaining bodyguard's face turned cold and he pounced on Lu Lian from behind. Chapter 42, Can the most beautiful woman be so vulnerable at times? However, how could he be a match for Lu Lian? After a while, both bodyguards lost consciousness.
Jin Yusin witnessed this scene and felt his scalp tingling.
These bodyguards have been with me for many years. They are all very skilled and can easily deal with 10 ordinary people.
But they were in front of this Lu Lian.
He was defeated in just one round? What kind of skills does he have? They're so terrifying. Lu Lian patted the dust off the corner of his clothes and said, is it so hard to ask you to apologize? Do you have to use force? Jin Yusin sneered, what a joke, do you think you can scare me? Do you believe that I can bankrupt your Lu family with just one phone call? Yeah. Of course, if you dare to mess with my Jin family, I will make you die miserably. Lu Lian's mouth curled up, your mouth stinks? Didn't your parents teach you how to talk to people properly? Then I'll teach you for free. What do you want to do? Wow.
Before Jin Yusin could finish his sentence, Lu Lian picked up a red wine bottle and put it directly into his mouth. The force from the bottle knocked out several of his teeth. Blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth, mixed with red wine. He poured the entire bottle of red wine into his mouth. Only then did Lu Lian stop. Jin Yusin's face is now covered in blood. He knelt on the ground with his legs, holding his neck with his hands, and kept retching. Besides, there is a lot of alcohol on his body now, and he looks very embarrassed. There is no trace of the arrogance he had at the beginning. Lin Chuyao stood aside, stunned. When has a Beijing-based young master like Jin Yusen ever been treated like this, and in public?
Lu Lian took some paper and wiped his hands clean. I didn't want to do anything to him. But why did he have to provoke me? Do you think you are the kind of protagonist who plays the pig and eats the tiger, who doesn't fight back when beaten or scolded? Want to mess with me? Yes, but it depends on whether you can afford it. Moreover, Lu Lian had already regarded Lin Chuyao as his woman in his heart. Of course, she cannot be allowed to suffer in front of other men. Jin Yusen raised his face, looking particularly terrifying. Mr. Lu, you dare to touch me, do you know how much trouble you have caused? Lu Lian smiled faintly. You want to scare me? Let me remind you. You only have one life. Do you still want to leave here alive? You look so arrogant, do you want to be a villain? Don't open your eyes to see who is standing in front of you. In Jiangcheng, I am the #1 villain. No matter where you come from, when you arrive in Jiangcheng, you have to behave yourself. At this time, the domineering aura emanating from Lu Lian made Jin Yusen feel frightened. The hairs on my back stood on end. Yes. No matter how powerful one's background is, it's a pity that one is far away from home at the moment. How can it be useful? If Lu Lian really got angry and had someone bury him, he would be doomed. He also felt a little regretful in his heart at this moment. I actually offended such a person. My own momentum was completely suppressed. Why, you still don't apologize? Lu Lian growled. Jin Yusen didn't say anything. There is still some stubbornness in his eyes. Apologize in front of so many people? That would be too embarrassing for me, right? Besides, hasn't he the Jin family in Beijing lost all face? He would never be able to do such a thing. However, Lu Lian then slapped me in the face. Are you going to let me beat you until you apologize? Yes, I'm sorry. Jin Yusen said, gritting his teeth, feeling extremely humiliated. Who are you sorry for? Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. Ms. Lin, I'm sorry. Manager He, I'm sorry. Jin Yusen couldn't stand the pressure after all. He apologized. Do you have anything to add? Lu Lian turned around and asked Lin Chuyao. It's not enough to just apologize, you have to promise that you will never bother me again. Lin Chuyao naturally would not miss this rare opportunity. Okay. I promise, I will never bother you again. Even if Jin Yusen was unwilling, what could he do? What if you regret it? If I go back on my word, I will bear all the consequences myself. Jin Yusen gritted his teeth. Well, it's getting late, we should go. Seeing that the matter was almost resolved, Lu Lian said. Lin Chuyao nodded and hummed. At this time, he suddenly noticed the system's prompt that Lin Chuyao's loyalty was off the charts. Host. The system has discovered that Lin Chuyao's loyalty has risen to 80 points. She is about to reach absolute loyalty. Get 500 points of the protagonist's aura. Hey, this wave is really not a loss. Lu Lian thought that since Lin Chuyao had reached over 80 points so quickly, she was even more loyal. At the same time, by plundering so many of Yi Tian's aura points, the protagonist's luck will also become worse. As one thing increases, the other decreases, and Yi Tian's ability to seize opportunities will decrease. Although Lu Lian couldn't see it. But for Yi Tian, he obviously found that he had more bad luck. After Yi Tian moved into his new home, he was preparing to discuss cooperation with a big boss the next day. While moving something at home, his leg was suddenly hit by a fallen statue and he had to slow down his progress and receive treatment. As a result, he missed an opportunity to continue to grow his strength. This is the impact that the change in aura value has on Yi Tian. The more significant the change in value, the greater the impact. But in the original novel, when has Yi Tian ever been so unlucky? At this time, it's late at night. A car driving on the street. He Jianjun was driving in the front. Lu Lian and Lin Chuyao were both drunk, so they sat together in the back seat. Lin Chuyao seemed to be drunk. Her face turned slightly red and she leaned weakly on Lu Lian's shoulder. Uncle Lu, I really have to thank you for what happened today. The girl on his shoulder said softly. What happened today completely changed Lin Chuyao's impression of Lu Lian. At first, she thought Lu Lian was a bad uncle.
Later, he took the initiative to find the Lin family, offered concessions, and discussed cooperation, and their impression of him began to change.
Today he took direct action and beat Jin Yusin up severely. Isn't such a masculine person the ideal type in my mind?
I wouldn't say much about him being tall, handsome, and rich.
He can also give people a solid sense of security and solidity.
Unlike those young handsome men and pretty boys who apply all kinds of skincare products every day, they are all thinner than girls.
He doesn't have any masculinity at all.
Now, the only thing that makes Lin Chuyao a little uncomfortable is Lu Lian's age. Oh, it would be great if I could be born 10 years earlier. As she thought about this, her face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, because her face was red from drinking, Lu Lian didn't notice it. Lu Lian said to her softly, "Actually, I just did it casually."
I didn't do anything.
No, Uncle Lu, you don't know how important this matter is to me today. In fact, in order to avoid Jin Yusin, I have been under a lot of pressure. When Lin Chuyao spoke, she clearly showed a hint of fear.
Lu Lian couldn't help but frown. Who could have thought that the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing's business world, the daughter of the Lin family, would show such vulnerability? Chapter 43. Who told me to get the villain script? So, you choose to go racing with those young people outside to release yourself?
Lu Lian had heard some of her glorious deeds.
Likes to race outside and not come back all night. That was the reason at the beginning. I just wanted to be different, but later on, I really liked the feeling of freedom.
Lin Chuyao felt a little embarrassed. After all, it wouldn't sound good if this were said out loud.
However, after what happened today, you will be much less stressed in the future. Next time, I can go with you. Lu Lian smiled. You? Lin Chuyao looked at Lu Lian and couldn't help but covering her mouth and laughing. Goodbye, Uncle Lu. I'm afraid your bones will fall apart by then. What? Do you look down on me? Try next time. Lu Lian also began to feel competitive.
At this time, Lin Chuyao suddenly stopped talking.
She sat up straight and suddenly looked at Lu Lian intently. So, Uncle Lu, I want to thank you again. You're welcome. Lu Lian hadn't finished his sentence yet.
Suddenly she came closer.
Lu Lian was stunned. Was I kissed by her?
Moreover, the one who kissed him was one of the most beautiful women recognized by the business community in Jiangcheng. Lin Chuyao withdrew, lowered her head and said shyly, "Just think of me as someone who drank too much today and won't know anything after tomorrow." Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked.
From Lu Lian. After a while, they separated. Lin Chuyao's cheeks flushed, and she looked at Lu Lian and said coquettishly, "Uncle Lu, you are so mean. How could you do this? You are holding it back and I can't even breathe." There was an unconcealable joy in his voice. Host, Lin Chuyao's loyalty has increased by 1 point to 81 points. Gain 100 points of protagonist aura. The system prompt also sounded at the appropriate time. Lu Lian pulled back and snorted coldly, "I will never suffer a loss. If you dare to do this again next time, I will beat you with a stick." "What stick? Wait." Lin Chuyao frowned. I don't understand what Lu Lian means. At this moment, the car, which was driving smoothly, suddenly braked suddenly. The two men jumped forward and almost hit the back of the seat in front of them. "Uncle He, what's wrong?" He Jianjun, who was in the front, said hurriedly, "I'm sorry, I was driving too fast and stepped on the wrong brake." Lu Lian smiled and said nothing. He Jianjun couldn't help feeling mixed emotions. It seems that Miss Lin will be completely taken advantage of by Lu Lian in the future. There is such a big age gap between them. This was only their first meeting, and Lin Chuyao had already given him her first kiss. If things continue to develop at this rate. He Jianjun shuddered suddenly. I dare not think further. And should I tell Lin Chuyao's father, Lin Shangtian, about this? What would he think if he knew? Lu Lin is already 35 years old, but Miss Lin is only in her early 20s. There is a huge generation gap between them. Is this considered an old cow eating young grass? But at least Lu Lian doesn't look like his age at all. His face and figure are at least 10 years younger than his actual age. So the two of them sitting together don't look out of place at all. Mr. Lu, are you planning to go back to the Lu family's villa directly? He Jianjun asked at this time. Because there is a fork in the road ahead. The Lu family and the Lin family are not in the same direction. He Jianjun had to confirm how these two true gods were sent.
No, just drop me off at the intersection ahead.
Lu Lian shook his head. Our two homes are too far away, not in the same direction. I'll ask my driver to pick me up.
What Lu Lian was talking about was naturally his bodyguard Lu Gang.
Is it safe to get off here? Lin Shuya was worried about Lu Lian's safety. But she soon thought, Lu Lian's skills are so good, who can do anything to him? Go home first and let me know when you get there. Lu Lian waved his hand and said.
After hearing this, Lin Shuyao had no choice but to nod and say goodbye to Lu Lian.
At this time, Lu Lian got out of the car. A cool breeze blew over him and he sobered up a lot.
Then he took out his cell phone and wanted to call Lu Gang. I caught sight of a sign next to me and was stunned.
Isn't the Xinjia village? Shenmonk's home is in this urban village. Then, Lu Lian called Shenmonk.
At this time, she was washing up at home alone. The cell phone suddenly rang at this moment, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Lu Lian calling.
Shenmonk suddenly became nervous. It's so late, why did he suddenly call me? She picked up the phone and answered it hesitantly.
Shenmonk heard the voice from the other side.
I'm outside the entrance of Xinjia village now. Lu Lian's words made Shenmonk's eyes suddenly widen. Well, then Mr. Lu, please wait a moment, I'll be out soon.
Shenmonk was in such a panic that he didn't have time to pack.
He just put on a coat and went out in slippers.
As she walked out of the alley of Xinjia village, she saw Lu Lian.
But
Mr. Lu looked like he was drunk. There was a distinct smell of alcohol on him.
Mr. Lu, you drank so much?
Shenmonk immediately went forward to support him. Come home with me first, and I'll pour you a cup of hot tea.
No one's home? Lu Lian was curious.
Well, my mom and my grandpa went back to their hometown for something. Yi Tian seemed to have moved to a new house, and I don't know where he got the money to buy it. Shenmonk introduced the situation at home.
When Lu Lian heard this, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Is this such a coincidence?
He remembered that in the original book, it was tonight that Shenmonk was killed by Yi Tian.
But since I'm here,
the storyline will be different from here. Although he had just said goodbye to Lin Shuyao, he was about to enter Shenmonk's house all of a sudden, which made him seem like a scumbag.
But who made me the biggest villain in the original book? Isn't it normal for such things to happen?
Moreover, Shenmonk doesn't have a boyfriend now and she is nearly 20 years old.
There's nothing wrong. Think of this.
Lu Lian did not refuse her and followed Shenmonk into her home.
This is the first time I have entered the Shen family. Mr. Lu, take a rest first. I'll go get a cup of hot water. Shenmonk said this and walked into the kitchen.
Lu Lian nodded and then observed the layout of the house. The house is not big and looks a bit old, but the interior is very clean and it seems that the family members know how to live well.
However, the demolition here will be completed soon.
For a large provincial project that is about to start, the entire Xinjia village has to be relocated. I had stepped in once before and helped her deal with that group of people, and things obviously got much better afterwards.
By the way, have you come up with a new demolition plan for your house? Lu Lian asked.
The plan has been made for us to see, thanks to your help, Mr. Lu.
The final quotation is 20% more than what we had imagined. Shenmonk was busy in the kitchen.
There was some happiness in his tone. Since the houses in Xinjia village are bound to be demolished, the more compensation the better.
This last offer is already quite impressive.
That's great, I can get hundreds of thousands more in compensation.
Lu Lian nodded. To me, that compensation was just a drop in the bucket of pocket money. But for the Shen family, this is several years of consumption. Yes. After we move to the new house, I will definitely treat Mr. Lu to a meal.
Shenmonk said this and walked out of the kitchen with a cup of hot water. Looking at Shenmonk's fair face and delicate red lips, plus the effect of alcohol,
Lu Lian's breathing suddenly became heavy.
In such an environment, it would be a waste if nothing happened. She came over, but Lu Lian did not take the cup of water. Instead, he stood up and reached out to grab Shenmonk's arm.
Mr. Lu.
She was totally unprepared for this scene and was immediately startled.
My body instinctively leaned back.
The teacup also fell from his hand to the ground. A lot of tea spilled over and onto Lu Lian's pants.
Hiss. Lu Lian suddenly grimaced because of the heat. Chapter 44, I'm so long-winded, I don't have time to play with you.
Although because of the system, his physical condition has been greatly improved. Although there is still a layer of pants between them. But it still hurts if 100-degree water is poured on your legs.
Mr. Liu. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Shen Monk suddenly panicked. Getting a big shot like Lu Lian burned is no small matter. She put down the cup in a hurry. I quickly found some dry toilet paper, squatted beside his legs, and tried to soak up the wet cloth with paper towels. At the same time, I felt extremely guilty. But she suddenly felt something was wrong. This is. When Shin Monk realized what it was, he quickly turned his face away, blushing and not daring to look at it again. Lu Lian grinned at this time. Why, you spilled tea on my legs, aren't you going to clean it up? After Lu Lian finished speaking, I suddenly cursed myself in my heart. I feel like a real scumbag. What's this? This is called coercion. Take advantage of other people's self-blame and guilt, as well as one's own identity, to coerce them. But Lu Lian actually knew in his heart that Shin Monk would not refuse his request. After all, her loyalty was already very high. Whether it is character, charm or prestige, they are all at the top level. After listening to Lu Lian's words, Shin Monk had no choice but to turn around again, his hands trembling a little, but he still didn't dare to reach into the middle, as if there was a bomb there that could explode at any time. This shy look made Lu Lian feel like he was being scratched by a monkey. He couldn't help it and grabbed Shin Monk's hand. Mr. Liu. Shin Monk's face suddenly turned red. I tried to break free, but found that my hand was firmly grasped by him. There's no way to avoid it. Meng Ku, do you like me? Lu Lian asked under the influence of alcohol. It turns out that alcohol is a thing that makes you drunk. Whether it was intentional or not, it would later be explained as being drunk. Shen Monk didn't know what to say. In her heart, she naturally liked Lu Lian very much. But he asked himself this at this moment. She felt her head was in a fog and she couldn't utter a word. Mr. Liu, you should go back soon. It's already late. She said softly. No, I want to stay with you tonight. Lu Lian said this. I feel like a scumbag. But this kind of words are often very harmful to young girls under 20 years old. Mr. Liu, you've had too much to drink, so go to your room and sleep. Shen Monk tried to help Lu Lian up. But I can't do it with my own strength. Meng Ke, I feel a little uncomfortable now, can you help me? Lu Lian said this under the influence of alcohol. Feeling bad? Help you? Shen Monk frowned. I don't quite understand what Lu Lian meant. But when she saw the direction Lu Lian was pointing, her face turned red again. Seeing that she didn't move, Lu Lian pulled her body forward. Just then, she knelt in front of her legs. May I? Lu Lian asked again. Shen Monk was having a fierce ideological struggle in his heart. It seemed like a long time had passed. She was finally ready, and slowly leaned down. Bite. Host Sora value +2. Just when the system prompt sounded, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Shen Monk was shocked. Stand up quickly. Asked, who is it? It's me, Yi Tian. A young man's voice came from outside. Shen Monk looked at Lu Lian. How about you hide for a while? He is not related to you, why should I hide? Lu Lian zipped up his pants. Smiled. Why don't you open the door? Yi Tian knocked on the door a few more times outside. What can I do for you? I left some things at home and need to get them urgently. Open the door quickly. Yi Tian's voice was a little hurried. Shin Monk had no choice but to step forward and open the door. Suddenly, inside and outside the door, Lu Lian and Yi Tian looked at each other. Lu Lian, is that you? Why are you here? Yi Tian frowned and looked at Lu Lian, his expression suddenly turned bad. Then he looked at Shin Monk standing aside. He understood immediately. Shameless thing, you are more than 10 years older than others, and you actually threaten them, you are looking for death. Yi Tian had long hated Lu Lian to the core. He ruined a lot of his own things. He has always kept this account in mind. Now that I meet him here, of course I have to beat him up to vent my anger. Anyway, Yi Tian thought he was quite skilled. Dealing with Lu Lian is no problem at all. But when Yi Tian swung his fist at Lu Lian,
he just chuckled and dodged Yi Tian's fist.
You dare to hide?
As the protagonist of the book, Yi Tian either does not take action before, or never fails when he takes action. But today, his punch didn't even hit the corner of Lu Lian's clothes. Moreover, he didn't even see clearly how he avoided his moves. Could it be that Lu Lian's skills are so strong? He had seen his skills outside the bar before.
But after these few days, Lu Lian has obviously become stronger. Yi Tian, you are nothing more than this. Lu Lian turned on the taunting mode. Since he thinks I'm a villain, I'll indulge in the villain's fantasy now. Court death. Yi Tian suddenly lost his mind.
Although he had careful arrangements to deal with Lu Lian. But at this moment, because of anger, I couldn't care less. He attacked Lu Lian with fists and feet.
Yi Tian, stop fighting. Shin Monk said loudly from the side. None of your business. Yi Tian knew that something must have happened between them in the house just now. Otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long to open the door. This psychological imbalance has caused Yi Tian to turn his back on others. You dare to scold my woman? At this time, Lu Lian's face also turned gloomy. Shin Monk himself was reluctant to yell, when will it be Yi Tian's turn? Now. Lu Lian also clenched his fist and attacked back. Bang!
The two men's fists collided with each other, making a dull sound.
Yi Tian took 3 steps back and felt like his knuckles were about to crack. And Lu Lian only took half a step back.
His face was calm and composed.
Lu Lian, watch out.
Yi Tian didn't get any advantage just now, and he couldn't swallow this humiliation.
When has he ever been so passive? Only when he makes others lose their balance. Today, the situation is completely reversed. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I don't have time to play with you.
As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Lu Lian's eyes.
Just use your strength and punch out. Bang! Yi Tian felt a powerful air mass coming towards him.
He tried his best to block it, but still couldn't stop it. The whole person flew backwards and flew directly out of the door before falling to the ground.
Lu Lian, you.
Before Yi Tian could finish his sentence, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood.
This time, the injury was serious. Close the door. Lu Lian ignored Yi Tian and spoke directly to Shin Monk. Shin Monk was a little scared. The current Lu Lian is like 2 completely different people from the Lu Lian that I knew before. He actually knocked Yi Tian so far with just 1 punch. Chapter 45. Can you accompany me? Seeing Shin Monk standing there without moving, Lu Lian went upstairs himself and closed the door of Shin's house.
Lu Lian, if I don't avenge this hatred today, I will not be a human being.
Outside the Shin family's house,
Yi Tian struggled to get up from the ground.
My internal organs were churning. This injury is unusual.
As the protagonist, Yi Tian has never suffered such a big loss. Moreover, he could never have imagined that Lu Lian's skills were so strong and far surpassed his own. I didn't get any advantage from Lu Lian today.
There's no point in continuing to fight. Yi Tian glanced hatefully in the direction of the Shin family, then turned around and left unwillingly. Yi Tian is gone. At this time, inside the Shin family's house, Lu Lian heard the noise outside and said, Have you left? Shin Monk was obviously still in shock. He hasn't recovered from the fight between the 2 men just now. Are you okay? Lu Lian asked Shin Monk. I'm fine.
She quickly came to her senses and shook her head.
It's getting late, and I should go back.
You should go to bed early.
After being disturbed by Yi Tian, Lu Lian lost all his interest.
Prepare to leave the Shin family.
Mr. Lu. Shin Monk shouted quickly. You drank today, and it's so late now. I'm afraid on the way. Don't worry. Lu Lian smiled and said, This is nothing to me. But Shin Monk hesitated, knowing that if she didn't say some things, it would be too late.
She had no choice but to make up her mind and hold Lu Lian's arm.
Mr. Lu, I'm home alone and a little scared. Can you accompany me?
As she spoke these words, her voice became smaller and smaller.
The last few words were almost inaudible. Lu Lian turned around. See the expectation in her eyes. So he nodded, okay then. Shin Monk was very happy. After washing up in the evening, Shin Monk returned to the room. Lu Lian took the initiative to sleep on the sofa. But with such a beautiful woman at home, Lu Lian couldn't sleep at all. And Shin Monk in the room was also tossing and turning, engaging in a fierce ideological struggle. On the one hand, she couldn't hide her love for Lu Lian. On the other hand, it is the modesty of a girl. For a long time, she couldn't help but pick up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Lian. "Mr. Lu, are you asleep?" Lu Lian replied, "Not yet." Shin Monk saw Lu Lian's reply. "I typed a few lines on the phone keyboard, typed and deleted, and typed again. Mr. Lu, can you hold me to sleep? I couldn't ask for more." When this message came, Lu Lian walked in, got straight into bed. He wrapped his arms around Shin Monk's slender waist. "Her hair smells great." Shin Monk felt that the body behind him was getting hotter and hotter. "Mr. Lu, please don't be like this. Mr. Lu, please don't." She struggled symbolically, but she had already prepared herself mentally. Bite. Host Sora value +3. Host Sora value +3. Host Sora value +3. The system's prompt sound also kept ringing in Lu Lian's mind as he moved. The next morning, when Lu Lian woke up, "I found that my aura value increased by 7,000 to 8,000 tonight." Not much different from the protagonist Yi Tian. When the aura value approached Yi Tian's, he could no longer further strengthen his strength. In other words, the gap between the two of them will become wider and wider. Lu Lian walked out of the room and came to the living room. I saw Shin Monk busy in the kitchen. Her hair was tied up lazily. "She looks like a good wife and mother." Lu Lian walked over and hugged her waist. "Hateful." Shin Monk poked Lu Lian with his elbow. "You're causing me so much pain." "It was just a moment, and you were louder than anyone else afterwards." Lu Lian's words made her face turn red instantly. "Oh, will I have a baby?" She suddenly remembered something and felt a little panicked. "Don't worry, it's not that easy." Lu Lian smiled and said, "Even if it's true, then stay. But I don't want to be a mother so early, my figure will be out of shape by then." Shin Monk was obviously a little scared. "No." Lu Lian smiled. "Okay, I have to go to the company." "Mr. Lu, aren't you going to have breakfast before you leave? It's getting late. Let's have lunch together at the company later." Lu Lian said this, kissed Shin Monk on the forehead, and left. From today on, Shin Monk is his woman. Shin Monk heard the sound of the door closing, and then he quickly ran to the room. With a blushing face, she took off the sheets and put them in the washing machine. Lu Lian drove straight back to the company. "Mr. Lu, where did you go last night? I called you many times but you didn't answer." Lu Lian entered the company building. Secretary Chiu Inong trotted over, her high heels tapping on the floor, making a tapping sound. He also looked anxious. What happened? Lu Lian was a little curious. All the affairs of the company now have dedicated people in charge. Except for decision-making matters, my presence or absence will not affect the normal operation of the company. Boss Lu, this is it. Xiao Inong opened some documents that he was holding in front of his chest. The bidding for the Xinjia village plot will begin next week. I know that. When Lu Lian went to Xinjia village yesterday, Xinjia village has basically been demolished. Shinmun's family will also move out within the next few days. Then, what followed was the bidding for the Xinjia village land. No. Xiao Inong said. There is one more company bidding for Xinjia village this time. Oh? Lu Lian frowned. What company? This was actually an unexpected event. In the bidding for Xinjia village, the Lu family's advantage was not actually that great. At this time, suddenly there was one more company. Naturally, there is an additional factor of uncertainty. Which company? Lu Lian asked. Mr. Lu, I checked. This company is called Tianxia Real Estate Company. It had no presence before, but recently it suddenly received a large amount of capital injection. I suspect it was for the Xinjia village plot. Xiao Inong said. Tianxia Real Estate Company? Lu Lian suddenly remembered. In the original novel, Tianxia Real Estate Company was acquired by the protagonist through chance encounter. So, the protagonist Yi Tian's development pace is not slow. But
Lu Lian, who had read the original novel, knew that Yi Tian won the bid for the Xinjia village land in the end. And with this piece of land, we got in touch with the official authorities.
Let his power grow stronger again.
Since the protagonist cannot stop the company from getting it, this land auction must not be lost.
Chapter 46. Our goals are the same. Okay, I understand. Go down immediately and collect detailed information about this company. Lu Lian ordered.
By the way, Mr. Lu, there is one more thing.
Xiao Yinon looked at Lu Lian, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hesitate.
Lu Lian urged.
Yes, Mr. Lu.
Xiao Yinon leaned close to Lu Lian's ear and lowered his voice.
Mr. Lu, some gossip about you has appeared on the internet. What gossip? Lu Lian frowned. Don't worry, Mr. Lu.
I have already contacted the Public Relations Department to remove the trending search. Fortunately, the incident did not escalate and was brought under control in time.
Xiao Yinon reported. Have you found the source of this information?
Lu Lian naturally believed in Xiao Yinon's ability to get things done.
Only. Lu Lian's goal is not just to remove the trending search.
Since someone has released his own gossip.
Either it's someone who's been secretly watching me, or it's someone who knows my itinerary very well. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. I'll check it out right now. Xiao Yinon's face changed drastically. Realize that you have missed something in your work. Find that person within 3 days.
Lu Lian would not easily do anything to harm others now, but if someone wanted to mess with him, he would definitely not agree.
After the arrangements are completed,
Lu Lian returned to the office and began to deal with some of the things that had been left behind.
At this time, in a chic water pavilion,
several people were lying there resting. This trending search that was posted in the early morning is useless.
It was removed in less than an hour.
What a waste of such good news. A middle-aged man said.
Damn, I didn't expect that either. That woman named Shou reacted so quickly. Doesn't she need to sleep?
A young man next to him was cursing.
Didn't you say that Xiao Yinon was pretending to obey Lu Lian but secretly disobeying him? How could she work so hard for him? Who knows? I just can't figure it out. Many things are different from before.
Speaking of which, the middle-aged man paused, then patted the young man on the shoulder. You use this method to deal with your own father. Aren't you afraid that he will find out and use you as a scapegoat?
He. Lu Tsong smiled. He's like a completely different person now.
If I don't make some noise, he'll start with me.
What do you mean? My father has become more and more strict with me.
He tells me not to do this or that.
I am almost suffocating.
It is too difficult for me to wait for him to die for decades.
That's right.
The middle-aged man smiled. After all, your father had a son like you when he was your age. It would be difficult for you to wait until he is old.
So, Master Buddha, what should I do?
You know I don't have many friends in Jiangcheng, and you are the only one who can help me. Lu Tsong looked at the fat middle-aged man next to him. The golden Buddha on his neck was shaking and jumping.
Mr. Lu, do you really want to deal with your father? Asked the Buddha with a smile.
Just like the kind-hearted Maitreya Buddha.
Then is it true? Otherwise, why would I come here? Lu Tsong said. How far do you want to go? Kick my father out of office and I will be the helmsman of the Lu family. Lu Tsong said. Okay, Mr. Lu, you are ruthless enough.
The Buddha patted his shoulder. So, our goals are actually the same.
Let me introduce you to someone who can definitely help you. Who is it? Lu Tsong looked outside the door.
Then a figure appeared before his eyes.
Is it you? This way. After Lu Lian finished some affairs in the company,
received a phone call.
It's Zhang Runan calling. Mr. Lu, are you free now? I'm free, Officer Zhang, what advice do you have? Mr. Lu, please stop making fun of me. Zhang Runan's laughter was as clear as a silver bell. Thank you for the information and evidence you provided me last time. It helped me to gain a lot of merit. I would like to treat you to a meal.
Since it's a beautiful lady inviting me to dinner, I would be disrespectful to refuse.
Lu Lian smiled. Okay, I'll wait for you. Soon, Lu Lian walked out of the company.
Lu Digang drove him to the location Zhang Runan had sent him.
This is a popular restaurant in Zhengcheng. Many people like to take photos and check in here.
Lu Lian got out of the car and saw Zhang Runan sitting by the window from a distance. I have to say, when Zhang Runan was wearing casual clothes, her appearance and figure were simply criminal. The two long legs were crossed together, and many men passing by turned their heads to look. It's as if these legs will open up if I keep looking at them.
Mr. Lu, this way.
Zhang Runan raised her hands high and shook them at Lu Lian.
Lu Lian walked into the restaurant and sat opposite Zhang Runan. Mr. Lu, order whatever you want. It's my treat today. Zhang Runan said this and pushed the menu in front of Lu Lian. I'm not really hungry, just order anything. Lu Lian did not take the menu. Okay, I'll order it myself. Zhang Runan had no choice but to start looking through the menu. Lu Lian took a sip of tea and looked out the window.
A man with his hat pulled down and carrying a school bag hurried past.
Strangeness. Lu Lian immediately realized that something was wrong.
Almost every man passing by here was attracted by Zhang Runan's thighs and would look back a few times. Only this man was in a hurry.
It seems like there is some very clear goal. Did you notice the man just now? Lu Lian asked Zhang Runan. I noticed. What's wrong? After Zhang Runan finished speaking, she looked at Lu Lian.
Then, two people shouted almost at the same time.
There's a problem. As soon as the words fell, suddenly, a huge explosion sounded.
The entire ground also shook violently a few times. In the restaurant, a chandelier shook a few times and fell straight onto a table, making a loud shattering sound.
It exploded, it exploded.
Suddenly, everyone in the store began to panic and ran away screaming.
Let's go and take a look. Zhang Runan and Lu Lian put down the menus and quickly stood up.
Rushed out of the store and looked in the direction of the explosion.
Lu Lian saw it.
I saw the entrance of a large financial company in front of me.
The tightly closed iron door was blown open.
The ground was littered with broken glass, bricks, and metal. Several people fell to the ground, covered in blood.
At the gate of the financial company, people kept rushing out carrying black sacks.
On the side of the road, there was a car parked without a license plate number. The car door was wide open, as if welcoming the people rushing out. How dare these people be so bold in broad daylight?
Zhang Runan couldn't help but clench his fists. Chapter 47, Bustling City, High-Speed Pursuit. Lu Lian also frowned and looked at the group of people. He is really brave.
In broad daylight, they used such brutal means to rob a financial company.
It's really too arrogant. Zhang Runan was extremely angry.
He hurriedly made a phone call, telling them there was an emergency, and then rushed in front of those people.
Stop, don't move, police.
Zhang Runan rushed to the front of the car.
Point at the people in the car and ask them to turn off the engine. What should I do, brother?
She seems to say she is a police officer.
At this time,
the people who had completed the robbery were already sitting in the car.
Faced with Zhang Runan's interception, several inexperienced younger brothers suddenly became nervous.
This was the first time they had done this kind of work.
The first time you attacked, you happened to run into the police?
This made them a little panicked.
They all have wives, children, and elderly parents.
They knew very well what the consequences would be if this matter were exposed.
Never mind him.
In the car, a man with tattoos on his arms said,
Ah. The others obviously didn't react. It's come to this, is there any way back? Just drive on. If you delay any further, you really won't be able to leave.
The eldest brother said sharply.
The driver hesitated and didn't dare to start the car.
The eldest brother couldn't bear it and directly grabbed the steering wheel. Then he stepped on the accelerator.
Officer Zhang, be careful. Lu Lian shouted loudly from the side.
Then his figure moved forward. I never expected that this group of vicious criminals would dare to attack police officers in broad daylight.
Who is so arrogant? At this time,
the car had started to accelerate and rushed towards Zhang Runan a few meters ahead.
However,
just when the car was about to rush in front of her, suddenly, a figure flashed by.
Zhang Runan, who was standing there, had been hugged by Lu Lian and pulled to the side of the road. You don't want to live anymore? Lu Lian yelled at Zhang Runan. Lu Lian, they all ran away. Zhang Runan said loudly, regardless of her own safety. Don't worry, you've already called the police. There are so many eyes in the sky now, they can't escape.
Lu Lian comforted.
But if they do this, they will hurt other innocent passers-by. She looked at the car running amok, worry written all over her face. I'll go stop them. Lu Lian said at this time. Ah? She hasn't reacted yet. Get in the car with me. Lu Lian said this and started his Lincoln Navigator. Then he sped up and chased after him. They have already run very far away. Can we really stop them? Zhang Runan was very worried. At this time, Lu Lian spent 500 experience points in his system mall and quickly exchanged for top-level driving skills. After having this technology, Lu Lian will be able to acquire the most superb driving skills. With this technology, not only can one have the ultimate operating skills, but the detailed layout of all the streets, big and small, in the city can also be clearly displayed in the mind. Especially when there are temporary repairs or construction in some places, prompts can be given in the mind at the first time. This reaction speed is much faster than map navigation software. Even in such a busy city, one can still move around with ease as if he were in an empty city. Fasten your seatbelts and sit tight. As Lu Lian spoke, he stepped on the accelerator to the floor. Lu Lian, this is a city street, why are you driving so fast? It's easy to get into an accident. Zhang Runan's face turned pale. Even if it is to chase the gang of bandits, we must ensure our own safety. And this is a busy city. If there is any mistake in the operation, it may cause huge casualties. However, Lu Lian ignored her words at all. Keep both hands on the steering wheel. Look straight ahead. Ah, we're about to hit the pier, slow down. Zhang Runan looked at several stone pillars on the roadside ahead and shouted in panic. It's only 1 or 2 meters away from the stone pier. However, Lu Lian stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Then, the whole car leaped up on the spot. Lu Lian. The car was 2 or 3 meters off the ground. Zhang Runan, who was in mid-air, felt like her heart was about to jump out. After the car jumped over those stone pillars, landed steadily on the ground. There was a bumpy ride in the car, and Zhang Runan was staggering from side to side. He fell headfirst onto Lu Lian's legs. Lu Lian, do you want to die? She sat up straighter and spoke loudly to him. We can take a shortcut along this road and intercept their car ahead. Lu Lian didn't say much and operated the steering wheel quickly. Lu Lian, the alley ahead is under construction, we can't get through. Zhang Runan was very anxious. There's nothing wrong with wanting to cut corners. But they had already received news about this route. Repairs are being carried out during this time. This road is absolutely not feasible now. Don't worry, we can definitely get going. As Lu Lian spoke, he stepped on the accelerator to the floor. The car rushed forward at maximum speed. When we reached the intersection with the main road ahead, Zhang Runan couldn't believe her eyes. Surprisingly, this road has really been built? The last barrier blocking the road had just been moved to the side of the road. Lu Lian, how do you know this place has been repaired? Her eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. But he didn't answer himself. Instead, he concentrated on driving. The workers on the roadside saw the Lincoln Navigator passing by at high speed. I was immediately surprised. What's going on? We just removed the barrier and haven't notified the traffic control department yet. How did this car know it was okay to drive here? At this time, the process of Lu Lian's car chasing was also noticed by many passers-by. This car is going so fast. Is it some F1 driver driving it? This is in a busy city, with so many cars around. Isn't he afraid of hitting someone? Fuck, this technique is too good. On such a road, it is possible to perform such an extreme operation? Awesome. Witness the birth of the god of cars. I seem to have seen this car somewhere before. This seems to be Lu Lian's car. Lu Lian, which Lu Lian? It's Lu Lian, the richest man in Jiangcheng. I can't be mistaken about this car. Many passers-by watched Lu Lian showing off his driving skills on the road, sighing and taking out their mobile phones to take videos. Ready to post online. But basically everyone could only capture a shadow that flashed by quickly. This car, like a sharp arrow, shuttles through the busy road. After Zhang Runan screamed at first, she could no longer scream. Looking at Lu Lian was like looking at a monster. Weren't you surprised just now? Why are you so quiet now? Lu Lian said teasingly without even turning his head. Chapter 48, Show off your skills in front of me? Zhang Runan's face turned red and she said nothing. Looking at the traffic ahead, he suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, their car is ahead. I've seen it." As Lu Lian spoke, he sped up again and caught up. "What should I do, brother? That car is catching up with us." The people in the car in front also noticed the Lincoln Navigator following behind. "Damn it, it's so unlucky, why can't I get rid of them?" The eldest brother also looked surprised. "Change your plans and head to the suburbs." "Ah, big brother. Aren't we going to meet up with the boss?" "You're still going to meet up in this situation, do you want to be wiped out?" The eldest brother patted the driver on the head. "Drive to the river in the suburbs. There are no surveillance cameras on the river. We have more people, so we can use our numbers to take them out first." Brother is really wise. Otherwise, how can you say he is our eldest brother? Okay, stop blowing your trumpet here and get ready to deal with them later. After reaching a consensus, the car changed direction and drove towards the river in the suburbs. Lu Lian, they suddenly changed direction and drove towards the river. Zhang Runan said, "Hurry up and inform your colleagues, we will catch up first." Lu Lian ordered. He had a 70% idea of why this gang of gangsters wanted to drive to the suburbs. To prevent them from taking advantage of the surveillance blind spots and escaping successfully. Must catch up as soon as possible. Just hold them back for 10 minutes. Once Zhang Runan's colleagues formed a siege, none of them would be able to escape. As the car drove towards the river, there are fewer and fewer cars on the road. The road conditions also began to deteriorate. There was a slope in front of us, which was the way to the embankment. "Brother, they are still behind." A younger brother looked back nervously. "I found that the Lincoln was chasing us from behind. And the distance is getting closer." "Are all the weapons ready?" the eldest brother asked. There was a scar on his face, which became even more hideous as his face turned ashen. "Ready." The other 5 or 6 guys in the car all drew out their weapons. "Okay, stop at the shallow beach ahead. We'll kill them later and throw them directly into the river." A vicious person is so ruthless when doing things. Soon, their car stopped right on the shallow beach. The people in the car opened their doors and filed out. Strange, why don't they run away? Zhang Runan was a little surprised when she saw the car stop. "Didn't you see they all got off the bus? Either there are some foreign reinforcements here, or they want to duel. There is only one way here, we came here, it looks like they are going to fight with us." Lu Lian quickly analyzed the reason. "What should we do then?" A hint of hesitation appeared on Zhang Runan's face. It is her duty to not let any bad guy escape. "But there are 7 or 8 people in front of me. Everyone had a weapon in their hands. The scarred man in the lead even had a black pistol in his hand. And there are only 2 of them in total. The chances of winning when outnumbered are slim. Just go ahead and fight head-on." As Lu Lian said this, he stepped on the accelerator again. Opposite. The leader raised his gun and said, "Since you insist on coming here to die, I will grant your wish." Speaking of. He pulled the trigger in his hand. Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire startled a group of birds in the poplar forest on the roadside. The big brother thought that the shot would at least hit Lincoln's windshield. But at the moment the gun went off, the Lincoln on the opposite side suddenly made a sharp S-turn and avoided the bullet. "Damn it, are you showing off your skills in front of me?" The big brother immediately became angry and fired several shots at the driver's seat, tires, and other places of Lu Lian's car. Gunshots continued to ring out. But what a pity! Under Lu Lian's extreme operation, every shot missed. In other words, every shot could have hit the target. It's just that the driving skills of the person on the other side are too high. Dodge the bullet every time. Oh shit! The eldest brother suddenly panicked. The Lincoln car opposite was less than 30 meters away from him. Even the faces of the people in the car can be seen clearly. "I'm going to fight you." He raised his pistol. There is one last bullet in it. He aimed at Lu Lian. Finger on the trigger. Bang! A loud noise was heard. A figure flew backwards. Then a bullet shot into the sky.
At the critical moment, Lu Lian drove his car directly into the man.
The big brother flew dozens of meters away.
Even though he has thick skin. At this time, he was covered in blood and didn't know whether he was alive or dead.
Because of this impact, Lu Lian's car also stopped where it was.
There was also a big hole in the hood of the car.
"Brother, how are you?" The other few people ran to the eldest brother.
He sniffed his breath. There is only exhalation but no inhalation, and the injuries are very serious.
"Let's go ahead and kill him."
Seeing their eldest brother like this, the other people all stood up from the ground. He looked at Lu Lian and Zhang Runan coldly.
"I'm a policeman." Zhang Runan's pretty face turned cold. "You guys should surrender quickly and stop resisting. There are so many of us, and there are only 2 of you. Who are you going to resist?" Those people laughed triumphantly.
Besides, our reinforcements are already coming from the other side of the river in speedboats.
Just wait for death. Listen to what they say. Zhang Runan looked towards the other side of the river. Sure enough, there was a group of people at the riverside, pushing a speedboat into the river. The situation is extremely dangerous. Across the river is another city. There is nothing I can do about it, even if I contact the police in the other city as quickly as possible. Because this place is too far from the city, I'm afraid it's too late.
When those people saw someone coming to rescue them, they immediately became more confident.
"Kill them and avenge my brother." After a shout,
they rushed towards the 2 of them with daggers raised.
"Contact your colleagues, quickly." Lu Lian signaled Zhang Runan to step back. "What about you?" Zhang Runan didn't trust Lu Lian at all. There are so many people on the other side. And Lu Lian, he is very clear about his identity. Although he is the richest man in Jiangcheng, who will give him face now? If he goes to deal with these villains on the other side alone, wouldn't that be courting death? "Boss Lu, don't fight them head on. We must have other ways," Zhang Runan said.
However, Lu Lian seemed not to hear her words and walked towards those people.
"Mr. Lu." Zhang Runan's anxiety was written in her eyes.
She wanted to finish the call within 10 seconds and then go to support Lu Lian.
Chapter 49. Don't you want to take credit for such a great contribution? However, Zhang Runan just finished a phone call.
Then I heard a series of screams coming from the front.
She looked closely. It turned out that Lu Lian had already rushed into the crowd.
As he moved through the crowd with his agile figure,
those people couldn't get close to Lu Lian at all, and couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Although they were holding some weapons such as sticks, daggers, and triangular bayonets, they were still beaten badly by Lu Lian, who was unarmed.
Before long, all those people were knocked down by Lu Lian one by one.
"Lu Lian, how come you are so good at fighting?" Zhang Runan was completely stunned. Is this still the person in charge of the Lu family in my impression? It's really incredible.
With such skills, he was able to take on several gangsters with his bare hands and knock them all down without any injury. It was totally beyond her expectations.
Has the help arrived? Lu Lian did not relax his vigilance. The motorboat on the other side is coming soon. Zhang Runan was startled and looked towards the other side of the river.
I saw 2 motorboats on the other side had already been launched, with more than a dozen people sitting on the 2 boats, preparing to cross the river.
If they were allowed to come and get reinforcements, all their efforts today would be in vain. At this critical moment, a long siren finally sounded.
Several police cars appeared from the embankment in front.
"Here they come! Here they come!" Zhang Runan was immediately overjoyed. "That's good."
The police cars were speeding towards the side with their lights flashing.
And at this time,
the people on the motorboats had already crossed 2/3 of the river. Seeing that a large number of police reinforcements have arrived here, who would dare to stay here any longer?
It immediately changed direction and headed towards the opposite shore.
The huge splash of water drew a U shape on the surface of the river.
These bandits have retreated and don't dare to come to rescue. Zhang Runan's confidence increased greatly at this time, and he immediately rushed to the front of the gangsters.
Several people who tried to escape by car were handcuffed together.
"Now let's see where you can escape." Officer Zhang. Reinforcements arrived one after another and took control of the remaining criminals. "Officer Zhang, are you okay?"
A few people came over, looked at her, and asked worriedly.
I'm fine, I'm fine. Zhang Runin showed it to them.
Except for some scratches when I stopped the car at the beginning. The rest was actually fine, as Lu Lian did all the main work.
Officer Zhang, what happened today is really too dangerous. Tell me, why don't you call for more help? What if something goes wrong?
But Officer Zhang is really amazing. He was able to subdue so many criminals by himself. Some people who don't know the truth mistakenly believe that Officer Zhang is very skilled.
No.
Zhang Runin turned her head to look at Lu Lian and explained to her colleagues. These people just now were actually subdued by Mr. Lu.
I didn't actually contribute much. Mr. Lu?
Everyone turned their attention to Lu Lian's skills. There was some confusion in his eyes.
Everyone knows that Lu Lian is a famous wealthy businessman in Jiangcheng.
But, is he really so skilled?
Many of them saw Lu Lian for the first time.
He was not aware of Lu Lian's previous actions. Of course, I was extremely surprised. Such skills are no joke.
Actually, I just helped Officer Zhang with some small favors. Lu Lian smiled.
The greatest credit for this matter goes to Officer Zhang.
Mr. Lu.
When Zhang Runin heard him say this, she suddenly felt a little guilty.
With such a great contribution, Lu Lian doesn't want to claim it?
Even if it's just letting the media interview and report on it, it will be a huge boost to the Lu family's reputation. According to the current market value of the Lu family, a daily limit could increase its value by tens of billions.
Just ask, if other wealthy businessmen in Jiangcheng had such a free publicity opportunity, who would let it go? But Lu Lian just doesn't want it.
You don't have to say anything, okay, just go and handle this case.
Lu Lian waved to Zhang Runin.
The cause and effect of this incident, the mastermind behind it, etc., are none of my business.
It's getting late, I should go back. Lu Lian looked at the time and said. But, Mr. Lu.
Zhang Runin wanted to say something, but several colleagues shouted, Officer Zhang, in case something goes wrong, let's take these villains back for questioning first.
Okay. Zhang Runin had no choice but to nod. Then he looked at Lu Lian's back and got into the Lincoln car. Turn around and leave. Bite. It is detected that the loyalty of the heroine Zhang Runin has skyrocketed to 75 points. Gained an aura value of 300.
The system's voice sounded in Lu Lian's mind in time.
Lu Lian was actually not surprised by this.
Such a thing is a great achievement for Zhang Runin. Moreover, he also hid his merits and fame and lent a helping hand.
After going back, Zhang Runin will definitely be praised again and rewarded. Moreover, he used this superb ability to impress Zhang Runin. It is only natural that loyalty has skyrocketed. But what surprised Lu Lian was another system prompt. Bite.
The system detected that the host changed the plot and gained 500 experience points.
300 aura points. Change the plot? Why are there 2 bonuses to the aura value? Now Lu Lian was a little confused. Which part of the plot was changed by this incident?
The prompt that popped up next from the system solved the mystery in his heart.
Turn out to be. This matter originally belonged to the second protagonist. But I haven't read that book.
But by some coincidence, he got there first and bumped into him. Thus, he invisibly seized the resources of the second male protagonist and took away some of his aura points. In this way, today's event kills 2 birds with 1 stone, and it's really a big profit.
But
Lu Lian quickly realized a problem in his mind. If this explosion is the related plot of the second male protagonist of God of War,
so doesn't that mean that the second male protagonist has already appeared in Jiangcheng? But
the first male protagonist Yi Tian hasn't dealt with it yet.
This one do.
When Lu Lian thought of this, he quickly stepped on the accelerator,
heading towards the city. At this time, Shang Guanyu suddenly called. Lu Lian, where are you now? Shang Guanyu asked on the other end of the phone.
I'm at the levee, on my way back to the city.
What's going on? Lu Lian asked.
Lu Lian, my men have found out some new trends about the Buddha these days.
I think it's necessary to tell you. Chapter 50. The contrast is too great. What's the Buddha's new move?
Lu Lian frowned slightly.
Hadn't I already handed this matter over to Shang Guanyu to handle personally?
Although she is the weakest of the 3 forces. But now that he is following me, he still has both money and connections. It won't be long before he can compete with Master Buddha, or even surpass him.
Professionals do professional things. What new developments does he have that I must know about? That's right. Shang Guanyu said. Besides, it's about you. Is it about me? Lu Lian's doubts deepened. Could it be that they are already taking some actions against me? Yes.
If what my people told me is correct, then Mr. Lu should have cooperated with Mr. Buddha.
Lu Song?
When Lu Lian heard the name, his eyes widened.
This bastard. He actually cooperated with Buddha? Any details of what they were talking about? Lu Lian asked. I know roughly what he means. It seems that Master Lu wants you to step down and he will take over the Lu family. This son of a bitch.
Lu Lian was so angry that he knocked on the steering wheel.
There were 2 beeps. I haven't planned how to deal with Lu Song yet. This kid actually wants to do such a treasonous thing and usurp my position? But there were signs that Lu Song was doing this.
Because he has discovered that he can't get any advantage from him.
Lu Song's desire to get promoted is the outcome that everyone wants to see except himself. The protagonist Yi Tian. Buddha.
And those relatives of the Lu family.
Can a young man really take charge of the Lu family's hundreds of billions of assets?
In fact, it is just a puppet.
Controlling a puppet is far better than facing yourself. So, it's not just Master Buddha and Yi Tian. Lu Lian estimated that even the brothers of the Lu family would want to secretly provide convenience for Lu Song. So now, where are they at? Lu Lian asked. That being the case, you have to be one step ahead. Lu Lian, they are still discussing the specific details. It should not have reached the actual implementation stage yet. Shang Guanyu said. Okay. I understand. Lu Lian hung up the phone and called Lu Digang again. Check where Lu Song is now. Send it to my phone when you find out.
After saying that, he threw the phone aside. Then he stepped on the accelerator and the car moved forward. Soon, more and more buildings appeared in front of us, and we had returned to the city.
At this time, Lu Lian also received feedback from Lu Digang. Boss Lu, he's at Yulian Entertainment Club. What? Lu Lian was shocked. This Lu Song is quite brave. Having just offended Shang Guanyu, how dare you go to her place to play? Of course, maybe it was intentional. Just want to stir up trouble. Okay, I understand. Lu Lian replied. Boss Lu, do you want me to take someone there first? Lu Digang asked for instructions. No, I'll go there myself. Lu Lian said. I'm teaching my son a lesson and he wants to openly resist? Besides, the entire entertainment company belongs to Shang Guanyu. Then to some extent, it belongs to you. It would be a huge joke if a son could beat his father on his own turf. Soon, Lu Lian drove to Yulian Entertainment.
The large, colorful words are particularly eye-catching in the night. Among the surrounding streets, this is the place with the brightest lights.
Boss Lu, you're here. Lu Lian walked in.
The staff inside all shouted respectfully. They all know now that Lu Lian is Shang Guanyu's man. This is the only man that Shang Guanyu has officially announced in all these years.
Who dares to neglect?
And even if there was no such relationship, they all knew that Lu Lian was from the Lu family in Jiangcheng.
Who dares to neglect the helmsman of the richest group? Where is Lu Song? Lu Lian asked directly. Lu Song?
Several staff members were confused and looked at each other.
I don't know who he is talking about. Mr. Lu, are you talking about Lu Song? At this time the manager came over. He just came here not long ago and is shopping in the Diamond Hall. Take me there. Lu Lian said. The manager did not dare to delay and quickly took Lu Lian over. So, the arrogant young man just now is actually the young master of the Lu family? Yes, if Mr. Lu hadn't come, I wouldn't have known. Isn't this what I want to teach my son? I think so. But, which young man doesn't go out to play? Isn't it a bit too much to mobilize so many people? Who knows?
They say the Lu family's son is a piece of mud.
Maybe Mr. Lu is also very anxious and hopes that he can become something useful. Are you all okay? Get back to work.
The manager yelled at them. They were so scared that they immediately shut up and returned to their respective jobs.
At this time, led by the manager, Lu Lian has arrived outside the diamond hall. Just about to push the door open.
Suddenly, I heard the sound of cups breaking inside.
Kneel down.
A young man's voice came from inside, and it was Lu Tsong's.
How do you pour the wine? It pours all over my pants?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, but it was you who wanted to do something to me just now, so I.
Lu Lian heard the voice. Isn't this Yang Sishua's voice? Yang Si means sister. How dare you quibble? What's wrong with me touching you? You already work here, why are you still pretending to be innocent? Lu Tsong said arrogantly. Mr. Lu, you misunderstood.
Although I work here, my job responsibility is only to order songs and pour wine.
Yang Sishua said weakly. Don't talk nonsense to me.
Lu Tsong said impatiently, come here quickly and find a way to clean my pants, and I won't pursue this matter.
Then Mr. Lu, I'll go find a hair dryer now. Yang Sishua said. What do you want a hair dryer for? Come here, kneel down and lick the spilled wine off.
Lu Tsong's words soon caused the group of men in the box to burst into laughter. They had all tried all kinds of tricks before, so they naturally knew what Lu Tsong meant. They were all gloating, waiting to see what was to come. Yang Sishua was half kneeling on the ground, unable to stop crying. When this group of people came to the store and wanted to let themselves in at the first sight, she knew that they were not easy to deal with.
And
we are both members of the Lu family, but he is so elegant and graceful as the father.
But the son is so arrogant and domineering. Is this really a biological child? Are they really from the same family? The contrast is really too great. Chapter 51 I don't have a son like you. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you see Master Lu calling you over? At this time, the other brothers around Lu Tsong couldn't stand it anymore. They are usually Lu Tsong's best playmates. He also flattered Lu Tsong in various ways. Now that this woman actually made him unhappy, he must teach her a lesson. Then, one of them walked up to her and grabbed Yang Sishua's hair. Come here quickly and lick Mr. Lu's pants clean. No, I beg you to let me go.
Yang Sishua felt pain and said while enduring the pain.
This beast.
Lu Lian clenched his fists outside.
The teeth are also clenched together. Before, Lu Lian had thought of giving him some money to send him away and never let him come back. But now, he would not leave a penny for Lu Tsong. Just let him get out of the Lu family. Mr. Lu, I don't think she did it on purpose. Why don't you just forgive her this time? There were other girls drinking with me in the box. I really couldn't stand this scene and started to beg for mercy. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in my affairs? Lu Tsong glanced at them unhappily. No one can interfere with what I want to do. Not to mention you, even if my father came, I would say the same thing. What did you say? At this time, Lu Lian finally couldn't bear to listen any longer. Actually, hearing this is enough. Lu Tsong was so arrogant outside and didn't take himself seriously at all.
It seems that the information Shangguan Yu provided to him was really correct.
This rebellious son now wants me to step down. Dad, why are you here?
Lu Tsong saw the door being suddenly pushed open. Just as he was about to curse, he saw Lu Lian walk in.
Suddenly I was stunned and stood up quickly.
Several other followers of Lu Tsong saw Lu Lian suddenly arrive at this time.
Suddenly everyone was in a panic.
They stood up one after another and greeted Lu Lian. One of the younger brothers was so conscious that he turned off the music in the box. Yang Sishue, who was lying on the ground, raised her head slightly and out of the corner of her eye she saw the tall and handsome Lu Lian standing there with an upright figure. A bright light suddenly appeared in her eyes. This time, it seems that there is real hope. Why, did I come here and ruin your good thing? Lu Lian ignored everyone else and asked Lu Tsong coldly. Dad, look at what you said, what's the connection? Lu Lian quickly put on a smile and said, Dad, have you eaten yet? I'll ask someone to go. Lu Tsong, what did you say in the box just now? Can you repeat it again? Lu Lian interrupted him directly. What did you say? Lu Tsong pretended to be dumb. I didn't say anything. Nothing? Lu Lian's eyes turned cold. Suddenly he raised his hand and slapped Lu Tsong directly in the face. There was a crisp sound of snap. Lu Tsong received a hard slap on the face.
It was so loud that the whole box could hear it. Dad, I was wrong, I was wrong.
Lutsong knew that Lu Lian was really angry, and he fell to his knees on the ground.
Dad, I just drank too much and said a few wrong words. You can do whatever you want to me when we get home. This is outside.
While apologizing, Lutsong talked about the conditions.
Being beaten in front of so many people was a bit embarrassing. Bang! Lu Lian didn't say anything, but slapped him again. This time, a bright red 5-finger mark appeared on each side of Lutsong's face.
Lutsong's fair face also began to swell rapidly.
Dad, I really know I was wrong. No matter how you punish me, it's right. But I just said a few wrong words. It's not a big deal. Lutsong looked up at Lu Lian and tried to defend himself. Just a few wrong words? Lu Lian sneered. Uncle Lu, this is true. I assure you that Mr. Lu really spoke out of turn after drinking.
One of Lutsong's men tried to come over and explain the situation.
What do you want here? Get out of the way.
Lu Lian felt physically uncomfortable when he saw these young people with colorfully dyed hair.
The follower didn't dare to make a sound and quickly lowered his head and retreated to the side. Lutsong, think about it again, did you really just say a few wrong words to me?
Lu Lian fixed his cold gaze on him. If he tells the truth now, I would consider leaving him some wiggle room.
If he still refuses to say anything, then I'm sorry, Lutsong, you have no choice but to disappear. Dad, he's really gone.
Lutsong rolled his eyes a few times and then said,
Okay, in that case, I'll help you recall it.
When Lu Lian said this, his face darkened.
You are colluding with Lord Buddha and Yi Tian to get me out of office, right?
When Lutsong heard this, his eyes suddenly widened.
They did this perfectly and no information was leaked, but how did Lu Lian know about it? This is really incredible. Dad, I really didn't. I don't even know the Buddha you mentioned. Someone must have framed me. Yes, they just want to alienate the relationship between us father and son so that they can benefit from it. In a panic, Lutsong blurted out a mouthful of lies.
If I wasn't so sure, I wouldn't have found my way here.
Lu Lian smiled.
Lutsong, from now on, you have nothing to do with me. Also, you are not allowed to set foot in my house again. Also, I will take back your share of the Lu family's shares. All the luxury cars that the Lu family bought for you should be returned to the garage now. From now on, if you appear in front of me again, it's hard to say whether your life will still be in my hands. Also tell the group of people behind you, don't think of using any despicable methods to deal with me, I know all your plans.
Dad, don't. Lutsong was stunned and couldn't believe that Lu Lian would really do this. Dad, I am your son after all. I don't have a son like you.
Lu Lian threw down a sentence and yelled at him, get out.
Dad. Lutsong wanted to say something else.
The other younger brothers hurried over and helped Lutsong up. He hurried outside. They knew that Lu Lian was really angry this time. If Lutsong says one more word, it won't be just a slap in the face.
The box suddenly returned to silence.
The other hostesses, seeing this situation, dared not stay here and left the box without saying a word.
Is this the fury of Jianchen Lu Lian? It's really scary. Mr. Lu, thank you so much.
Yang Xishue adjusted her tight skirt that was almost pulled to her thighs, stood up from the ground with the help of the coffee table, and expressed her gratitude to Lu Lian.
You don't have to thank me, just go and clean it up. Lu Lian smiled.
Then he sent a message to Lu Digang. Keep an eye on their movements, pick out a few good ones, and send them all out.
Mr. Lu, what should we do?
At this time, in an alley, other brothers asked.
Oh shit.
Lutsong spat out a mouthful of blood.
When I return to the Lu family tonight, I will kill him directly. Chapter 52. Are you willing to bear a child for me? At this time,
Lu Lian was driving on his way home.
Suddenly, a phone call came in. It's Shin Menk calling. Lu Lian directly answered the call using the Bluetooth function in the car. Hello, Mangko? Lu Lian answered the phone. But the other side didn't speak. There is only a slight sound of signal current. Why don't you speak? Lu Lian was curious and asked again. Mr. Lu.
Shin Monk on the opposite side seemed to be hesitant to speak as soon as he opened his mouth.
Mengku, just say whatever you want to say. Lu Lian didn't understand what was wrong with her. Mr. Lu, can I see you now? Shinmonk finally plucked up the courage and said to Lu Lian. To see me? Lu Lian frowned.
I quickly realized something in my heart.
Mr. Lu, if it's inconvenient for you, forget it.
The girl on the other side also sounded a little lost.
That's convenient. I'm driving now. Where are you? I'll pick you up.
Then, I'll wait for you in Meiyuan community.
Shinmonk gave an address and then quickly hung up the phone. Meiyuan community? Lu Lian quickly realized it.
This community is more than 10 years old. Because Xinjia village was demolished, many original villagers who moved out of Xinjia village but have not yet been allocated new houses were also resettled here.
The rent is arranged by the developer. Live there until the house is built and you get it.
The demolition plan for Shinmonk's family is to build a new house of the same size on the spot.
At the same time, there are more than 200,000 yuan in signing fees and compensation. And the rent will be waived during the transition period. This demolition treatment is much better than the original plan.
Not only did I get the house, but I also got some compensation.
You don't have to pay rent during the transition period. This incident made Lu Lian realize. Xinjia village, a popular spot, will soon appear on the land market. This is a rare opportunity. Who can get this huge piece of land in Xinjia village? This will lead the direction of Jiangqing's real estate market for at least 5 years. It can be regarded as a blockbuster work in Jiangcheng real estate market. And now,
more and more people are eyeing this piece of land.
Among them is a real estate company controlled by Yi Tian.
In the original novel, after Yi Tian got this piece of land, he became very close to the daughter of the city's top leader. He thereby gained control of political resources and rose further in career. This is also one of the most important resources that Yi Tian has. Now that I know what will happen in advance, I naturally won't let the script go according to the original direction. No matter who competes for the land in Xinjia village, I am determined to win it.
No accidents will be allowed to happen. And,
according to the system's prompts, the difference between his and the protagonist's aura values is just a hair's breadth.
When his aura value surpasses Yi Tian's, Yi Tian will no longer obtain any useful resources.
By then, you will be nothing but a waste, and being kicked out completely by yourself is just a matter of time. Without thinking too much, Lu Lian drove to the gate of Meiyuan community. From a distance, I saw a girl with long hair standing there. She was wearing a blue and white JK plaid skirt and half-length white socks on her calves. On his feet he was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes.
The whole person looks particularly youthful. This girl is Shinmonk. Lu Lian honked the car horn.
Shinmonk noticed the commotion here, and after recognizing that it was Lu Lian's car, he jogged over. He opened the passenger door and got in the car.
Seeing Shinmonk's blushing face, Lu Lian couldn't help but find it funny. You come out so late, aren't you afraid that your mother will scold you?
I told my mother, but she didn't say anything.
She just told me to go back early.
Shinmonk lowered her head while speaking, not daring to look at Lu Lian. Because, as soon as she saw Lu Lian's words, she couldn't help but think about what happened that night. Lu Lian's bronze muscles were covered with beads of sweat, and his breathing was heavy and full of male hormones. It made her blush. Her mind told her that this was dangerous and she would get deeper and deeper into trouble.
But emotion finally prevailed over reason. So, what will happen if I don't let you go back today? Lu Lian joked deliberately. Mr. Lu, please stop making fun of me. Shinmonk's voice became lower and lower.
A young girl who is inexperienced in the world is completely powerless in front of a battle-hardened man.
Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Lian's expression suddenly became serious. Mengku, have you ever thought about giving me a child? Ah.
When Shinmonk heard this, he looked at Lu Lian in surprise, then quickly jumped back.
Mr. Lu, why do you suddenly ask this question?
Shinmonk's face was as red as blood at this moment.
Nothing, it just suddenly occurred to me. Lu Lian sighed.
That guy Lu Song has nothing to do with me, so I will definitely not let him get any of the Lu family's huge assets. If he could behave himself, I could still let him have food to eat in the Lu family. But if Lu Song still does not repent, then he will have no way out. That being the case, the Lu family's huge business naturally needs to be inherited by their son. Shinmonk is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate at the moment. One reason is that she is smart and talented, so the children she gives birth to will naturally not be stupid. Second, she is extremely beautiful, and her genes will make her child more beautiful. Third, her personality is gentle and virtuous. The most important thing is that she is still young and healthy, so the child will naturally be healthy too. So, no matter from which aspect, she is the most suitable. This. Where had Shin Monk ever seen such a scene? I haven't thought about having children yet. Besides, I am not even 20 years old yet, it's a bit too early. It's okay, I just said it casually. Lu Lian knew that she was still hesitating. This is because the loyalty level is only over 80, which is not yet at the level of absolute obedience. Then it's not good to force yourself. Let's go, where do you want to go? Lu Lian started the engine. Can I come to your house? Shin Monk looked at him with his big eyes. In fact, as long as she could see Lu Lian, she would feel satisfied. Since it's Miss Shin's request, okay, arrange it. As Lu Lian spoke, he stepped on the accelerator and the car drove forward. Lu Lian's car has started. Let's go and catch up. At this time, in a side alley, the lights of a commercial vehicle hidden in the shadow of a big tree suddenly lit up. The car started slowly, then drove into the main road, locked onto Lu Lian's car in front, and then chased after it. Chapter 53, Have You Grown Wings? Wow. Mr. Lu, is this your home? When Lu Lian drove the Lincoln Navigator and took Shin Monk to the Lu family's villa, Shin Monk's eyes were filled with amazement. Even though she is not the kind of vain and materialistic girl. But in front of the Lu family's garden-level villa, he couldn't help but feel shocked. After all, this villa is a place that even Shangwen Yu would be shocked by. What's more, she is just a common girl. For a girl who is not even 20 years old, it is impossible to resist such an impact. You like it? Then I'll take you for a spin. Lu Lian laughed. The Lu family's villa covers dozens of acres. It can be said to be the size of a medium-sized community. It is filled with various rare trees and nurseries. There are also some rockery, fountains, and other attractions. It can be said that there is a scene every 10 steps. Shin Monk could only nod at this time. His head was hung low. There weren't many people living in the Lu family's villa. At this time, there was no one in the yard. Isn't that Mr. Lu's car? Why haven't you parked it after returning to the community? Isn't it that President Lu is drunk and can't find the direction of the garage? Do you want to help her park the car? I think you should mind your own business. There is a girl in Mr. Lu's car. How do you know that? That's what the security guy at the door said. Doesn't Mr. Lu rarely bring girls home? You don't know this. Mr. Lu is like a completely different person now. At this time, in the corner of the Lu family villa wall, in the staff dormitory, after discovering Lu Lian's car, a night conversation began. The group chat also became much more lively. There are at least a dozen staff members in the villa, including security guards, cleaners, gardeners, handymen, maintenance workers, etc. Almost everyone participated in the discussion at this point. Alright, stop asking and paying attention to Mr. Lu's affairs. Are you going to work tomorrow? If Mr. Lu knows what you are doing right now, you will all be fired. At this time, the group owner, who is also the housekeeper of the villa, spoke. As soon as the butler spoke, everyone fell silent. Living in the Lu family's dormitory, they are still discussing Mr. Lu's affairs. How bold are they? Then, no matter how curious they were, they didn't dare to say anything now. Lu Lian's car circled the courtyard twice and stopped near the outdoor swimming pool. At this time, the moonlight sprinkled down, reflecting around bright moon on the calm surface of the pool. Today is a rare day with clear night and few clouds. The light of the stars is projected onto the surface of the pool, making it look extremely romantic. Mr. Lu. At this moment, Shin Monk's heart was already moved. She called softly. Then she came over carefully and leaned on Lu Lian's shoulder. Her hair smells great. Lu Lian's heart was also very moved. He casually put his arm around her slender waist. Shin Monk was also obedient and moved closer. At a time like this, if nothing happens, it might really be a shame to enjoy this beautiful night. Lu Lian stroked her hair. He exerted force with his hands and pressed down. Shin Monk understood what Lu Lian meant. But he hesitated and did not take action. Why? If you don't want to, forget it. Lu Lian smiled.
No. Shen Monk looked up at Lu Lian.
Then a sly smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth.
He lowered his head and knelt down.
With the help of dim light, Lu Lian could only see a silhouette of flowing hair. In my mind, the system prompt sounds kept coming.
Host, aura value +3. Host, aura value +3. Host, aura value +3.
Lu Lian's breathing gradually became heavier.
At this time,
outside the Lu family's villa, suddenly strong car lights came on.
The entrance to the Lu family's courtyard was almost illuminated as if it were daytime. Who?
At the door, a security guard quickly stood up and looked outside.
It's me, Lu Kong. Lu Tsong opened the car window and waved to the security booth. It turns out that Master Lu is back. Open the door quickly.
The security guards knew Mr. Lu's temper, which was quite violent.
They don't know how he is doing outside, so they won't say anything.
When he was at the Lu family, he was not very friendly to the Lu family staff under him. They often swear and curse in extremely harsh ways, almost not treating them as human beings.
So, who dares to mess with Lu Tsong?
So the security guard opened the door and quickly let Lu Tsong in.
But
when the cars behind were about to follow in, the security guard stopped them.
Stop the car, what are you doing? Are you trying to break into the Lu family villa? Master Lu, what's wrong with you?
Lu Tsong in the car in front turned around with dissatisfaction and looked at the security guard who had just spoken.
These are all my friends. They are coming to my house for a party today. Please let them in. No.
Master Lu quickly shook his head. Boss Lu has ordered that anyone who is not a member of the Lu family must have his permission to enter the Lu family. There are 4 or 5 cars and about 10 to 20 people here.
I dare not make the decision on my own. Master Lu did not give way.
Although Mr. Lu is not easy to mess with, it would be the most terrifying if you mess with President Lu.
This order cannot be reversed.
If I don't let Lu Tsong's friends in, I will at most be scolded a few more times, and Mr. Lu might even praise me for sticking to my principles.
But if they were allowed in, it would be a serious matter. Mr. Lu was angry, and he was going to pack up and leave.
Moreover, with Mr. Lu's status, if he was kicked out, he might never be able to work in this industry again.
Master Lu, you've grown so powerful that you dare to use my father to pressure me? Lu Tsong's face suddenly turned ashen. The look in his eyes when he looked at Master Lu was as if he wanted to eat someone. Chapter 54. He can't stay anymore. Mr. Lu, this is something that Mr. Lu specifically told me to do. Please don't make it difficult for me.
Security guard Master Lu still refused to give in. It would be fine if Mr. Lu would beat and scold me from time to time. But if you do something wrong regarding this kind of principle, you will really be punished.
Who doesn't know Mr. Lu's temper?
Although during this period, President Lu seems to be less violent than before. But Mr. Lu's majesty remains.
You are so impatient to live. Without saying anything, Lu Tsong slapped Master Lu in the face. There was a crisp sound of pop. It sounds exceptionally clear. Everyone follow me in. Lu Tsong instructed several people to pull Master Lu aside and open the door. The cars behind all drove in. Mr. Lu, why is there such a big battle? In the villa hall.
There were also a few nannies who were cleaning the house. They were extremely surprised to see Lu Tsong coming home with someone.
Where's my dad? Lu Tsong asked. We don't know about this either. The nanny said.
In fact, they also roughly knew that President Lu was already in the courtyard of the villa.
But looking at Lu Tsong's huge formation and arrogant look, they were not sure whether the father and son were having any conflict. Why are you bringing so many people to look for your father so late at night? At this time, a voice came from behind them. Lu Tsong looked back and saw Lu Lian standing at the steps at the door. When Lu Lian knew that Lu Tsong had returned to the Lu family with a large group of people, he asked Shin Wen to wait in the car for a while. Go over and see what's going on. Lu Lian was in a bad mood because his fun was interrupted. Then I saw Lu Tsong bringing so many people into the Lu family villa and injuring the guard.
His anger was already rekindled.
Dad, now that I've seen it, I won't say much. Lu Tsong's eyes flashed, and the other people quickly dispersed their formation. Surrounded Lu Lian in the middle. This scene completely shocked the nannies. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? This is a family matter between us, father and son. Get out of the way. Lu Song said this bluntly. The nanny suddenly fell silent and dared not say anything more. Lu Song, what do you want to do?
Lu Lian looked at Lu Song, his eyes gradually turning cold.
I don't have any other intentions. Lu Song smiled, I want to take charge of the Lu family. Can you give me a seat? Force the emperor to abdicate? Lu Lian smiled. Historical events of forcing abdications quickly came to mind. Moreover, in the business world in recent years, it is not uncommon for a son to force his father to abdicate. There are various means. Unexpected. How dare Lu Song do such a thing? It's really ridiculous. Not to mention whether these dozen people can beat me. With his IQ, if he really took charge of the Lu family, who would obey him? I had thought about this before when I was in the bar. If Lu Song can behave himself in the future, he will give him a chance to survive. But what if he still wants to do something to himself and this family? Sorry, you can log off now. Yes, it is to force the emperor to abdicate. Lu Song smiled. I brought so many people with me today, and none of them are pushovers. If you want to talk nicely, I'll give you a favor and let you issue an announcement yourself. If you don't want to talk properly, I'll let my brothers teach you how to talk. Lu Song's arrogance at this moment has reached its peak. Lu Song, your name contains the word song, why are you so bad at doing things? Do you want to make me die of laughter so that you can inherit the 100 billion fortune? Lu Lian couldn't help but laugh. You were born in the Lu family, which is a disgrace to the Lu family. You won't let me, right? Lu Song's expression gradually became cold. Brothers, since he won't give up his position, then you guys should come and play with him. Keep playing until he thinks things through. Lu Song waved his hand, and the two big men on both sides took a few steps forward. Both of them are 1.9 meters tall. The size is also very big. It looks like two small hills. Mr. Lu is your father, why are you like this? A nanny who had worked in the Lu family for more than 10 years couldn't stand it anymore and was about to say something. Shut up. How dare a nanny say this to me? When I take over the Lu family, the first person I'll kick out will be you. Lu Song, do you want the power of the Lu family? You have to get past me first. At this moment, Lu Lian already had murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at Lu Song. Boss Lu, we are here to support you. At this time, the villa's security guards, cleaners, maintenance workers and other workers all came over. Lu Song brought so many people into the villa and treated Mr. Lu like this. This Lu was always in danger. Stop them. Lu Song saw those people coming and gave an order. Several strong men stopped the servants of the Lu family. The servants of the Lu family are very loyal to President Lu. But they are just doing odd jobs, and they can't compare with these strong men in front of them in terms of courage or physical fitness. For a moment, no one dared to go up. You two aren't enough, come on together. Lu Lian looked at the time. These people broke into my home and disturbed my life. Damn it. This Lu Song, this worthless son, this person who has no blood relationship with him, can no longer be kept. Dad, you're almost 40, can your bones really withstand the torture? Lu Song looked at Lu Lian and grinned. Since you've said so, I'll ask my brothers to help you. Brothers, come on up and have a good fight with my dad. Don't hold back. Chapter 55, now that we have taken action, there is no way back. Okay, Mr. Lu. After hearing what Lu Song said, those people suddenly became excited. They all knew the purpose of their visit to the Lu family today. It was to cooperate with Lu Song, force Lu Lian to give up the power of the Lu family, and drive him out completely. If he refuses to cooperate, we will use our advantage in numbers to beat him to death. Keep beating him until he agrees. Now. Lu Song and Lu Lian have already fallen out with each other. It's time for them to take action. So, they immediately waved their fists and rushed towards Lu Lian. This Lu Song is really too outrageous. How can my son hit me? He will be struck by lightning. We are all Mr. Lu's people. We should help Mr. Lu with his responsibilities now. Boss Lu, please leave quickly. We will block it for you. The villa's handymen, security guards and others saw that this group of people were going to deal with Lu Lian, so they didn't care about anything else. They all rushed towards those people, some hugged their legs, some hugged their arms. Lu Lian looked at these people.
Many of them had worked in his Lu family for more than 10 years and their loyalty to him was about 50 or 60 years. Their behavior at this time made Lu Lian feel somewhat touched.
Only. They are no match for that group of people.
In just 2 or 3 hits, he was knocked to the ground and wailed in pain.
Do you think these old guys in the villa can have any influence on me? After dealing with those servants. As Lu Tsong looked at Lu Lian's expression, he became more and more proud. You are the only one left now. You still have a chance.
Sign the equity transfer agreement and I will let you go. Lu Tsong took out a piece of paper from his pocket.
Lu Tsong's name had already been written on it. All that's missing is Lu Lian's signature. Lu Tsong, I think you are looking for death.
Lu Lian was completely unmoved.
Okay, come on. Lu Tsong yelled.
Those people waved their fists again and rushed towards Lu Lian.
Lu Lian watched them rushing over. Just sneered. Then,
Lu Tsong saw it in surprise.
Lu Lian threw a punch, hitting someone in the abdomen.
Blood spurted out of that person's mouth instantly, and he flew backwards more than 10 meters.
Another person wanted to attack Lu Lian from behind. However, he didn't even turn his head, but turned around and kicked backwards. There were several crisp crackling sounds coming from between the man's ribs. Several of them have already been broken. The others were immediately frightened. This Lu Lian is actually so skilled? In just a few seconds, he killed 2 big men? What are you still standing there for? Come on. Lu Tsong gave orders loudly. He couldn't figure out when his father's skills became so good. Even a few days ago, his body was in a sub-healthy state. How come after just a few days, he became full of energy and that's how it happened? Only. Now is not the time to dwell on this. Tonight, now that we have taken action, there is no turning back. Either Lu Lian would be driven away, or he would suffer a miserable end. You will naturally know the answer in your heart as to what to do. When those people heard Lu Tsong's roar, they suddenly remembered that today was a situation where success was the only option and failure was not. Otherwise, no one will enjoy good results. So they shouted loudly and drew their weapons from their waists. Some were holding daggers, some were holding bayonets, some had brass knuckles on their hands, and the rest were holding baseball bats. They all looked at Lu Lian with eager eyes. The dagger flashed cold light under the moonlight. Lu Lian curled his lips slightly. That's it? You are still stubborn even when you are about to die. Go! Lu Tsong waved his hand forward again. The group of people, holding their weapons, surrounded Lu Lian again. However,
Lu Lian moved quickly through the crowd, and wherever he went, a person would fall down. Just as they aimed at Lu Lian and were about to strike with a knife, they saw a blur before their eyes and their attack missed. Even in the chaos, there were cases of people chopping off their own people's heads. How is this possible? Lu Tsong stood outside the melee and felt horrified when he saw Lu Lian holding his own in the crowd and even controlling the situation. These people are all experts he carefully selected. But even if they added together, they still couldn't beat Lu Lian alone. This was very unscientific. Master Buddha, come and help me, I can't stand it anymore. Lu Tsong realized that the situation was not good, so he quickly took out his cell phone and called the Buddha for help. Because forcing Lu Lian to abdicate was part of the plan. They helped Lu Tsong to take power. But the condition is to obtain some important business resources of the Lu family and establish a long-term cooperative relationship. The two sides hit it off and each got what they needed. Although Mr. FO's business is quite big now, the most core business resources of Jiangcheng are still in the hands of Lu Lian, and Lu Lian does not cooperate with them, so he has already had this idea in mind. So, now Lu Tsong found that he couldn't bear it anymore. We urgently need the support of Lord Buddha. Buddha is the largest of the 3 underground forces in Jiangcheng and has a large number of thugs. I can only ask him for help. And he also promised to contribute manpower and effort in this matter. After the call, Mr. Buddha immediately agreed to send someone as soon as possible. Obviously, he was also shocked by Lu Lian. It actually forced him to launch Plan B. After hanging up the phone, I saw fewer and fewer people able to move on the field. Lu Tsong was becoming more and more anxious. Keep looking outside the villa. At this time, outside the Lu family's villa. Suddenly, strong car lights shone over. Great, my support is here. Lu Tsong couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Ha, let's see what you can do now. Chapter 56, The Big Trumpet is Useless, It's Time to Practice the Small Trumpet.
Lu Song laughed triumphantly. Only.
His laughter had just begun.
Then I heard something was wrong.
What he heard was the sound of sirens.
At this time,
there were several police cars outside, all with their lights flashing. It whizzed into the Lu family's villa. The continuous sound of sirens was like a sharp blade, piercing into the hearts of each of them.
How is this possible?
Lu Song was stunned. When he saw a large number of uniformed police officers getting out of the car, he was stunned.
Police. Lu Lian saw that the person leading the group was Zhang Runan.
She brought a large number of people to the Lu family to maintain order. This made Lu Lian feel a little surprised, but everything seemed reasonable. Put down all your weapons, put your hands on your heads and squat down.
Zhang Runan was wearing a police uniform at this time. He walked over heroically and yelled at the group of people. Most of those people were already injured by Lu Lian.
Even if we want to fight back, we are powerless. They had no choice but to squat down obediently, holding his head in his hands. He was so badly injured that he couldn't get up, so he just lay on the ground holding his head.
Why don't you squat down?
Zhang Runan walked up to Lu Song and stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. She was naturally familiar with the name Lu Song. Moreover, he had been asked to take a statement before because of Yi Tian's matter. But she met Lu Song again at this time to bring Lu Song to justice.
Officer, I didn't do anything. Lu Song quickly explained. My father wanted to deal with me, and I was just trying to protect myself. Self-protection? Zhang Runan snorted coldly. You broke in here at night with a dozen people, just to protect yourself?
Officer, it's true. If you don't believe me, just look at us. We were all injured by him. Lu Song felt that he had found a flaw. Said quickly. I don't care what the process was like. In short, from the beginning to the end, it was a premeditated and organized deliberate act by you.
Come back with us to investigate. Zhang Runan didn't listen to a word of Lu Song's explanation. Officer, you can't just arrest people without evidence. What about my dad? Lu Song was unwilling to let this matter fail. Now that you have done it, you have to do it thoroughly. You want evidence? Zhang Runan smiled, then raised her phone and opened a video.
Placed it in front of Lu Song.
Then take a good look at it. Does this count as evidence? Lu Song opened his eyes wide and took a look. I was stunned. Isn't this video the entire process of him leading a large number of young people to break into the Lu family, beat up the Lu family's servants, and commanding more than a dozen people to beat up Lu Lian? The shooting angle is also relatively clear. Basically, everyone's face can be seen. Who took this video? Lu Song looked at the shooting angle of the video and looked around. I took the photo. At this time, a girl walked out from the corner. It's you.
When Lu Song saw the girl, he was stunned.
Shen Mink? Why are you in my Lu's house? He had no idea about Lu Lian and Shen Mink's current relationship.
The only thing he knew was that he had pursued her. Now she has evidence of her crime. Mr. Lu, I never thought you were such a person. Shen Mink looked at Lu Song. Fortunately, I didn't agree to your pursuit at that time. A person who dares to do such a treasonous thing for the sake of profit is truly guilty of a heinous crime.
Mr. Lu, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. Zhang Runan gave an order.
Several people came up and handcuffed Lu Song.
He was taken away directly. The others were also taken away. Before leaving,
when Zhang Runan passed by, Lu Lian said something to her.
Officer Zhang, thank you for coming today. Mr. Lu, you are too polite. Haven't you helped me a lot? Zhang Runan smiled at Lu Lian.
I have official business to attend to now.
I will take them back first and tell you in detail later. After saying,
she got on the front car.
Soon, the cars roared away.
The Lu family, which had been noisy just now, has now returned to peace. The injured servant of the Lu family was also taken away by the ambulance that came with the police.
Mr. Lu, why did Lu Song do this to you?
Shen Mink felt a little scared when he thought of the scene just now. If Lu Lian hadn't reminded her to call the police and collect evidence, her mind would have gone completely blank and she wouldn't have known what to do.
Why else? Lu Lian smiled. He is uneducated and idle.
If I hand over the Lu family to him, it will be ruined sooner or later. After he knew that I didn't want to hand it over to him, he became unbalanced and wanted to get rid of me and take over himself. Lu Lian casually explained the whole story. How could he do this? Shen Monk didn't even know how to curse people. It can only be condemned in this way. So, I have to find another way. My Lu family's foundation must continue to develop over the long term. Lu Lian said. Yeah. Shen Monk nodded, yes. So, my trumpet is useless, it's time to practice a trumpet. Shen Monk nodded, suddenly realized something was wrong, and quickly raised his head. Mr. Lu, what did you say? Shen Monk. Lu Lian looked at her and smiled, can you reconsider what I told you before? When Shen Monk heard this, her face immediately turned red. Of course she knew what Lu Lian was talking about. But, how can a girl feel comfortable talking about this? Mr. Lu, my mind is very confused, I can't answer you now. She could only speak truthfully. It's okay. Tell me when you've made up your mind. Come on, let's go inside. Lu Lian said. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang, and it sounded particularly urgent in the quiet night. Lu Lian saw the phone number. His brows furrowed. Chapter 57 Kick him out. This phone call. It's Lu Chengfeng calling. Obviously, he was the first to know the news that Lu Tsong was taken away. It was so fast that even Lu Lian was surprised. However, since it was the old man calling, Lu Lian still took it patiently. Hello? Why are you calling at this time? Lu Lian, what's wrong with you? The first thing Lu Chengfeng did when he answered the phone was to ask a lot of questions. Why was Lu Tsong taken away by the police? And you were also at the scene? And you were the one who called the police? Yes, I called the police. Lu Lian didn't even think about denying it and admitted it directly. Why would you do this? He's your own son. How big of a grudge do you have to do this? Lu Lian complained in his heart, he is not my son, then he smiled and said. Old man, your precious grandson has called over a dozen people to force me to abdicate. I can do nothing about it. Yeah? Lu Chengfeng heard it, but didn't believe it. Lu Lian, tell me honestly, what on earth are you doing? If you put Lu Tsong in jail, who will take over the Lu family in the future? I'm still young now, and it's not too late to have another child when he grows up. Lu Lian said. Once you have made a decision, no one can change it. Even an old man. Speaking of this old man Lu Chengfeng, what does he have to do with me? If he doesn't care about anything and enjoys his old age, then I won't do anything too extreme. However, if he wants to interfere in this matter forcibly, then don't blame me for turning my back on him. Lu Lian, how dare you? Lu Chengfeng, who was on the other end of the phone, exploded when he heard his words. It's already this late, why are you still making such a fuss? Have another child? How many years will it take for him to grow up? And can you guarantee that he will be a qualified heir? There's no room for negotiation on this matter. Lu Lian listened to the other side's frustrated voice. I guessed what he was thinking in my heart. Although the power of the Lu family is now in his own hands. But Lu Chengfeng still tried to control this huge ship and make it go in the direction he had set. He already had a candidate in mind for the next successor to this giant ship. That is Lu Tsong. But now Lu Lian has put Lu Tsong in jail and said he wants to have another child. This not only came as a surprise, but also brought more uncertainty. Because if Lu Lian really did this, when his grandson grew up, he would be completely unable to control the Lu group, and more changes that he did not want to see would occur. Old man, I have already made up my mind. Just enjoy your retirement life. I promise to take care of the Lu family. Lu Lian said this and hung up the phone. This Lu Lian really pissed me off. He actually dared to hang up on me. On the other side, Lu Chengfeng was very angry when he heard the busy tone on the phone. This Lu Lian has always respected me, so I let him manage the Lu family. The attitude has always been good. But why, during this period of time, he seemed like a completely different person? Not only did his attitude towards Lu Tsong take a sharp turn for the worse, and he also assigned the Lu family's project to its old rival, the Lin family? These are things that are beyond Lu Chengfeng's control. How can he not feel uneasy? Dad. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over here with a cup of coffee in his hand.
He is Lu Jianpeng. Jianpeng, how do you think we can solve this problem? Lu Chengfeng asked. Dad, I told you a long time ago. Lu Lian is a rebellious guy. We can't let him take all the power. You see it now.
Lu Jianpeng said sarcastically.
Okay, Jianpeng, I asked you to come here to discuss what to do.
Not to listen to you talking about these useless things. Lu Chengfeng now clearly feels that the Lu Group and Lu Lian are out of his control.
Lu Lian actually didn't care at all about what I said. How dare he?
It was like he had completely changed into a different person overnight, which made Lu Chengfeng wonder if Lu Lian had been under a spell. In my opinion, Lu Lian cannot be in charge of the Lu family.
Lu Jianpeng said.
Although he is now the largest shareholder of the Lu family, if we calculate based on the total shares, he has not yet achieved absolute control. We should call all the other brothers together now, hold a board meeting, and kick Lu Lian out.
Kick Lu Lian out?
After hearing this, Lu Chengfeng hesitated.
Dad, don't worry.
As long as you give me a chance, the Lu family will definitely not be worse than Lu Lian in my hands. This is a plan I made for the long-term development strategy of the Lu family.
In fact, I have wanted to show it to you for a long time. As he spoke, Lu Jianpeng took a document from the side. Jianpeng, you are thoughtful this time. However, you should call the others back first.
Lu Chengfeng said, holding his forehead.
On the Lu family side,
Lu Lian brought Shin Monk back to the living room. Since the Lu family had just experienced a turmoil, Lu Lian also urgently dispatched a group of security personnel to be responsible for guarding inside and outside the Lu family villa.
Mr. Lu, are you okay just now? After entering the hall, Shin Monk looked at Lu Lian and asked carefully. Look, I'm fine, right? Lu Lian turned around on the spot and showed it to Shin Monk, smiling calmly.
Although it looked thrilling just now, those people, without hot weapons, could not do anything to me.
I'm glad you're okay.
Shin Monk breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, I was really scared to death.
More than a dozen people with various weapons surrounded him alone. It was even more thrilling than what was shown in the movies. Why, are you worried about me? Lu Lian joked. Shin Monk's face turned red before he could say anything.
At this time, Lu Lian walked up to her, stretched out a hand, and put it around her slender waist.
How about you not go back tonight? Chapter 58 Lu Lingyu.
Shin Monk naturally knew what Lu Lian meant.
But my mother is still at home, waiting for me to come back. Mr. Lu, this isn't a good idea. Before I left, I promised my mom that I would go back today.
As soon as Lu Lian heard her say this, he knew what she meant. The subtext of this statement is that she has no objection to staying here.
But my family couldn't justify it.
Then call your mother and tell her it's too late and the road is unsafe so you won't go back.
Besides, if you are really worried, there are more than a dozen rooms in my villa for you to choose from. Lu Lian smiled. But Shin Monk hasn't spoken yet.
Her phone started ringing. As soon as she saw the phone number, she suddenly became nervous. And she found that she had missed several times.
Who?
Lu Lian frowned slightly.
Shin Monk lowered his voice and said, My mother called. Lu Lian felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but smile. The call hadn't even been connected yet, so why was he so nervous? Hello, Mom.
On this side, Shin Monk has already answered the call from his mother.
Mengko, where are you? Why didn't you answer the phone? Why haven't you come back yet so late? On the other end of the phone, I heard my mother asking a series of questions. Mom, I'm here. Shin Monk didn't know how to explain. Lu Lian took the phone and said, Is this Shin Monk's mother? I am Lu Lian. Mr. Lu? When Shin's mother heard his voice, she hurriedly asked, Is my Mengko with you? That's right. Something happened just now. Do you want her to go back? I'll send her back now. Mr. Lu, thank you for your kindness, but it's so late, it's already past 12 o'clock, and it's not safe on the road. Please take good care of her. This? Before Lu Lian could figure out what was going on, the person on the other end hung up. Mr. Lu, what did my mother say? Shen Mink asked. Your mother asked me to take good care of you. Lu Lian smiled at Shin Monk. She was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. It's okay. If you don't want to, I'll take you back now. Lu Lian said. It's so late, you should help me arrange your room.
Shinmonk lowered his head and spoke in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible.
Lu Lian looked at her like this.
I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This is a girl who has almost no social experience, and her every reaction is within her expectations. If a girl like this falls into the hands of a bad person, she will have a miserable life.
After being sold, I still have to help count the money.
In Lu Lian's past knowledge, he also knew a few girls like this. No matter whether they were born in the countryside or in small cities, they were all deceived by some men's sweet words when they were young and inexperienced, and then they found themselves falling into the trap. I was pu'd and deceived by this man, and was pierced with holes by the cruel truth. Although his position is that of a villain. But he absolutely had no intention of torturing her or taking advantage of her.
Everything is voluntary.
Lu Lian quickly instructed the remaining servants in the villa to help Shinmonk clean up her room. After finishing his work, Lu Lian returned to his room.
I've been busy all day today and I'm really tired. Although my physical condition has been strengthened. But it has not yet reached the level of indestructibility. It's still an ordinary body. But the situation in the future will obviously not be any easier for me. Yi Tian was obviously planning to give himself a fatal blow. Lu Tsong was just their vanguard. You still have to give 100% of your energy.
He opened the system supermarket.
I flipped through a few pages. Found a product. King Kong pill.
This name sounds like the kind of mail advertisements on street telephone poles. However, the effect of this medicine is that after using it, it can keep all the functions of the body in a vigorous state at all times.
In other words,
if the physical limit of an ordinary person is 100, including endurance, agility, explosive power, etc.,
then Lu Lian's current physical fitness is 300.
However, the physical fitness of 300 will gradually decrease with consumption.
But after using this product, it will always remain at 300.
The validity period is 1 month.
The exchange requires 800 experience points.
Using 800 experience points to exchange for a month is not a loss.
Change.
Lu Lian did not hesitate and exchanged 800 experience points for this product.
After use,
Lu Lian suddenly felt that his body, which had been a little tired just now, had instantly returned to its previous state.
So magical?
Lu Lian was a little surprised.
Boom, boom, boom. At this time,
suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room.
Who? Lu Lian asked. The person outside didn't say anything, but just pushed the door open and walked in. A slender figure rushed over quickly. The next morning, Lu Lian was awakened by the sunlight outside. In a daze,
he felt in his shadow that there was an unread reminder from the system in his mind.
Host, you gain 1,000 experience points and 8,000 aura points.
This reminder gave Lu Lian a start and he immediately came to his senses.
Aura value of 8,000.
As one gains, the other loses, and the gap of 16,000 is narrowed.
So, has the protagonist Yi Tian's luck run out? Is it time to exit? Think of this. Lu Lian sat up excitedly.
Then I realized that I had no clothes on. Beside the bed, with her back to him, was a woman sitting.
Her long flaxen wavy hair is extremely charming. There is also an exquisite branded trolley case at his feet. This woman. It's not Shinmonk, but Lu Lingyu. Lingyu, why is it you?
Lu Lian rubbed his eyes.
It was quite unexpected.
This sister is 8 years younger than me and is just 27 years old this year.
But hasn't she been overseas all the time?
She has only come back twice in these years. It was quite a shock to see it here so early in the morning. Brother, when I just entered the villa this morning, I saw a girl walking out.
Who is she? Lu Lingyu asked. Chapter 59. The future Lu family belongs to us. Ah? Who are you talking about?
At this time, Lu Lian could only look around and talk about other things. Although I know what is going on in this matter. But it's still a little embarrassing to say it, especially in front of my own sister.
And Lu Lian has not married for many years, and he also took Lu Lingyu's feelings into consideration. Because Lu Lingyu is 8 years younger than her.
When she first started to familiarize herself with the Lu family's business, she was only a teenager.
More importantly, Lu Lingyu is not much older than that adopted son Lu Tsong. So,
How to say it, sometimes, Lu Lian doesn't know whether he is a brother or a father in front of Lu Lingyu. Just like the boss in a recent hit TV series. And if I told her that Shin Monk might become her sister-in-law in the future, she would probably hate me for the rest of her life. Of course, this is referring to Lu Lian in the original plot. Now, as a time traveler, I don't have to care too much about Lu Lingyu's thoughts. Brother, when did you learn to play dumb? Lu Lingyu looked at Lu Lian without a shirt on and smiled. Brother, it's fine if you were playing outside, but why did you bring him home? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Lian said quickly. Give me the dress next to it. As he spoke, he pointed to the stool next to him. Lu Lingyu bent down slightly, stretched out her slender arms, and took the shirt. By the way, brother, what is the matter that the old man called us all back this time? Lu Lingyu asked. Due to the complexity of the Lu family. Lu Chengfeng was married 3 times, which resulted in the 5 children of the Lu family being divided into 3 camps. There is nothing much going on usually and we don't interfere with each other. Of course, the old man wouldn't care so much. But calling everyone back this time must mean something big is going to happen. Lu Lingyu has been overseas for a long time and I don't know what the situation is. So he chartered a plane back overnight, without caring about anything else. After getting off the plane, he dragged his suitcase and went straight to Lu Lian's house. No one told you about this? Lu Lian said as he put on his clothes. If I'm not mistaken, the old man wants to take away my power. Ah? Lu Lingyu was obviously surprised. You want to be removed from your position as the helmsman? How is that possible? But it's actually possible. Lu Lian smiled. You've heard about Lu Tsong's situation, right? Yes, what happened to Lu Tsong? Why was he taken to the police station? Lu Lingyu is still out of the situation. Because Lu Tsong is such a traitor. Lu Lian simply repeated to Lu Lingyu what happened last night. How could he do this? Lu Lingyu waved his fist, but this is clearly Lu Tsong's problem. Why are you taking your anger out on him? Then you have to ask the old man and the rest of the Lu family. Lu Lian had already put on his clothes by this time. He ordered Lu Lingyu, help me get my shoes. Lu Lingyu did as he was told. How much shares of the Lu family do you have now? Lu Lian asked. About 7%. Lu Lingyu replied. 7% plus my 37%, that's 44%. Lu Lian seemed to be thinking about something. This is not even halfway, it is still not enough. The old man did this to provide checks and balances in the Lu family. The equity is divided very dispersely. He is the first shareholder and holds 37% of the shares. The old man has 20%. The third concubine holds 11%. The fourth largest shareholder, Lu Zhanpun, holds 9%. The top 4 shareholders hold a total of 77% of the shares. The remaining 23% of the shares were held by 3 other siblings with the same surname, who together held 18%. Another 5% was distributed to several backbone members of the group. Look at this equity structure. Even if I collect all the shares of those 5% shareholders, it will still not reach half of the shares. If they really want to target me this time, then it is possible that they can pull me down. This is not a good sign. Brother, what are you calculating? Lu Lingyu asked. Lingyu, the Lu family is likely to make a major change in its equity now. Lu Lian said. When the time comes, you must stand on my side. Brother, what are you talking about? Lu Lingyu stared at Lu Lian with wide eyes and said. I've told you before that we are siblings. I will always stand by your side. That's good. Lu Lian said. This time the old man called everyone back, and there will definitely be a family dinner tonight. When the time comes, you must prepare well. What are you preparing for, brother? You haven't been back for so long, why don't you prepare a generous gift for the old man? Lu Lian laughed. Oh, brother, how could I forget this? Yes. Lu Lingyu took out a box. That's not what I'm talking about. So what did you say, brother? There will inevitably be a turmoil among the top brass of the Lu family. The old man probably wants to drive me away. Lingyu, you have to let the old man know that you have always been good. Brother, you. Lu Lingyu was speechless for a moment. We have to make it clear to everyone. The Lu family belongs to us in the future, and it's up to the 2 of us to control it.
When Lu Lian said this, a determined look suddenly appeared on his face. Chapter 60. Sure enough, someone is interfering. Brother, what you mean is? Lu Lingyu looked at Lu Lian, trying to figure out the truth in his words.
Lingyu, I know you've always wanted to make a difference in business.
Didn't you go to Huadang Street to visit some well-known business tycoons when you went overseas? Now that you have learned it, it's about time you come back. Brother needs your help. Lu Lian's words made Lu Lingyu even more surprised. How did he know that he was learning business management skills from a master overseas? I have never told these to anyone else. Of course, Lu Lingyu couldn't understand all this. After all, she is just a player in the game. But Lu Lian did travel through time into the book. Naturally, I have a clearer understanding of Lu Lingyu's information. Yeah, I know, brother. Lu Lingyu nodded. Okay, you just got back, go wash up. Lu Lian ordered. There's something else going on at the company today, I have to go take care of it. Speaking of. Lu Lian cleaned up the place. Holding his briefcase. Walked out of the Lu family villa. Go outside. Lu Lian saw it from afar. Lu Digang was standing next to the Lincoln Navigator, waiting for him respectfully. There was another black car nearby, with 4 security guards in suits standing in it. This is? Lu Lian frowned. Mr. Lu, such a big thing happened last night. I am afraid that you will be retaliated against today, so I specially arranged a few more security guards to escort you. Also, sir, the Lu group opened down 5 points today. Lu Digang said. Did the news spread so quickly? Lu Lian frowned. No one outside will know what happened in the Lu family. Even the people brought by Lu Tsong were captured without exception. How did such a thing get out? There is no doubt that it must be the protagonist Yi Tian and his gang. Because Lu Tsong is already their puppet. Since Lu Tsong has lost contact, it goes without saying that they will make a big fuss about this matter. From what we can see now, their strategy really did win the first round. After all, a company with a market value of hundreds of billions of yuan fell 5 points. That's more than 5 billion. What a huge sum of money this is. It's not just the market value that's falling. There are constant speculations about the Lu family in public opinion. Where's Chiu Inon? Has there been no follow-up on this matter? Lu Lian asked. Miss Chiu didn't sleep all night since the incident started to ferment online. She has been doing public relations for this matter. Unfortunately, the news still spread. Lu Digang reported. I see. Lu Lian nodded. Thoughtful. In Jianshan, no one is more capable than the Lu family, and no family's public relations are stronger than the Lu family. Since this matter cannot be suppressed, there must be other more powerful backgrounds behind it, fanning the flames. The range of characters with such backgrounds is also very small. If we look at those who have grudges against the Lu family, then the scope can be further narrowed down. Let's go to the company first. Lu Lian ordered. Lu Digang nodded and got into the driver's seat. Lu Lian sat in the back seat of the car and called Shang Guanyu. Hello, Lu Lian. Soon, the call was connected. Any new information from your side? Lu Lian asked directly. The purpose of joining forces with Shang Guanyu is to place his own eyes among the underground forces. You can know their every move more clearly. Lu Lian, I discovered that the Jin family in Beijing seems to have some connection with Yi Tian. Jin family? Lu Lian frowned slightly. It seems that I was right. It turns out that there is a larger group behind this matter. But this is normal. To them, I am their common enemy. I see. Is there any other movement from Yi Tian? Don't worry, Lu Lian. I have someone here who is always watching their movements. If there is any new discovery, I will tell you as soon as possible. Shang Guanyu replied. Lu Lian thought about it and then said. By the way, you are going to start your second detoxification today, don't forget. Okay. Should I still go to your house? Let's go to your house. Lu Lian said. My little sister is back, so it's not very convenient at home. Are you talking about Miss Lu Lingyu Lu? Shang Guanyu asked. Why, you know my little sister? Lu Lian became curious at this time. I've heard of it. Shang Guanyu couldn't help but laugh. Lu Lian, after all, I am your woman now, So it's not too much for me to know more about you. Of course. Lu Lian smiled. Okay, that's it for now. I'm going to the company.
After arriving at the Lu Group's building, Lu Lian summoned all middle and senior management personnel and quickly made a series of corresponding plans. Since the negative impact cannot be eliminated, use more positive news to overcome the severity of the negative impact. One of them is that the Lu family announced that they would take over this important piece of land in Xinjia village at all costs. Once this news was reported, it quickly aroused widespread discussion in the industry and investment circles. After all, although the Lu family had previously said that they were interested in the Xinjia village land, but it has always been just a participant. Because there are too many companies participating in the competition, many of which are large international developers. Lu Lian is, after all, just a local developer. Today he suddenly announced that he must take over Xinjia village. This is undoubtedly a bombshell. For a time, the industry was discussing this matter. There are all kinds of reactions. However, Lu Lianke didn't care what they said. After all, my goal was achieved. This news obviously also alarmed Yi Tian. What? Lu Lian actually wants to take over the Xinjia village land? Yi Tian was very surprised when he learned the news. Chapter 61 Today, you're in luck. Because this is a piece of land that Yi Tian has been eyeing for a long time. Xinjia village is located in the most prosperous area of Jiangchang. Once we acquire this piece of land, it will become the well-deserved focus of Jiangchang real estate market in the future. Of course, Yi Tian wanted to get this land. Take the initiative. This is a critical node that every protagonist must go through when developing his or her own strength. Now I heard that Lu Lian, who had been following up in a low-key manner, suddenly released the news that he was determined to get this piece of land. Of course he felt panic in his heart. Since Lu Tsong was taken away by the police, their idea of forcing Lu Lian to give up his position was obviously shattered. Although they contacted the Jin family and asked them for support, the Lu family suffered a loss in public opinion. But in the end, Lu Lian used other methods to eliminate the impact of this incident to the greatest extent. Now, I cannot afford to make any more mistakes in the fight for the Xinjia village land. Otherwise, he would have no capital to challenge Lu Lian because he was not worthy at all. It's strange. Yi Tian felt that his recent development momentum had obviously weakened. At the beginning, he developed his power very quickly. There were almost no obstacles along the way. He acquired the real estate company, won over Mr. Buddha, and became a rising star in Jiangcheng's business world that could not be ignored. However, during this period, my development momentum has been obviously hindered. The probability of success is greatly reduced. Many of the promised collaborations were never achieved. As a result, he now has to fight a desperate battle with Lu Lian on the land of Xinjia village, but he still has not organized more forces. He didn't know that this was because his halo as the protagonist had been robbed by Lu Liandu. As a result, my aura as the protagonist is not that strong. Therefore, you encounter all kinds of adventures now. And at this time, Lu Lian was here. We are also busy preparing for the competition for the Xinjia village land. Although the words have been spoken, it is also equivalent to revealing the trump card in advance. In order to successfully obtain the Xinjia village plot of land, we must avoid becoming a laughingstock. Not only sufficient funds are needed, and we also need to clear up various links. We must also be wary of some villains who are secretly causing trouble behind the scenes. Lu Lian sent out almost all of his capable assistants to carry out the preliminary preparations for this matter. There are complete arrangements in place, including personnel, funds, processes, emergency plans, etc. Finish this. Lu Liansai left the company and went to Shang Guanyu's home. This is a high-end residential complex with a river view, with a selling price of 100,000 renminbi per square meter. Moreover, the minimum apartment size here starts at 200 square meters. Those who can live here are all people of status in Jiangchang. Lu Lian, you're here. After notifying outside the door, Shang Guanyu opened the door immediately and let Lu Lian into the room. Lu Lian, what would you like to drink? Tea or coffee? It will be all right. Lu Lian glanced around the room. Your home is really cozy. Lu Lian, I feel a little embarrassed by what you said. Shang Guanyu smiled. My aunt cleans everything. I basically never take care of it. It's good, but it's still missing something. Lu Lian nodded. What's the shortcoming?
Shang Guanyu asked. We are missing a male host.
Lu Lian spoke slowly, which made Shang Guanyu blush.
Lu Lian, how come you have become so greasy? The sentence is not finished yet. Shang Guanyu suddenly frowned.
One hand instinctively covered his chest.
Another attack? Lu Lian immediately realized what was going on. The poison in Shang Guanyu's body has not been completely eliminated.
So, when I fall in love, it will still happen. Although the pain has been alleviated a little, it is still very torturous.
Come here quickly, I'll help you get rid of the poison. Lu Lian said. Lu Lian, you are so nice. Shang Guanyu looked at him and said gratefully. Ding. Shang Guanyu's loyalty to the host increased by 15 points, reaching 35 points.
The system's voice also sounded at this time. Lu Lian was delighted and didn't say much.
He directly asked Shang Guanyu to come over.
Use the same method as last time to fire her.
Time passes by every second. Shang Guanyu suddenly felt uncomfortable in his throat. Lu Lian quickly took over a trash can. Shang Guanyu couldn't help but coughed up a large mouthful of black blood. Almost the same as last time.
Congratulations to the host. The poison in Shang Guanyu's body has been completely removed. Experience points increased by 600, and aura points increased by 300. The system's prompt made Lu Lian stunned.
He only solved 1/3 of it the first time, but solved it all the second time? It feels like the progress has been accelerated. Lu Lian, what's wrong? Shang Guanyu lay on the sofa.
The beautiful back has very attractive curves.
She asked Lu Lian in confusion.
Your poison has been completely cured.
Lu Lian said as he packed up. Yeah? Shang Guanyu was stunned at first.
Then there was an unconcealable surprise on his face.
So, I can be a normal woman from now on? I won't have to suffer those pains anymore? That's right. Lu Lian also laughed. Well, since you have promised to be my woman, shouldn't we do some things that we should do together now? What should be done? Shang Guanyu was stunned at first, but then he reacted quickly.
Lu Lian, thank you so much for helping me get rid of the poison.
But let's celebrate first. Speaking of. Shang Guanyu walked to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine.
Lu Lian, this bottle of red wine is a limited edition collection from a century-old winery in Gaul.
It's not available even if you want to buy it. Someone gave it to me, and I've never opened it. Today, I'll give it to you for free.
As she spoke, she walked over with the bottle of red wine.
Is there something wrong with this wine?
Lu Lian frowned at this time.
Chapter 62, Not Telling the Whole Truth. This is the best red wine, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle. You can't buy it on the market. How could there be a problem? Shang Guanyu didn't see anything wrong with Lu Lian's questioning.
Prepare to unseal the bottle.
Wait a moment.
At this time, Lu Lian took the lead and snatched the bottle of red wine.
Lu Lian, what are you doing? Shang Guanyu was very confused about his sudden action. The wine is poisonous.
Lu Lian said with a serious expression.
What?
When Shang Guanyu heard this, his eyes widened suddenly, obviously finding it incredible.
This wine has never been opened, how could there be poison in it? You watch. Lu Lian didn't explain too much.
Instead, he unscrewed the bottle of red wine.
I took a potted plant from the windowsill. Then,
pour a few drops of red wine on the leaves of the potted plant.
Suddenly, Shang Guanyu was surprised to find out.
The leaves of the potted plants turned black and withered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the whole process took less than a minute.
This. She stood there in a daze, unable to say anything. Look at the dead leaves of the potted plants and then look at the opened bottle of red wine. His eyes also began to become solemn. This wine is indeed poisonous. Who gave you these bottles of wine? Lu Lian turned around and asked.
Since no one knows when these wines were mixed with poison, then the person who delivered the wine would be highly suspicious.
These wines. Shang Guanyu thought about it for a moment, and some surprise appeared in his eyes. Then he said, this wine was given to me by my brother. This matter should have nothing to do with him, right? Is there something else wrong?
In her mind, she simply couldn't equate her brother with the murderer.
Your own brother? Lu Lian raised his eyebrows. This is a blind spot.
In the original book, there is no mention at all that Shang Guanyu has such a younger brother.
Shang Guanyu nodded.
Besides, he and I have always had a very good relationship and we never quarrel.
He shouldn't do these things, right? So what is he doing now? Lu Lian asked.
Exist. When Shang Guanyu said this, he was suddenly shocked. She suddenly remembered an argument she had with her brother. That time, it was the first time I came back from the Lu family and I promised Lu Lian. My younger brother came back and told me that he had a great plan to cooperate with Master Buddha. I stopped him on the spot.
Could it be? Shang Guanyu didn't dare to think any further. How? Lu Lian noticed something strange in her expression. Did you remember something too? No, it's impossible. Shang Guanyu shook his head and murmured. How could he do such a thing? No matter how boldly she thought, she couldn't imagine that he would go to his mortal enemy and even poison himself. It seems that Lord Buddha is also infiltrating your people. Lu Lian quickly realized why. He cooperated with Shang Guanyu to monitor Master Fo and Yi Tian and confront them head-on. But the forces over there are not weak either.
Naturally, they will slowly launch an offensive against the people on their side. And it is far more effective to incite one person around Shang Guanyu to defect than to incite 100 minions to defect. It seems that this matter needs to be accelerated.
Lu Lian said to her. Master Buddha is not a pushover.
We must be careful with every step we take from now on.
Lu Lian, I know. Shang Guanyu said.
He also looked very lonely. The blow that had just happened to her was indeed severe.
Since my brother is now under suspicion, should we not tell him some confidential matters?
A few seconds later, she remembered something more important.
This concerns the safety of his entire force. No.
Lu Lian had an idea in mind at this time. We should tell him what we should tell him, so as not to make him suspicious.
However, I think it should be done this way.
As Lu Lian spoke, he lowered his voice and leaned close to her ear.
Since her brother is the mouthpiece in the middle.
Then, you can just pretend not to know, convey some wrong information, and lure the other party into the trap. This would easily weaken the power of Lord Buddha and allow Shang Guanyu's side to further expand.
Is this okay? Shang Guanyu looked at Lu Lian uncertainly and asked. Just follow my instructions.
It's a good opportunity to test your brother to see if there's anything wrong with him.
Lu Lian smiled.
It was difficult for Shang Guanyu to refuse such a plan that killed two birds with one stone. Moreover, she was at a loss and had no better solution for the moment.
She could only obey Lu Lian. Then, in the business world, a bidding plan surrounding Xinjia village is underway.
In the underground forces, Shang Guanyu also followed his own advice and prepared to launch an offensive against Master Buddha. In the police world, he has also gained Zhang Runan's great trust.
In a peaceful environment, a life and death struggle is gradually unfolding. Okay, just do as I say. Lu Lian raised his hand and looked at the time. Lu Lian.
Shang Guanyu stared at him, then walked over to him,
leaning on his shoulder. Do you have another woman? What woman?
Lu Lian was a little surprised.
This morning, a young girl walked out of your villa, didn't she? Shang Guanyu said. Lu Lian frowned. What's going on? Shang Guanyu, are you spying on me?
What I hate most is being secretly observed.
Especially this is Shang Guanyu. Lu Lian, don't misunderstand. Shang Guanyu saw that Lu Lian's face gradually became ugly. Said quickly.
I was planning to look for you this morning, but when I arrived at your door, I found out.
So you mean to say that you didn't mean it? Lu Lian smiled and asked back.
This Shang Guanyu obviously did not tell the whole truth. Chapter 63, Don't give the protagonist any chance to turn things around. Shang Guanyu was stunned for a long time before finally speaking.
Okay, I admit that I did pay too much attention to you.
When she said this, she was obviously going through a huge ideological struggle. Whether it was due to his occupational disease or because he valued Lu Lian very much, this kind of secret surveillance without reporting was indeed inappropriate. Also, although I came to you today on purpose, I really didn't expect.
What didn't you expect? Lu Lian smiled. Didn't expect other girls to stay over at my house? Shang Guanyu nodded, then shook his head.
No, actually I know that you are the richest man in Jiangqing after all, Mr. Lu, and you are not married, so I can't interfere with you too much,
But, okay, I know what you want to say. Lu Lian smiled and said. You can't accept it? No, it's not. Shang Guanyu suddenly didn't know what to say. Mind, or don't mind. Mr. Lu, what I actually want is that no matter when, as long as you remember me in your heart, I will be satisfied. Shang Guanyu said this very sincerely. Lu Lian couldn't see any hypocrisy in it. Only when Lu Lian got to this point did he finally understand something.
Even someone as powerful as Shang Guanyu, who is a member of one of the three major underground forces in Jiangcheng, would actually think this way when faced with such a thing.
Before Lu Lian traveled into the book.
For those wealthy families who have several concubines, it is hard to imagine how they live under the same roof.
For example, the gambling king family in Hong Kong.
The reason is because the gambling king is rich enough. The reason why ordinary people get so upset about things like this is because they are poor. This world is too realistic. Even the fictional plots in novels follow this rule.
Okay, I promise you, you will definitely be the top leader of Jiangcheng's underground forces.
I will not break my promises. Lu Lian stroked her hair and smiled.
Really? That's great. Shang Guanyu also seemed somewhat happy. Come, sit over here.
There was no one else in the room except the two of them at this moment, and if they didn't do something, it would seem a bit of a downer.
As Lu Lian spoke, he hugged Shang Guanyu.
The warmth, fragrance, and softness of jade are in my arms. Lu Lian was also in a very good mood.
Shang Guanyu was already somewhat emotional.
For so many years, I have been suffering from the poison. As a result, even in the best years of my life, I don't know what the real joy of life is. Now, the poison in his body was completely removed by Lu Lian in front of him.
This is all thanks to his rescue.
Moreover, he is the richest man in Jiangcheng, and is willing to help himself become the largest underground force in Jiangcheng behind the scenes. From a certain perspective, he is the noble person in his destiny. For such a noble person, she would never refuse anything he asked her to do.
Shang Guanyu leaned gently on Lu Lian's shoulder, and one of Lu Lian's hands began to feel restless.
She had never experienced being touched like that by a man before, and she soon became orgasmic.
Just at this moment, the phone that Shang Guanyu placed on the coffee table suddenly rang. The phone rang very urgently.
She was startled, and when she saw the caller ID, she quickly picked up the phone and answered it.
What's going on? Miss Yu, something bad has happened.
A large group of people came to our store today. Without saying a word, they just smashed everything in their store.
Who is so bold as to cause trouble on my territory? Didn't you announce my name? Shang Guanyu's face suddenly turned ugly. Coming to your own territory to smash and destroy things, isn't that the same as slapping yourself in the face?
I reported it, but the other party said that they were looking for your bad luck.
I don't know.
I only know that he calls himself Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean? Mr. Jean from the bar? Shang Guanyu frowned. How dare a small bar owner attack his own club? Yes, it should be him.
Our store employees tried to dissuade him, but he and his men beat and injured several of them.
Miss Yu, come quickly.
Before the bar manager could finish his words, the phone was snatched away by someone.
Shang Guanyu, if you know what's best for you, come here now. Otherwise, I'll smash your store.
After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone.
How can this be possible? Shang Guanyu couldn't help but yell.
I suddenly felt depressed.
The bar was smashed? Lu Lian asked calmly. Shang Guanyu nodded. I know that Mr. Jean. He was quite polite to me before. Who gave him the guts to smash my shop today?
It's obvious that he has someone more powerful than you backing him up.
Lu Lian just smiled casually. Lu Lian, did you expect this to happen? Shang Guanyu looked at him with some surprise in his eyes. I guess so.
Lu Lian was not in a position to say too much.
Mr. Jean met the protagonist.
Then the protagonist Yi Tian has a very good relationship with Master Buddha. With the help of matchmaking, Mr. Jean went from being an ordinary small-time gang boss to having the backing of the most powerful force in Jiangcheng.
Come on, I'll go to the store with you. Lu Lian said. Ah. Shang Guanyu looked at him, somewhat worried. There were knives and guns everywhere at the scene. What if Lu Lian got injured?
However, Lu Lian had already made plans in his mind. He was worried that he couldn't find a suitable opportunity to confront the Buddha head-on. Although several underground forces have been at odds for many years, they have kept to themselves.
Now, it's time for the final showdown. Lu Lian didn't want to wait any longer.
According to the system rules, kill each protagonist. There will be a lot of generous rewards.
Of course, Lu Lian was looking forward to it. As long as the Buddha and his men are eliminated this time, the protagonist Yi Tian will be left alone. It no longer poses any threat to me.
At that time, it would be easier for him to crush Yi Tian to death than to crush an ant.
Will not give him any chance to turn things around. Chapter 64, When the Gods Fight, the Mortals Suffer.
Soon, Lu Lian and Shangguan Yu came to her bar together. Before the two of them went in, from time to time, I could hear the sound of things being smashed coming from inside.
This is outrageous.
When Shangguan Yu came, he was already full of anger. Now I could hear directly the sound of the boat coming out of the bar.
I was even more angry.
He couldn't control his temper anymore, took a few quick steps, and rushed into the bar.
Ms. Yu, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for so long.
Mr. Jin, who was sitting in the middle of the bar, saw Shangguan Yu walk in and immediately started to sneer at him with a fake smile. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped.
Because he saw that Lu Lian actually followed Shangguan Yu in. What's going on? Mr. Jin was suddenly confused. He was naturally no stranger to Lu Lian, the richest man in Jiangcheng. But how come he is with Shangguan Yu? Could it be that she has Lu Lian backing her up now?
This made Mr. Jin feel a little bit scared.
Behind you is the Buddha.
But the power that Lord Buddha possesses is, at best, only half a level stronger than Miss Yu's.
How to compare with the Lu family, the richest family in Jiangcheng?
This immediately disrupted his plans.
Hey, isn't this Mr. Lu from the Lu family? Why are you here too?
As Mr. Jin spoke, he quickly sent a message to the protagonist Yi Tian,
telling the situation on the scene.
But Yi Tian replied, "Don't be afraid, Master Buddha and I will support you from behind."
Support?
Mr. Jin thought about the meaning of this sentence and then made up his mind.
Don't be afraid. Anyway, someone is backing you up in this matter, so just do it. Mr. Jin? Why don't you stay in your own bar and cause trouble on Miss Yu's territory? Lu Lian asked coldly.
Mr. Lu, Miss Yu and I have something to discuss.
How about you step aside for a moment? Mr. Jin's target today is Miss Yu. This was also what they asked me to do. I think you are confused. Lu Lian couldn't help but find it a little funny. Your master asked you to come here, don't you know why? Why? Mr. Jin's reaction was obviously a little slow.
Although he runs a bar and is considered a figure, his IQ seems to have dropped today. I still haven't figured out the real reason why I was sent here.
Listen to me. Lu Lian said. Shangguan Yu is my woman.
Anyone who dares to do anything to her will be offending me, Lu Lian.
Whoever wants to do anything to her has to get past me first.
These few words are very powerful. The entire bar scene suddenly became quiet.
Shangguan Yu heard this and looked at Lu Lian with admiration.
Such a man really gives people a strong sense of security.
Miss Yu, is it your woman?
Mr. Jin paused, his tongue suddenly tied as he spoke.
No one told me this. Could it be that I was being used as cannon fodder? Mr. Lu, Ms. Yu, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding.
Mr. Jin realized that the situation was not right and quickly put on a smile.
I don't know anything. I was also instigated to come here. It has nothing to do with me, right? Mr. Jin couldn't care less. After hearing a few words from Lu Lian, I knew what was going on. It is true that he wants to lean on a stronger tree. But no one wants to be pulled out to be cannon fodder. How can the villains in novels be so stupid? Even though their intelligence is so low, there are still people who believe them. You don't know anything? Lu Lian couldn't help but smile. You destroyed all the facilities in this bar, right? I'll pay for whatever you broke, all of it. Mr. Jin said quickly. What about the losses caused by the closure of the bar? Whatever your daily turnover is, I'll lose 3 days' worth. Where are the injured employees?
Medical expenses, lost work time, and nutrition fees are all mine. Mr. Jin accepted every point raised by Lu Lian. The younger brothers beside him couldn't stand it anymore. Mr. Jin, aren't we on a big scale today? Are we going to admit defeat so soon?
You know nothing.
Mr. Jean looked at his brothers with a look of disappointment.
Who is on the other side? He is Lu Lian. How dare you go against the Lu family? He's just a businessman, how powerful can he be? Besides, we have people behind us.
A few younger brothers still insisted. The thoughts in their minds were very simple.
Since they came here to destroy the place today, why would they admit defeat before the destruction has even begun? This is obviously unacceptable to these young and energetic people. Mr. Jean.
At this time, Lu Lian smiled and said, "Originally, as long as you can sincerely apologize and promise not to do it again, I have considered letting you go.
But now, I have changed my mind,"
Lu Lian said, and the light in his eyes suddenly brightened.
"I've decided. No one of you can leave today. Who do you think you are?" The few people around Mr. Jean obviously couldn't hold back and jumped out directly. "Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? There are so many rich people out there, and we've seen them all before. Do you really think you can fool us? Okay, then I'll let you get what you ask for."
As Lu Lian spoke, he shouted, "Close the door." The other people in the bar were a little hesitant and looked at Shang Guanyu.
Shang Guanyu also scolded, "Didn't you hear Mr. Lu's order? Close the door."
Suddenly, the door of the bar was completely closed. Looking at the expression on Lu Lian's face, Mr. Jean couldn't help but hold his forehead.
"It seems that I really can't leave today. What is going on? It's really a fight between gods, and the mortals suffer." Chapter 65, The God of War's text message. "Mr. Lu, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong."
At this moment, Mr. Jean saw that the door of the bar was closed and immediately realized that something was wrong. The arrogance just now was gone instantly.
"Mr. Jean, what are you afraid of? We have people behind us. Let's fight them."
It is obvious that Jean Ye's younger brothers have not yet understood the situation.
"Give these guys some good treatment," Lu Lian said to Shang Guanyu's men. These people looked at Shang Guanyu, and after getting permission, they went straight up. Ka means a few big slaps.
Several younger brothers were stunned by these slaps. Soon the surprise on his face turned into anger.
"Mr. Jean, they are bullying us like this, and you don't say a word? When they hit us in the face, they are also hitting you in the face. Mr. Jean, Mr. Jean, we can't stand this."
As the younger brothers spoke, they rushed over, wanting to get back at the enemy. Before Mr. Jean could stop them, several of his younger brothers rushed into the crowd. All I heard was the sound of fists and feet hitting each other.
After a while, those guys were kicked out with wounds all over their bodies. Lu Lian nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. People, still those people.
However, they were all frightened by the people brought by Mr. Jean. But after seeing the frightened look on Mr. Jin's face when he saw Lu Lian, it immediately aroused the infinite fighting spirit in their hearts.
Everything depends on momentum.
When a person has a bigger background, even if he is nothing, he can still use the power behind him to suppress others.
Some drivers, even those who just drive, are often more bluffing than some rich people.
At the beginning, they were also frightened by Mr. Jin's words.
Now, Lu Lian obviously looked superior, and their morale naturally rose. "Boss Lu, I was wrong, please forgive me."
Mr. Jean knew that today's situation had completely changed.
His legs went weak and he knelt down in front of Lu Lian. "That's it?" Lu Lian couldn't help but sneer. "This Mr. Jean is really too spineless. He knelt down before I even put in any effort? Go back and tell your master behind you to stop playing dirty tricks. If you are a man, show some real skills. I'm always here to accompany you." Lu Lian's words were powerful. "Well, can I go now?"
Mr. Jean said pitifully. "Pay the bar's losses and the staff's medical expenses right now, and get out of here as far as you can.
You'd better not let me see you in Jiangcheng, or I'll beat you up every time I see you," Lu Lian said bluntly. Okay. Mr. Lu, I'll do it right away." Mr. Jean shivered and began to check the balance on his mobile phone. When he found that it was not enough, he quickly snatched the phones of other brothers to see how much money was left in their phones. "After a lot of patchwork, I was still a little short of it, so I borrowed some money from some platforms and finally filled the hole." At this moment, Mr. Jean looked as if he had lost all desire to live. "Go away!" Lu Lian shouted. How could Jean Yi and his men dare to be negligent?
When they heard Lu Lian's two words, they ran away like Monkey King whose sealing runes were removed.
Mr. Lu, are you just going to let them go like this? Shang Wanyu was still a little angry. Of course not.
Lu Lian gently put his arm around her waist, then smiled and said, "We have to ask him to go back and report the news." Mr. Jean was just a cannon fodder sent by them. His only value was to bring back his declaration of war to them.
Shang Wanyu listened and just nodded.
All the employees in the bar were completely surprised at this moment.
This is Miss Yu, the famous lady in Zhangcheng. What kind of storms has she not seen?
But today, in front of Lu Lian, she looked like a little girl.
I have to say, this is really well tuned. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether they were envious or jealous, but what did this have to do with them? Miss Yu is their boss. What kind of toads are they to dare to have any ideas about their boss? There was another employee in the bar, Yang Xixue. At this moment, she bit her lip slightly and looked at Lu Lian, not knowing what she was thinking. Last time, Lu Lian saved her, and she didn't even have the chance to say thank you. This time, seeing Lu Lian beat away those arrogant people, in her eyes, Lu Lian was almost like a god. Moreover, his personal charm is like the scorching sun, and I am just a tiny speck of dust. At this time, a text message came on her mobile phone. Sister Xixue. Are you at work? I can't contact Simin. Do you know what's going on? The sender of this text message is Chen Fan. Chen Fan?
Yang Xixue thought for a while and then realized that this was her sister's first love. I disagreed at the time, so I contacted Chen Fan and asked them to stop contacting each other. It's not that Yang Xixue despises the poor and loves the rich, but Yang Xixue felt that Chen Fan had no education and no stable job at the time, and it was difficult for him to even guarantee a basic quality of life. It's difficult to give my sister a stable home. Then. Later, Chen Fan disappeared. I was too busy with work and forgot to delete this number. Why did he suddenly appear at this moment, and specifically asked for his sister Yang Ximin? I'm still working in the bar, and I don't know where my sister is now. Yang Xixue thought about it and replied. I'm outside the bar where you work. I just saw a few people running out. What happened? Are you okay? Do you want me to help you? Chen Fan's text message came again. Yang Xixue glanced at the message, then nervously looked outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the bar. I saw a tall man standing under the shade of a tree across the street. It's hard to find if you don't look carefully. He was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, the hood almost covering his entire face. There was a large black box at his feet. In this bustling bar street, he seemed out of place with the surroundings. Is he really back? When Yang Xixue saw the figure, she felt it was somewhat familiar. But I didn't dare to confirm it in my heart, so I could only choose not to reply to the message. At this time, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lu Lian's mind. Congratulations, host. It has been detected that you have changed the plot of the original novel. Experience points plus 300, aura points plus 300. What? When Lu Lian heard the voice's prompt, he was a little confused at first, but he soon realized why. This is not the first role played by the protagonist Yi Tian, but the second protagonist, the God of War. I actually got ahead of him again. Did I change the plot again? This seems to be becoming more and more exciting. Chapter 66. His threat is too great. Logically speaking, this farce in the bar should have been resolved by the sudden appearance of the second protagonist. Now that I have appeared here in advance, I have driven away Jin Yi and his gang. Undoubtedly, it also stole the spotlight from the protagonist. Lu Lian is now completely in the dark about the second protagonist. Because I'm not very familiar with the original plot. Lu Lian only knew some general information, knowing that he was a god of war with a great reputation. It also has its own power overseas. It's called Temple of Poseidon. However, it is not clear what the plot will look like after he returns to Jiangchen. The only thing he can control is the few heroines related to him. This is the only way to curb the protagonist's development. Now, the system suddenly gave me this prompt. This means that the second protagonist should have returned to Jiangcheng. Lu Lian was thoughtful, and his eyes suddenly locked on a girl in the bar. Yang Xixue. Lu Lian knew that Yang Xixue was Yang Xinin's sister. And Yang Ximin is the second male protagonist's first love. In this case, although Yang Xixue is not the heroine, she also has a close relationship with the hero. According to Lu Lian's guess, This follows the convention of some of the books about soldiers and gods of war that I have read before.
He should be planning to find young Sishue to inquire about her sister's whereabouts. Then, Lu Lian walked in front of Yang Sishue. Smile at her. Well, we meet again. Lu, hello, Mr. Lu.
Yang Sishue was lost in thought. He was startled when he heard Lu Lian suddenly greet him. He quickly came to his senses and showed his goodwill to Mr. Lu.
What happened to you? Why are you so out of control? The bar manager was somewhat dissatisfied. No problem. Lu Lian smiled and said, everyone, go back to your posts. From the way he spoke, it seemed as if he was the owner of the bar. At this time, Shang Wanyu walked up and glanced towards Yang Sishue's back. Mr. Lu, are you attracted to her?
No, I only met her once last time because my son offended her.
Lu Lian smiled calmly. You. Shang Wanyu glanced at him and said, hey, I knew you were not a quiet person. What should we do then?
Lu Lian smiled helplessly.
Shang Wanyu was speechless. Yeah, what can I do? In front of him, I was like a docile sheep and could only obey him. Okay, I'm a little hungry, let's go eat something. Lu Lian suggested. Shang Wanyu also nodded. It was just a false alarm. Now that I've recovered, I do feel hungry. At this time, the news that Mr. Jean got humiliated in the bar. It reached Yi Tian's ears. What? Yi Tian couldn't believe his ears at all. Lu Lian is actually in cahoots with Shang Wanyu? When did this end up in a camp?
Yi Tian felt that he had miscalculated, completely miscalculated. He thought that by joining forces with the Buddha, he could take down Shang Wanyu and further expand his power.
But what was unexpected was that Lu Lian actually became the unexpected factor. This made the protagonist Yi Tian very angry. Lu Lian, it's Lu Lian again.
Yi Tian seemed to have lost his mind. During this period of time, whenever Lu Lian intervened, it was no longer his business.
It's like this every time.
He felt that many opportunities were slipping away quietly.
Mr. Yi, don't be anxious.
A middle-aged man sitting nearby said.
There will be an important land auction tomorrow. If we win this land auction, we will still be able to compete with him.
The person who spoke was none other than the Buddha.
This sentence actually reminded Yi Tian. Yes, the land auction tomorrow. Yi Tian knew that the Xinjia village site was one of the most important projects in Jiangcheng this year.
If we can acquire this piece of land, we will not only gain a lot of fame in the business world, but also many businessmen from the upstream and downstream industrial chains will come to us to seek cooperation, including building materials, decoration, steel, earthwork, etc. These are all good opportunities to further expand your network.
And
the most important thing is that she is the first daughter of Jiangcheng and is also the person in charge of these key projects. As long as you get on this line, it will undoubtedly be a great help. After all, no matter how powerful a businessman is, he still has to listen to politicians. By that time, if we find some obstacles for the Lu family group to encounter, it won't take long for everyone to lose confidence in the Lu family and turn to our side.
Yes, we must get tomorrow's blockbuster plot.
Yi Tian took stock of the funds he had on hand and decided that it would not be a problem to acquire the land. However, he was afraid that if Lu Lian also appeared at the land auction site, he might become his biggest competitor.
Mr. Yi, do you have any concerns? The Buddha asked from the side. That's right. Yi Tian nodded. This Lu Lian is too much of a threat to me. That's easy. The Buddha smiled at this time. As long as we can prevent him from showing up at the land auction, we will be halfway to success. But don't forget that he has strengthened his security forces now. It will be very difficult to do anything to him. Yi Tian's worries are not unreasonable. Ever since Lu Tsong's last crime was exposed and he was locked up, Lu Lian had obviously strengthened his defense both at the company and at home.
It is naturally difficult to deal with him with violence. Mr. Yi, some things don't have to be solved by violence. As long as he and the company get into some trouble tomorrow, this matter will be easier to handle.
Something's wrong? Yi Tian looked at the Buddha.
He has now become his own military advisor.
I wonder what kind of strategy he will come up with now.
The Buddha walked forward, leaned close to Yi Tian's ear, and spoke a few words in a low voice.
Yi Tian's brows immediately relaxed. Okay, Master Buddha, let's do it this way.
After this is done, I will give you the development rights of Xinjia village.
Chapter 52 Ending.
The protagonist Yi Tian in the original book agreed with Master Fo that he would defeat Lu Lian at the land auction and obtain the development rights of Xinjia village. But in the end, Lu Lian saw through their scheme and made a big splash in the land auction, almost sweeping up all the high-quality plots, leaving Yi empty-handed. Moreover, because of this wave of land auctions, Lu Lian further attracted the attention of the media and the public.
Yi Tian's hopes were dashed, and he hated Lu Lian even more.
So he secretly kidnapped Lu Lian's woman, Xinmeng, and threatened Lu Lian to get out of Jiangcheng.
But Lu Lian did not give in.
Instead, he used his connections to find a person under Master Buddha who had long held a grudge against Master Buddha. After Lu Lian found her, the two hit it off. She played a honey trap between Yi Tian and Master Fo, and eventually forced the two to turn against each other in fight. As a result, she had no time to take care of Lu Lian's affairs. At this time, Lu Lian led his elite troops to quickly take advantage of the opportunity and successfully rescued Xinmeng. At the same time, Lu Lian also decided not to show mercy to Yi Tian. He used the convenience of the system to deprive Yi Tian of all his wealth and resources. From then on, Yi Tian became a poor man.
Yi Tian wanted to use his last strength to fight to the death.
Lu Lian didn't want to kill him, but at this time, there was no need to show mercy. So after a fierce battle, Lu Lian seriously injured Yi Tian. In shame and anger, Yi Tian committed suicide. At this point, Yi Tian, the first protagonist in the original book, died. At the same time, the second protagonist, the god of war Long Yu, also officially appeared. As soon as he appeared, he showed great hostility towards Lu Lian. Because ever since he came back, he found that his childhood sweethearts and former friends, who used to have a good relationship with him, were inexplicably very close to Lu Lian. Moreover, they no longer have the same favorable impression of me as they did in the past. This made Long Yu very disappointed. After investigation, he discovered something strange. After all, he is the god of war. Although he no longer has the halo of the protagonist, his former power is still there. So Long Yu quickly gathered his forces and summoned all his subordinates.
Retaliate against Lu Lian. However, Lu Lian was well prepared.
He used his ever-increasing villain value to exchange for a large number of more powerful talents and equipment through the system, and surpassed Long Yu.
After a battle, Long Yu's forces were mostly destroyed by Lu Lian. The remaining remnants, because Lu Lian had exposed Long Yu's conspiracy, were disappointed with Long Yu and joined Lu Lian's men.
At this point, Long Yu no longer had the strength to organize an offensive against Lu Lian. In addition, because he had offended an important figure, the entire Jiangcheng could not tolerate him. In the end, he could only leave sadly and there was no news of him again. After successively kicking out two protagonists, the protagonist's prestige has been unprecedentedly increased. His influence in Jiangcheng is also at its peak. Almost everyone has a feeling of worship for Lu Lian, and only he is obedient. While Lu Lian maintained his relationships with Xinmeng, Shang Guanyu, and others, he continued to expand his power and consolidate his foundation in secret and in a low-key manner. Eventually, his own industry continued to grow bigger and stronger. The business started in Jiangcheng. It continued to expand and eventually spread all over the world, becoming a world-famous super rich man and super big boss. He had numerous international reputations and the media competed for interviews. After traveling to this book, Lu Lian finally became the big winner who laughed last.